Good morning, good morning, good morning. Top of the goddamn morning. Gas prices are up sky fucking high. Let's see what else is going on. Andrew Tate is a fucking crybaby. Look at this shit. Wah, 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 wah. Thought you was some fucking fruity ass alpha male wearing high heels, getting your ass locked up in that girl ass outfit. Shout out to Andrew Tate and the Tate brothers. Yeah, seems like they were pretty cool with Barron. Now they got fucking Barron Trump, weird ass, under investigation. Barron is one of the weirdest motherfuckers I ever seen in my life. He looks like a fucking character from the fucking Addams Family. Fucking doodad Adams and shit. This motherfucker look bad. He need a fucking haircut. He looks fucking non-verbal. He might be on the spectrum. I don't know. But Barron Trump is a very, very fucking weird, dark, ugly motherfucker, man. He's not cute at all. He looks like he eats fucking crayons. But long story short, let's imagine Barron Trump's bland, Addams Family looking, hanging out with the Trump brothers. Like, what are they doing? What the fuck is Barron Trump? He don't even talk. What the fuck could he be doing hanging out with the Tate brothers? But some weird shit. Well, like I said, we know Barron is fucking weird because Trump was fucking weird. Very awkward. Like I said, if you got a fucking $1 million and a $10 fucking mullet, something ain't adding up. But anyway, let's listen to the Tate brothers cry like bitches. The little girls that they are. Remember, they like to take advantage of women and do all kinds of, yeah, I like to do this. And I just get a lady to fucking pay me all her money. And then I control the assets. And then I do that. Shut the fuck up. Now your bitch ass is in SHU, special housing unit. I'm an American. My neighbor's a cannibal. We don't give a fuck. No sympathy for you, Mr. Tate. Shut your crybaby ass up and deal with the consequences. And this is what I would like to tell a lot of you folks. Guess what? We just getting started. The energy has changed. All the shit you was getting away with one time, none of that shit is happening. And the shit you think you're getting away with, you only thought you got away with. We on y'all motherfucking ass. But we gonna listen to Andrew Tate cry like a little fucking girl about drinking water and fresh drinking water and fresh this. Guess what? Nobody got no sympathy for your weak ass for the simple fact that you like to take advantage of girls. And real men look down on that shit. Only some fucking cuckold weirdos would support a man that's hurting a fucking woman. Yo, use a... Bro, that is so... And then you got on girl shoes and girl pants looking like a straight hottie. Let's find that fucking outfit. Look at this fucking outfit. Got his fucking tits hanging out like a bitch. Let me see if I can get a shot of those fucking shoes. Look at my thumbnail. Maga cry, babies cry. All of these soft-ass motherfuckers decided that it was cool to be racist in public. All of them, most of them. And then you see I got Jeffrey Epstein poking his little fucking head around the corner because he's the link to all these fucking weirdos. Cry, Andrew Tate, cry. And guess what? Andrew Tate's tears is just as good as Maga's tears. Because you thought your big fucking lame ass savior could save you bitches. Now look at Cuck, the builder, getting ran up his ass with a dildo. Bro, we should have known when people come out super racist and super misogynistic like he does, you got to know that they're fucking, they switch hitters, man. No man comes out super duper racist, and then you come to find out he letting a black woman put a fucking dildo in his ass. Is that what we doing, Maga? Don't run from this conversation, Maga. I know y'all motherfuckers won't come in here. Come on in. But one thing I know about Maga is when y'all bitches embarrassed, y'all disappear. When the hunter has the rifle, y'all all running around with your little racist rants. But soon as y'all take a fucking moral setback, like grapists and misogynist pedophiles, y'all shut the fuck up. Y'all stop talking. Y'all a bunch of fucking crybabies, man. Maga, fucking crybabies. Now let's listen to Andrew Tate whining like a bitch. Come on, let's go.
I'm in special housing unit. My water faucet is broken. I am not allowed bottles of water in shoe.
Who gives a fuck, bitch? We don't care. I hope they give you piss in a water bottle, motherfucker.
I have nothing clean to drink.
Good.
My only water comes from the shower, warm, and from a brown and filthy faucet. It has given me persistent stomach problems. The water I am drinking is not clean. I am an American.
The joy that this motherfucker is having is transferring to me. Look at his bitch ass. Oh, I'm Andrew Tate. Somebody please. Oh, I deserve better treatment. Fuck you. You getting the same treatment that you treated these girls with, you bitch.
Dude, so dramatic. Dude, what a fucking crybaby. Seriously, what a whiner. You have nothing clean to drink? All right, Andy. Yo, Andy. It's Political Punk here. Thanks for calling. Yo, I'm reading your tweet, and I gotta say, bro, my heart breaks for you. Yes, though, like, oh my God, the not having clean water, having to drink water out of your shower, your water faucet is broken. That is like truly heartbreaking. But I do have a little bit of advice. All right, you ready? You sitting down? Okay, so my advice is don't rape. Okay, how about that? How's that sound? Huh? You fucking piece of shit? Maybe don't rape. Maybe don't cam underage girls. All right? Maybe don't abuse women. Don't make like 100 videos talking about choking them out and shit. And then you wouldn't be drinking out of a dirty faucet, you fucking beta. Dude, seriously. Shut the fuck up. All right? Nobody wants to hear your crybaby shit, man. You got to stop complaining. You got to start becoming the master of your domain there, little guy. Oh, broken water faucet. Oh. All right, you, bye-bye. I am in special housing. I am.
We're going to go into a Andrew Tate whining. Wah. Shut your bitch ass up.
alpha, Andrew Tate, is in prison once again where he truly belongs and should be most comfortable, but not to hear him tell it. He's complaining incessantly about the conditions there. Now, if you missed him being arrested yet again, he and his brother Tristan were arrested and face extradition to the UK for charges that include sexual assault and sex trafficking. And here is him being arrested.
We don't want to hear that shit.
Use the promo code to get the Epic Champion at Kempdom for free.
In Supremacy
We don't
World War
care
III,
about
you
your
can
fucking
take over
condition,
the planet,
bitch.
but only with the right strategy. Test yours and download for free today.
And normally arrest photos, there's no real reason to show them. But for this one, I think there is. That's whoo boy, that's an outfit. I told my producers over the weekend, I went and saw Joseph in the amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat. And this outfit is more gay than the amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat. No shame.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. The people who come out so tough and so racist, like Chud the Builder, we find out Chud is fucking taking dildos in the ass from a black woman. Like, come on, this is the weirdest shit you've ever heard in your life. A man who hates black people, who hates black men, who goes around using the rage bait to try to get black people to jump out of line, is taking a schlong up the ass from a black woman of all fucking things. I can't make this shit up.
Yes, I love purple as much as the next guy, but that's what you got arrested in? You couldn't throw on a coat? Anyway, here's him talking about the conditions in prison. He says, I am in special housing unit. My water faucet is broken. I am not allowed bottles of water. I have nothing clean to drink. My only other water comes from a shower, warm and from a brown and filthy faucet. It has given me persistent stomach problems. That's probably the lettuce. The water
Maga, help me.
I am drinking is not clean. I am an American. I don't know why those have to be part of the same sentence. Anyway, innocent until proven guilty.
Them fucking girls was Americans. Fuck you. Fuck your little America rant. And fuck your little privileges. I hope they fucking give you the business in that bitch. And I have no idea that you, Chud the Builder, and that little fucking fake Chud the Builder is getting fucking dealt with right now.
But I am forced to drink poisoned water. Where are my rights? And he raises a lot of good concerns. And I think that it makes sense that for a person who's clearly struggling in that way, like he's posted on the internet, he wants help. And help was provided by Travis Akers, who says, have you tried crying about it? Which I think is just my favorite tweet ever. I love empathy, but I also love...
Maga, have you tried crying about it? Because all y'all little fucking, y'all heroes is getting locked the fuck up. Chud the Builder, y'all was fucking rallying behind him. Andrew Tate, bitch ass, y'all was rallying behind him. All these fucking ICE agents that's getting locked up for fucking child predator shit. Ooh, what a time in America.
This, because Andrew Tate does not deserve empathy, by the way. Now, look, do I want jail conditions to be better than they are? Yes. Do I also want right-wingers to care about that issue before it directly affects them? Yes. Okay. If Andrew Tate's conditions are going to be improved, it should be as a result of everyone's conditions being improved. But I don't think he cares about those other people. Anyway, Adam Kinzinger also said, poor guy, his Scooby-Doo mask was ripped off to reveal a trembling, scared beta cuck. Which, it's pretty brutal. I think the crying about it's the best. And anyway, he posted more stuff about, this is punitive housing for people who murder their cellmates. No commissary, no phone calls, no yard time. The worst possible.
Cry harder, bitches. I ain't got nothing but laughs for your ass.
Conditions the U.S. government provides to terrorists and psychopaths. I am an innocent until proven guilty extradition detainee. I'm wanted by a foreign state. I'm an American citizen. Why am I here? Well, I Googled it, actually. It's because of the sexual assault and the human trafficking, actually, among other crimes. There's financial crimes, too, but those are the bad ones. So you're not happy that you're around violent criminals. It's because you're a suspected violent criminal for all the sexual assault that you allegedly did. That's why you're actually there. And also, I think that people who are being detained before extradition should be treated better. Did it bother you when Trump was holding all those migrants?
No. Now, see, this is the thing about MAGA, right? Y'all thought all of this shit was gonna happen to everybody else. But guess who was happening to? You dummy. So you voted for this. You voted for Andrew Tate to get his fucking white privileges taken. You voted for Donald Trump to be outed to the whole fucking world that he's a fucking psychopath and a child predator. Y'all voted for that. You could have let his ass go out with the vote. You could have let him go out in the election and you wouldn't have to fucking hold his fucking bleeding heart. You wouldn't have to fucking send money to Chud the Builder just for them to fucking take that shit. That Nolan Wells case, it's gonna be a lot more justice going on with that, and y'all gonna be fucking mad again. Joshua Fox ready to get fucking money, and Chud the Builder is still in fucking jail. What a fucking beautiful time in America. Wake the fuck up.
And the conditions that he was. Again, he doesn't seem to care about anyone other than himself. JR, what do you make of this?
It's like, come on. He has to know the response that would come from these whiny, crying posts. He'd have to know that this is the response that he would get. He's an alpha male, though. I'm trying to figure out why he hasn't, maybe he wants to get out of the special housing unit just so he can, be around all the fellas and be the alpha male that leads them, I don't know, to the yard? Because that's what he's missing out on. He wants to get to the yard, get his food. He has to know this, bro. How is it that you're going to post this? I'm not sure if it's him. I saw some people talking about how he gets these messages out. Apparently, it's his legal team that they kind of get some messages from him, and then they post whatever they want to try.
Yeah, because I was going to say, like, you don't have the commissary. You evidently have Twitter. Okay, it makes sense that he's getting the message out to them.
I mean, that's what I heard. Someone says is how it's potentially working. So, I mean, it's not like a full report factual that I heard, but that's probably how it's happening. But, there's a thing. Since they're now whining and crying about the facilities, prison facilities, do you think there's going to be any changes? Because we saw.
No, I didn't vote for Biden, bitch. See, that's where you motherfuckers always think you right. Because I just talked about your side. And you claiming a child predator. So good for you, bitch. Everything you get, you deserve too. I swear to God, everything you get, you deserve, motherfucker. And that's why y'all over there trembling like some bitches, knowing motherfucking well that y'all about to lose all your fucking power. And all y'all little piss ants are gonna be fucking crying again like you was when fucking Obama was in office. Yeah. That's why the fuck y'all mad right now. Bunch of girls. But long story short, I didn't vote for Biden, you stupid bitch.
Other folks, I forget the lady from Arizona or somewhere that got arrested that Donald Trump just released. She was whining, complaining about the beds and the thread counts and all that stuff. I'm not exaggerating. She was complaining about the beds. The older lady who was trying to corrupt the elections in Arizona and got caught up. Damn it.
Oh, no, you're talking, that's
Tina Peters.
That's a different state. Yeah, Tina Peters. It was a different state, though.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Either she was whining and crying about this stuff, too. And they expect to, get out from this. Maybe it'll work for him. But also, last thing. I remember Trump told.
It is your fucking side. You voted for Trump, bitch.
He runs the best detention facilities. They're exquisite. Yeah. Send Andrew Tate's ass to Delaney Hall, maybe. He can hang out there. I'm sure it's great there, right? And if it's not, maybe we can do something about it. But
Alligator Alcatraz, CCOT.
Yeah,
I do have to say, look, and maybe on a future show, we'll talk about the Barron Trump element of this. Like, at the end of the day, philosophically, I don't understand why Andrew Tate is complaining. Because Andrew Tate.
Because he's a crybaby. He's not an alpha. You ain't no fucking, you're not an alpha male because you can fucking mash down all women. That means you're you suspect. If all you fight is women, that means you don't want no smoke with no men. There ain't no man out here that's beating on women or taking advantage of women and taking advantage of men. Because you soft. That's why you chose to take advantage of women.
In his personal life, has worked to create an environment where a man, if he's strong enough, can take away the sexual autonomy of someone that he wants, extract sexual pleasure out of them, whether they like it or not, And he's now in a place where that has been made real. Go out in the yard and see if you like that world when you're not the one on top. And again, I don't want any of that stuff to happen, but he's never complained about it before.
I like your fucking angle.
Let's see if you're the strong alpha male, or if maybe there's somebody that's quite literally on top of that situation. Again, like, look, right now there are allegations, there should be a trial and everything. I just think how quickly he goes from bragging about how he gets away with all of this to crying for people to care for him. You've never cared for another person in your goddamn life, so I'm not going to spare my remaining empathy on a person like Andrew Tate.
I think we should quote Stephen Miller. We should get rid of due process and normal constitutional rights for these criminals.
Exactly.
I don't think he should have a trial, honestly.
Yeah, he's the alleged sexual assaulter. I think it's just common sense. You need to protect people from this. Get him off the streets, and whatever happens to him happens, I guess.
Fuck him. He's a fucking crybaby. He gets what the fuck he deserves.
Alrighty. We have the order that was entered by Judge Sullivan in my lawsuit against Todd Blanche. It was entered Saturday, July 25th, 2026. It's very short. It's only 2 pages, but the power of this order is just really profound. And there's kind of an underlying theme here that I wanted to kind of really highlight for all of you, because it pertains not just to Todd Blanche, but to the Department of Justice under Donald Trump as a whole. And that is, the Department of Justice has no credibility anymore. Because, for example, in this instance, Judge Sullivan has ordered Todd Blanche, the acting Attorney General of the United States, to not only show up with unredacted documents on Thursday, July...
You said that same shit about Chud the Builder, motherfucker, and it didn't happen. That bitch still in jail. You said the same shit about that other little goofball. He got his ass fired. And he ain't been able to start no fucking GoFundMe. So why is Chud the Builder still in jail? Steven, I'm pretty sure you was dick riding him somewhere saying that Chud's gonna be exonerated. He's gonna get out and he's gonna be back streaming again. Guess where the fuck Chud is at? Chud is in fucking jail. And I can guarantee you it ain't no nice time in that bitch for him. Not a nice time at all. Same shit with Andrew Tate, bitch ass. He ain't getting out. You want him to get out because you a fucking child predator yourself or you support him. But he ain't going nowhere. He gonna sit his bitch ass in that jail. And then he gonna get that time.
30th, no later than 3 p.m., but to also show his work. He has to bring proof. He has to bring corroboration. He has to bring evidence that what Blanche is claiming to be the case to justify these redactions that I am questioning and that the judge has ordered by...
Again, Stephen, this is how we know that y'all white men is child predators. Because you rooting for a child predator. You rooting for a child predator to get out when this man has already admitted out of his own mouth what the fuck he does with women. If that ain't the whitest motherfucking privilege I ever seen in my life, you online talking about raping women, sexually assaulting women, bringing violence to women that they didn't even fucking ask for. And now you're crying and you think he's gonna get out? You white motherfuckers done lost your mind. That's what the problem is. And that ain't racist, bitch. That's the real. You think you can talk about raping a motherfucking woman? You got so much privilege that your ass ain't going to jail. You done admitted every fucking thing that's being charged on your stupid ass. And you think we sitting out here talking about you gonna get out of jail? Only person who gonna say some shit like that is a motherfucker who's of the same mindset, of the same nature. Welcome to the live stream. Get this medicine and shut the fuck up before they come knock on your door right now, bitch.
Way of the preliminary injunction that I asked for and that the judge granted. The judge said, look, you have to produce these things to Miss Fang. And Blanche keeps on saying, no, I can't because ... That's the show cause. Do it or show cause while you shouldn't be held in contempt. Blanche says, I'm not doing anything wrong because ... And Judge Sullivan has said, guess what? I don't believe what you've written in a piece of paper. Doesn't that stop you dead in your tracks? That the acting attorney general of the United States doesn't have enough credibility to convince a federal judge as to the veracity, trustworthiness, the credibility of his representations? Let's get into the meat of the order because it's important. What I have done is, because I think it's what you...
Smash that like button, y'all. Smash that like button if you want to hear the truth and you want to hear these weirdos get their medicine in here, because that's what I do. It's quite entertaining, and you should tune in. I guarantee you, you will be amused. I don't hold no punches on them. I try my hardest to stay within the YouTube guidelines. That's number one, what I learned how to do, because I ain't getting those notifications no more. So I know what I was doing wrong, but now I know what I'm doing right. Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel. Let's keep it moving.
Would want me to do, and it's frankly what I liked to do. I went through the specific EFTA, Epstein Files Transparency Act, bait stamp documents that are referenced in Judge Sullivan's order to walk through what they are.
Damn, Pitbull, are you serious? Good morning, Pit. Good morning, Aztec. My people in here. Republican Ohio Max Miller poured hot water over his wife, held a firearm to her head, and broke their 2-year-old daughter's collarbone. Fuck you, MAGA men. When was this, Pitbull? God damn. This is new information?
How they relate to the order and pretty much what Blanche has said as to the reasoning behind the redactions. All right. So in the order, the judge has identified numerically in Roman numeral 1 of the order on page 1, he's identified 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 emails. And yes, that relates to the first group of things that I had sought. Now, what I have done is I've taken those 8 emails and I have looked at Todd Blanche's response to the court and I've grouped them accordingly. So what do I mean? Well, the judge has ordered Todd Blanche, the defendant, Todd Blanche, to submit to the court on July 30th by no later than 3 p.m. these 8 emails in an unredacted form so that the judge can look at them in his chambers. And Blanche must provide the documentation supporting his representation that the names that have been redacted in the published version of the documents are the names of victims. So let's stop there. If you look at these 6 emails out of the 8, I'll start with the very first one. 118799. What does this one relate to? This one is an email dated January 17th, 2013, referencing a, quote, new Brazilian just arrived, sexy and cute, 19 years old. And it comes from a business address called Mademoiselle Agency, which has an active website on the internet and is a modeling agency that is based out of Paris, France. And again, you can go put Mademoiselle Agency Paris and it'll come up on the internet. The redactions on these documents here, right, are a name and email address in the signature block, name, and then also the from and the to. Now, why would the sender and the recipient's names be redacted? According to Todd Blanche, it's because they're victims. So the victims are emailing each other about a new Brazilian, sexy and cute, 19 years old. According to Todd, that's the case. Let's move on. EFTA 1930501, one of the more disturbing ones. An email dated March 11th, 2014. From redacted name to Jeffrey Epstein. And this is the one that, again, I find to be particularly disturbing. Quote, thank you for a fun night. Your littlest girl was a little naughty. According to Todd Blanche, the sender of this email is a victim of Epstein.
So why not take out an SBA loan? What?
So long story short, y'all know who the fuck redacted is. Y'all know who the fuck redacted is. Y'all can act like y'all don't know, and we can act like we don't fucking know. But we all know who the fuck redacted is. Now, let's get back to this.
get ripped off by a traditional business loan.
Are they that different?
Yeah, most business loans drain you with crazy high interest rates and terms so short you can barely...
Still going. EFTA 1928255. Email dated April 21st, 2014. Email recipient address in addition to Jeffrey Epstein. This is redacted. The sender name is redacted. This email deals with seeing, quote, the most beautiful little girl on Madison, I think this is Madison Avenue, with long, soft blonde hair. Todd Blanche says that the sender of this email, and apparently one of the two recipients of this email, are victims. EFTA 2648868. Email dated May 23rd,
Y'all see what's happening, right? Since they playing dumb with all these technicalities, people are taking their asses to court to undo the bullshit. They're gonna comb through this shit, and it's gonna be even worse now because it's gonna be a slow motion drip, and it's all coming out.
2017. Senders identification redacted. I met redaction today. Name redaction. And then the sender's name in the sign-off is redacted. This deals with, she is like Lolita, who, from Nabokov, if you guys know that that is a book about a underage girl and a adult man having sexual relations with an underage girl.
Now, I ain't even never heard of that book. So who the fuck reads that type of shit? Because I ain't never heard of it, nor would I indulge in reading a book about a man sleeping with a girl. Like, who the fuck wrote that bullshit?
A child, let's just call it that, right? She's like Lolita from Nabokov, femme miniature. Tomorrow we travel to Bern for visas. According to Todd Blanche,
I agree with you,
this
Aztec.
is a victim emailing Jeffrey Epstein. EFTA 2504630, email dated March 19th, 2018. Sender's identification, redacted. Sent to Jeffrey Epstein. I found at least 3 very good young poor, but we was so tired. I will cover up this week. Meet this one, not the beauty queen, but we both likes her a lot. Again, Blanche says this is from a victim. And then email EFTA 10222356. Email chain dated Friday, September 21st, 2018 from Jeffrey Epstein to recipient redacted. And that is also in response to the redacted sender saying, my favorite from Lithuania, redaction, 19, will meet when I'm there. Looks like maybe a picture that hasn't come through. And Jeffrey Epstein's asking,
crazy work, Pitbull.
Full name, Instagram, and according to Todd Blanche, the redactions here pertain to a victim. So those are 6 out of the 8 emails that Judge Sullivan has told Todd Blanche he has to roll up with proof that those are victims. And that is why.
Yeah, I know what this means. The judge told him he got to prove that these are victims. How he going to do that? Well, we know they're not victims. It's going to be a motherfucking problem, and them names coming out.
He hasn't released them in an unredacted form. Let's turn to the remaining 2 emails, because those are incredibly important. EFTA 628112. According to Todd Blanche, this email dated February 2nd to the remaining 2 emails, because those are incredibly important. EFTA 628112. According to Todd, I'm in an unredacted form. Let's turn to the emails that Judge Sullivan has told Todd Blanche he has to roll up with proof that those are victims. And that is why he hasn't released them in an unredacted form. Let's turn to the remaining 2 emails, because those are incredibly important. EFTA 628112. According to Todd Blanche, this email dated February 2nd, 2015 from a redacted sender to Jeffrey Epstein is a private email address with no name and would violate the Privacy Act, and that's the reason why Todd's not turning them over. This email says, quote, the key are the 14 to 15-year-old girls. I am a sexual pervert because I say they are now of a reproductive age. I do hope there's no legal jeopardy for you in this new flurry of activity. My heart goes out to you, brother. Being called a sexual pervert is no fun, less so if you have served time for the crime. 2 things. 1, not a victim. Secondly, there is no exemption in the Epstein Files Transparency Act for a private email address. Unless it dealt with the victims, which Blanche is a little screwed here. He's not claiming that it deals with the victims. He's just claiming that the Privacy Act is bigger and more powerful than the Epstein Files Transparency Act, and that's the reason why he doesn't have to turn this over. Sounds like a perpetrator to me. EFTA 749245, email dated April 24th and 25th, 2009. It's an email chain. This is the I loved the torture video email with the name of the recipient and the sender of emails by and between Jeffrey Epstein. That information is redacted. According to Todd Blanche, again, violation of the Privacy Act to disclose this person's private email address and wanted to spare this person embarrassment. And according to Todd, the reason why I have done
These motherfuckers going down. Did y'all hear this shit?
some shitty job is that I haven't Googled the fact that Tom Massey has identified this as Sultan bin Sulayem. Okay, fine. But there's no exemption in the Epstein Files Transparency Act that says if the information can be found somewhere else, then we at the DOJ don't have to turn it over. I want to see for myself with my own eyes an unredacted email that is not sparing somebody who sounds to me may have been a perpetrator of child rape here, maybe, right? I want to know their name on the email address. I don't just have to trust what Todd tells me. And according to Judge Sullivan's order here, EFTA 749245, Todd has to come with an unredacted copy of this email.
Ooh.
And documentation explaining why the redactions are in the names of victims, which we know they're not. So,
This is good shit. It looks like Todd Blanche is either going to be flipping on Trump or going to fucking jail. Let's see what happens.
seems to me like Judge Sullivan has set up Todd Blanche for failure, especially on those last two emails, right? Because you can only redact if it's, protecting the identities of the victims. And so, Todd, if you show me this unredacted email and I'm the judge and I see it's Sultan bin Sulayem claiming that he was a victim of Jeffrey Epstein? No. So I want to be very clear about something. Most Medicare agents, the people who are supposed to be helping you find the right plan, they're getting paid more for putting you in certain plans over others. So I'm going to say the quiet part out loud. They've got a financial incentive to steer you, and most people on Medicare have no idea that that's happening. That's exactly why Chapter exists. Chapter's advisors are honest. They're not paid to steer you to the plans that brokers are paid to push. They are the only Medicare advisors that compare every plan nationwide, every single one. And they'll walk you through your doctors, your prescriptions, your whole situation, and tell you the truth about where you stand. And here's what I want you to know. If you're already on the right plan, they'll tell you that. If you're not, they'll help you switch. People who found new plans with Chapter last year saved on average $1,100. So call Chapter today, and under 20 minutes, you'll know exactly.
Yesterday, I played a game for 5 minutes and somehow watched 5 ads. So today, I just
where you stand. So, we also wanted to, and the judge ordered Todd to show up on Thursday with unredacted copies of documents from the Department of Justice that were internal. And they were the draft indictment that was prepared that was 60-something pages, dozens of counts against Jeffrey Epstein, Southern District of Florida, never presented to the grand jury because then U.S. Attorney Alex Acosta for the Southern District of Florida wimped out, gave him a pass, gave him a non-prosecution agreement, turned around, did not prosecute him, and then allowed him to do that sweetheart plea deal with Barry Krischer, who was the state attorney for the Palm Beach County State Attorney's Office. This was in the mid-2000s. Now, if you go to EFTA 38227, you see a lot of my handwritten notes because it's really important. Let me share with you why. According to Todd Blanche, the email addresses on the top, the sender and the recipient, are law enforcement personnel, and he doesn't have to turn over their names. Again, not an exception in or exemption in the Epstein Files Transparency Act. But then if you go to his response to the order to show cause and you go a little deeper, right, Todd Blanche claims that some of the names here that appear to be redacted are the names of victims. And let's be clear, There are 6 names listed, 4 of which are redacted. They are listed under co-conspirators, and it discusses when proffers were either conducted with their attorneys or with the subjects themselves. But here's where the math is off. Blanche says that 3 out of the 4 names that are redacted are victims, and that Leslie Groff's name and Ghislaine Maxwell's names do not appear in any redacted form. Why? Well, 1, Ghislaine Maxwell was a, co-conspirator and was prosecuted. 2, Todd claims that Leslie Groff hasn't claimed to be a victim of Jeffrey Epstein, and that's the reason why her name appears unredacted. But Todd has a problem. Again, there's 4 redacted names, and he says 3 out of the 4 are the victims. So where's the unredacted 4th name? And according to Judge Sullivan, you have to bring the unredacted version of this and documentation supporting your representation that these are supposed to be redacted. And what's also interesting, this is a 2019 email, okay? And this is after Jeffrey Epstein has been found dead mysteriously in his jail cell awaiting trial and prosecution. This is October 8th, 2019. And if you look at this email, it actually has a section called co-conspirators, and then it has a section called victims. None of the co-conspirators are appearing in the victim section, so they're distinguished from each other. There's a delineation there. And yet, according to Todd Blanche, he's protecting the victims by leaving the names redacted. He's also protecting law enforcement, which makes no sense because there's thousands of documents in the Epstein Files Transparency Act production thus far that have the names of U.S. attorneys, their emails, FBI agents, cops, whatever you name it. Their names and their email addresses are appearing, but for some reason they're not in this document. Finally, in Roman numeral 3 of Judge Sullivan's order, he orders an unredacted copy of the document bearing bait-stamped EFTA 194840. And again, Blanche must show his work. He must show proof that the names that are redacted are because they are names of victims. What is that? That is the cover page, the first page of the indictment that was drafted that I talked about. And it actually says, as you can see on your screen right now, United States of America versus Jeffrey Epstein, and then these names that are redacted. They were co-defendants in that draft indictment. Co-defendants. People, I want to make sure something very clear. If their name is appearing next to Jeffrey Epstein in the style USA versus Jeffrey Epstein and then lists those names, those are
None.
defendants. Those are not just co-conspirators. You can reference somebody in the body of an indictment as a co-conspirator, but they may not be charged. Those people were to be charged by way of that indictment presentation to the grand jury as co-defendants of Jeffrey Epstein. But according to Todd Blanche, and Judge Sullivan doesn't believe his word just because it is, according to Todd Blanche, those are victims, and that's why their names are redacted. Now, just very quickly, I want to note a few things. I am still not having an order from Judge Sullivan on 3 very big areas. 1, the handwritten FBI
Sim Racing, what up? Top of the morning.
interview notes that were done of the victim who alleges that she was sexually abused and physically beaten by convicted felon Donald Trump. According to Todd Blanche, it's too hard to redact them because you run the risk of exposing the victim's personal identifying information, and that's why he hasn't turned them over. I didn't get an order from Judge Sullivan ordering him to turn them over because we all know that that's a BS excuse from Todd. The next group is the foreign language documents. The judge never gave Todd Blanche an out on that. He said, you better hurry up and start translating them. Todd Blanche hasn't done so yet, from what I can tell, because I haven't seen anything come across my lawyer's desk on it. Judge Sullivan hasn't entered an order on that. Finally, and very importantly, the redaction log. Again, Judge Sullivan didn't give Todd Blanche an out to say why he wasn't producing the redaction log. He told him, go ahead and do the redaction log. I don't have an order from Judge Sullivan saying, you are in contempt because you haven't obeyed the preliminary injunction in the order. So I am waiting and optimistic that I will see something from Judge Sullivan on those remaining 3 areas. Meanwhile, what also happens on Thursday other than him rolling up to Judge Sullivan's chambers? Thursday, is the day that Senate Judiciary meets to do the markup on Todd Blanche's nomination to be able to become the Attorney General of the United States. And I think it is, as I mentioned at the beginning of this episode, incredibly profound to stop and think for a second that a federal judge doesn't believe Todd Blanche. He doesn't have the credibility when he makes a representation in a legal filing. Because let me be clear, this is so unusual. You all know that in the course of this lawsuit, as a litigant, right, as a party to this lawsuit, I have made several representations, some of which I have done under penalties of perjury through a declaration, but some of which have just been representations that I have made to the court about some of the files or about some of the issues in this case. You haven't seen Judge Sullivan say Katie Fang must come and bring proof of what she's saying. And yet in this instance, that's exactly what he's doing. He's telling Todd Blanche, you have made representations to this court, but I don't believe you. So you have to bring proof that supports your claims that the redactions in this case are in full compliance with the law being the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Why? Well, one, I think Blanche has credibility problems no matter what. But two, recall in my particular lawsuit, just a few filings ago, Judge Sullivan entered a preliminary injunction wherein he said that Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche has conceded that he has violated the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Why? Because he never bothered to respond to my substantive arguments and claims. So not only has Judge Sullivan found, as a matter of fact and a matter of law, that Blanche has violated the Epstein Files Transparency Act, his ability to order Todd Blanche to show up to chambers with the unredacted documents and with proof supporting his claims that these are victims that are having their identification redacted. The order itself also says that the court has, quote, inherent authority to review materials in camera in cases in which sensitive materials may be an issue. The court has inherent authority to review such material ex parte in camera as part of its judicial review function. I have faith in Judge Sullivan's ability to be able to weed through the bullshit that Todd Blanche will likely try to shovel. And it's okay if I'm not there. I knew. Was hoping I could be there, but it's okay. Because as of right now, I have an order by way of a preliminary injunction that hasn't been overturned, hasn't been reversed, hasn't been changed or amended in any way, that says that I get the unredacted documents. This is just the sideshow created by Todd Blanche.
Ouch. She's going to get the unredacted files regardless. It's coming out, y'all.
But let's stay focused on the main event. Because so far, it's been knockout after knockout by me against Todd Blanche.
If you don't know what a preliminary injunction, it means that the person who gets the preliminary injunction granted in their favor is most likely to win the case. Not only most likely to win the case, but winning the case. And the only way that some shit gonna change is if that preliminary injunction gets canceled out or appealed. But right now, that preliminary injunction is, to even get a preliminary injunction granted in your favor means that you are most likely to win the case. That's what it means. So if she's most likely to win the case, it's very hard to get a preliminary injunction turned around. It means that the judge is already in favor of the person he granted that injunction to. So it looks like Katie Fang's gonna get the fucking redacted files. Maga.
But the overarching big question that we all know the after knock is just, it hasn't been overturned, hasn't been open. I could be there, but it's okay. Because as of right now, I have an order by way of a preliminary injunction that hasn't been overturned, hasn't been reversed, hasn't been changed or amended in any way, that says that I get the unredacted documents. This is just the sideshow created by Todd Blanche.
Ouch.
But let's stay focused on the main event.
Ouch.
Because
Go
so
look it
far,
up, dummies.
it's been knockout after knockout by me against Todd Blanche. But the overarching big question that we all know the answer to, what are you hiding, Donald Trump? What are you hiding, Trump DOJ? And what are you hiding, Todd Blanche, personal lawyer for convicted felon Donald Trump? Be mad, be outraged, demand accountability. Let's see what happens on Thursday, July 30th. In the meantime, of course, if anything comes from Judge Sullivan on those remaining areas about which I am gunning to get, I'll let you know. Also, if an appeal comes, which is very likely, you'll know. Trust me, you'll all know. Let's go rattle some cages. You, me, all of us. We're making some traction here, people. Let's celebrate these wins. Katie Fang here. We launched the Katie Fang News Channel in partnership with the Midas Touch Network so we could bring you the latest in legal and political news. Straight, no chaser. So if you're a fellow truth teller, hit that subscribe button and share the word about this channel so we can build a high information America together.
Want to get this damage machine for free? Use the code NEMESIS to claim.
Smash that like button, y'all. Double tap that screen. Let's get some likes up so we can get some more traffic up in this joint. Let's get it.
The epic Akemtum.
We have covered this Trump presidential library sitting on an valuable parcel of land in downtown Miami. You'll remember activist, professor, historian Dr. Marvin Dunn. He brought a lawsuit because, the backroom dealing that happened where Miami-Dade College, who originally owned the land, gave it to the state of Florida, and Ron DeSantis and his cronies then gifted it to the Trump presidential library for nothing.
World famous fake alpha Andrew Tate is in prison once again, where he truly belongs and should be most comfortable, but not to hear him tell it. He's complaining incessantly about the conditions there. Now, if you missed him being arrested yet again, he and his brother Tristan were arrested and face extradition to the UK for charges that include sexual assault and sex trafficking. And here is him being arrested. And normally arrest photos, there's no real reason to show them, but for this one, I think there is. That's that's an outfit. I told my producers over the weekend, I went and saw Joseph in the amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat, and this outfit is more gay than the amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat. No shame, I guess. I love purple as much as the next guy, but that's what you got arrested in? You couldn't throw on a coat? Anyway, here's him talking about the conditions in prison. He says, I am in special housing unit. My water faucet is broken. I am not allowed bottles of water. I have nothing clean to drink. My only other water comes from a shower, warm and from a brown and filthy faucet. It has given me persistent stomach problems. That's probably the lettuce. The water I am drinking is not clean. I am an American. I don't know why those have to be part of the same sentence. Anyway, innocent until proven guilty, but
Barron Trump is now being pulled into a potentially criminal investigation. Trump is furious as another Trump family member is hit with a remarkable demand. Now, I have to start with this. Barron Trump is an adult. Barron Trump is not a child. This has to be the first thing we start with when talking about it, because you always hear about, the children, the kids of elected officials are off limits. Trump still refers to his older sons as good kids, despite Don Jr. being almost 50 years old. So remember, we're talking about adults here. Now, before I even tell you what specifically this new investigation is about, I want to remind you that we know Barron Trump has been involved in politics behind the scenes. Barron Trump played a huge role in getting Trump into crypto stuff. Trump's entire family is now in this very lucrative crypto grift. Trump reportedly made about $1.3 billion from crypto in 2025, and never mind the amount that Trump's entire family made from the World Financial, I forget exactly the name of the organization they're involved with Witkoff's kids. That is Barron's influence that Trump has gotten so into crypto. Barron played a huge role in getting Trump on a lot of podcasts he did in the 2024 campaign, which, by the way, was good strategy. I've said it was smart. Put him on the Nelk Boys, put him on Lex Friedman on Rogan's show. That reportedly was at the encouragement of Barron Trump, and it helped play a role in Trump ultimately defeating Kamala Harris. So before we go any further, this is an adult. It's an adult that it's not like Tiffany Trump, who's an adult but not in any way involved with Trump's candidacy and presidency. It is an adult involved both in Trump's electoral campaigns and in money-making schemes. Bottom line, there is now a demand growing for testimony from Barron Trump. Our friend, Congresswoman Yasemin Ansari, explains it. She says Barron is tied to the recently arrested Taint brothers.
Ouch. Ouch, Barron. Barron. My beloved Barron, please don't take Barron. Don't lock Barron up. Take the Tate brothers, but do not take my son, Barron, please. What the fuck is going on? So Barron Trump is a little fucking psycho too? Apple don't fall far from the tree now, does it?
Andrew and Tristan Tate. There's rape, sexual assault being thrown around, possible extradition. And Congresswoman Ansari says, listen, we need his testimony.
Absolutely. I could not agree more. Barron Trump is an adult. He's a full-blown adult, and he is very influential in the Trump White House orbit. I mean, we know from the first administration and from this administration that the Trump children play a very big role in the administration and policies that are passed. They benefit financially from the way the Trump administration operates and the self-dealing and the corruption that takes place. We know, very famously, Ivanka Trump also, who I think even as a grown woman gets the same kind of treatment, right? Because of her relationship with her father, and the way Donald Trump talks about her. I think there are a lot of parallels to be drawn with the, Donald Trump Ivanka relationship and the way he tries to, let her get away with her actions. It's the same with Barron and Melania. But Ivanka had a very big role in the first administration. Jared Kushner is still conducting foreign policy on behalf of the United States. Barron Trump has not only been influential in the campaign and connecting the campaign to the manosphere, which of course Andrew Tate is a major influencer in that space, but he also has is similar to his brothers undertaking in corruption, undertaking in investments and prediction markets and stock trading.
So she's getting to a lot of the same substance that I'm pointing out, which is this guy is substantively involved. Now,
all right, ladies, what kind of crib y'all in and what y'all paying for home insurance in 2026?
3-bed ranch, full coverage, $520 a year. My mom see my bill and switched the next day.
Yeah,
4-bed, full coverage.
We should be precise about what's happening here. Barron Trump has not been charged with a crime. There's no public evidence that Barron committed a crime, participated in any decisions involving the Taint brothers. This is a request for testimony as part of a proposed congressional investigation into whether people around Trump are using political influence to help the Tates. Now, there could be criminal referrals that come from it, but we need to distinguish what this is from what it is not. Andrew and Tristan Tate are facing dozens of extraordinarily serious allegations in the UK, and the new charges reportedly include rape, sex trafficking against both of them, and in Andrew's case, a charge involving indecent images of a child. Of course, the brothers deny all wrongdoing, and the question for Congress is how two men facing allegations this serious managed to develop such extensive connections to the president's political movement, and also whether those connections affect United States policy. Andrew Tate has publicly claimed he knows the Trump family, he's communicated with Barron, and is very close with them. And the New Yorker has also reported apparent communications between Andrew Tate and Barron, although a spokesperson for Tate denies them, and MS Now now says it has not independently confirmed that. So what Congresswoman Ansari is asking the Republican Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer to investigate, and James Comer is a piece of, he's a piece of work. She says, we have detailed, direct, extensive communications between Tate and Barron. So we got to question Barron here. What did he know regarding the Tates? Did he communicate with Donald Trump or administration officials about their legal problems and whether anybody tried to influence their custody or travel restrictions, passport status, possible extradition? And Barron is only the tip of the iceberg. Junior, Donald Trump Jr., previously referred to the detention of the Tates in Romania as absolute insanity. J.D. Vance follows both of them on Twitter. The Tates have reportedly, or their representatives, have reportedly met with Congressman Wesley Hunt, with Richard Grenell, one of Trump's special envoys. They were accused of pressuring Romania on their behalf, although Grenell denies it at this point in time. So this is a network of connections very much worthy of scrutiny. If Barron merely communicated with Andrew Tate and had nothing to do with government policy, Trump's campaign, the crypto schemes, all of it, he can come in and he can say that under oath. And being asked questions doesn't mean you're guilty. But the Trump standard seems to be any investigation involving Trump or anybody near him must be illegitimate by default.
And you know what that means? It must be some shit to hide. Open them motherfucking files. Crack all that shit open. Let's see. Because we getting closer to the truth, y'all. Smash that like button if you want to get closer to the truth. Let's go.
And Republicans can go and investigate Hunter Biden for years. Joe Biden doesn't get in the way. They display his private pictures in Congress and drag him before committees. But asking an adult member of the Trump family, what do you know, is considered this unthinkable assault on the family. Give me a break. Now, James Comer is not going to pursue this, of course. House Republicans have no appetite for investigating anybody connected to Trump. They risk being subjected to Trump's wrath.
Yeah, we hate lies. We hate bigots. We hate racists. And we hate weirdos and pedos. So you saying that, yeah, we hate all that shit. Now, which one are you?
But the real danger for Trump is November. If Democrats win the House, which they are likely to do, right now it looks most likely outcomes Democrats win the House, but not the Senate. Democrats get subpoena power. And at that point, the Tates' connections to Barron, Don Jr., Grenell, the broader MAGA establishment could become the subject of a serious investigation. The central question, did anyone use access to the president of the U.S. to protect Andrew and Tristan Tate from international law enforcement? Barron's last name being Trump doesn't prove he did anything wrong, but it shouldn't make him untouchable either. And that's where we stand right now. One of the best parts of a good meal is
That's what's up, Morts. What you mean, are you being flagged, Pitt? Not that I know of.
Sometimes something people overlook, having great bread. When a meal includes fresh, warm bread, everything feels a little bit better, which is why I love our sponsor, Wild Grain. Wild Grain is the first bake from frozen subscription box for sourdough breads, artisanal pastries, and fresh pastas. Everything arrives frozen, bakes in 25 minutes or less with no thawing required. Boxes are fully customizable. You can do variety, gluten-free, vegan, protein options. I love the garlic butter demi baguette. Comes out crisp on the outside.
We know you're not leaving. Y'all motherfuckers always say that shit and don't leave. The fuck out of here.
Side soft in the middle. Really easy. Weeknight dinner feels much has over $1 off. Link is.
So as House Speaker Mike Johnson has announced here on that cesspool called X, in 100 days, the people of this country have a critical choice.
3-in-1 that actually turned him on. His confidence hits different with Rejet Ready. Dissolves in his tongue and works in 15 minutes on average and can last up to 36 hours. Rejet Ready is the first.
Is in the description. Donald Trump spent years cultivating the image that he is the real anti-war candidate. He contrasted himself with Bush, with Obama, with Biden. He said Hillary will start 5 wars and Biden's going to take us to war. He upended the so-called foreign policy establishment that loves endless wars. He said Iraq was a mistake, even though at the time he said he would have gone in. He told voters he was going to end wars rather than start them. And now he's in a war that was going to last 3 weeks. It's at more than 4 months. And he is saying, I didn't really promise or get.
I'm right here in Miami. I'm right here in Miami. Come get me. Arrest me.
My message to the UK government is I'm not afraid of you. And I'm not afraid of the UK lawyers. I'm not afraid of the UK judge. I'm not afraid of any of it because I've done nothing wrong.
I'm in Beverly Hills. Come get me. I'm not hard to find. I post my location on Twitter and I'm 6'3", walking around Beverly Hills with a crowd of adoring fans.
Now, Andrew Tate's latest arrest has made major headlines. British authorities are currently seeking to extradite Andrew and his brother Tristan from the United States to the UK, where they now face a combined 49 criminal charges. Both brothers have denied every allegation and are fighting extradition from the United States. But while looking into everything, I came across all these older clips of Andrew Tate speaking as if powerful institutions would eventually come after him.
Tell everyone I'm a human trafficker. You think I'm not versed? You think I'm not ready? I'm a Navy SEAL in this shit. Come get me, raid my house, take my stuff. You think I sleep with a phone full of evidence? You think I don't wipe my phone every night? You think I'm dumb? Come get me, arrest me, let's do this all over again. I've done it for 4 years in Romania. You think I'm scared of your state jail?
Those statements, as far as I know, did not cause his arrest, but they became more notable once the legal cases against him began to unfold. Long before his latest arrest, Andrew Tate had built a public image around fearlessness, controversy, and the belief that powerful institutions wanted to silence him.
Have you trafficked anybody?
Absolutely not.
Exploited any women for money?
Absolutely not.
And for a while, every controversy only seemed to make him bigger, until eventually everything changed. Andrew Tate is innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law. Now, as Andrew Tate's audience grew, so did the backlash surrounding him. His most provocative statements spread across social media, and every new controversy seemed to make him even more visible. But Andrew did not treat that criticism as ordinary disagreement. He began framing it as part of something much.
Oh my God, dude. He is getting, why they arrested me, he's getting community noted, which is amazing. He's getting brutal community notes. All right, and now look at what he said. He's doing this shit. He's trying to adopt Nick Fuentes' language, right? Nick Fuentes called it a Me Too. And he says, England invented a Me Too from 20 years ago, and I now languish in an American maximum security jail as a political prisoner, dude. A shame. Dude, look at this idiot. He thinks he's Nelson Mandela. Like, come on, man. You know what I'm saying? Come on, boss. Give me a fucking break, okay? What a whiner. A new criminal case. The UK has failed. Dude, they're dredging up all these old tweets. They're trying so hard. Dude, email me in prison. I mean, this guy is not living a hard life. But this was the one, dude. Oh my God, look at this. Dude, look at it. He did it. He did not. Look at this. He pulled up a tweet from last year, guys. And he actually mentions Nelson Mandela, Malcolm X, Donald Trump, and Andrew G.A.Y. Tate. Come on, bro. Oh my God. Give me a fucking break, dude. These guys are like, to even put Donald Trump in there is so funny. Like you have these guys that are literally changing the world for the better. These guys that are fighting like serious institutions. And then you have Donald Trump, who is fighting to protect the oppressed white Christians that have power and control over everything. Like, dude, just idiots, bro. Oh my God, dude. All this, people, look at people's responses. Dude, this is so funny. Dude, Blakely, it's like bro sells online courses and thinks he's Nelson Mandela. This guy's like, get ready for jail, pussy.
A full cart that's lighter on your wallet. That's a breath of fresh air. Download the Upside app and get a $15 bonus on your first purchase.
Dude, I love it. I love the responses. They're going apeshit. But right here, this is the one that I saw, guys. This one was like, I saw this tweet and was like, it was tiny violins, okay? Tiny violins started playing. Oh, and they were playing, oh, Tatey, oh, Tatey, you want to come here? Oh, come have a little bite on the nipple. Come here, Tatey. Oh, the tiny violins. Oh, Tatey is so oppressed. There's no parking space for his Bugatti in the special housing unit. Dude, they don't have a parking space for the Bugatti, I guess, at the Federal Detention Center in downtown Miami. Oh. Well, look at this. He says, I'm in special housing unit. My water faucet is broken. I am not allowed bottles of water in shoe. I have nothing clean to drink. My only water comes from the shower, warm, and from a brown and filthy faucet. It has given me persistent stomach problems. The water I am drinking is not clean. I am an American. Dude, so dramatic. You know, guys, wait a second, though. Is there a data center? He sounds like he's not in prison. He sounds like he lives by a data center. Interesting. We'll have to go look at the map and see if there's a data center close by. Dude, what a fucking crybaby. Seriously. What a whiner. You have nothing clean to drink? All right, Andy. Yo, Andy. It's Political Punk here. Thanks for calling. Yo, I'm reading your tweet. And I got to say, bro, my heart breaks for you. Yes. Though, like, oh my God, the not having clean water, having to drink water out of your shower, your water faucet is broken. That is like truly heartbreaking. But I do have a little bit of advice. All right, you ready? You sitting down? Okay. So my advice is don't rape. Okay? How about that? How's that sound? Huh? You fucking piece of shit? Maybe don't rape. Maybe don't cam underage girls. All right? Maybe don't abuse women. Don't make like 100 videos talking about choking them out and shit. And then you wouldn't be drinking out of a dirty faucet, you fucking beta. Dude, seriously. Shut the fuck up. All right? Nobody wants to hear your crybaby shit, man. You got to stop complaining. You got to start becoming the master of your domain there, little guy. Oh, broken water faucet. Oh. All right, fuck you. Bye-bye. Jesus. Sorry. I didn't want to have to, like, you know, drop truth bombs on that dumbass. But, like, yo, dude. Seriously, what is wrong with this guy? What a whiner, dude.
My neighbor is a cannibal. Hey, Pitt. My neighbor is a cannibal. Shut your bitch ass up. Don't nobody want to hear that shit, man. That's what your ass get. You want to fucking mash down on girls, young girls, underage girls. You want to tell women what to do and act like you a fucking alpha? Man, you's a bitch. You's a straight bitch. I can't wait.
Dude, look at this one. That sounds dreadful. Oh my God, someone hit him with the cat filing their nails. Right? Oh, dude, the guy who spent years telling men to stop complaining and be a man is out here writing full essays about dirty shower water. And his stomach problem. Dude. Oh, look at this guy. Remember to leave a bad review on TripAdvisor or something. Oh, Jesus, dude. TripAdvisor. Oh my God, that shit is so good, dude. The TripAdvisor. Oh, look at this, dude. This guy, special housing unit water experience. Dude, broken faucet, no bottles allowed, forced to drink warm water around filthy shower. What are my rights? 1 star. Would not recommend. Oh, shit. Andrew T. Today. God, that shit just cracks me up. Bro. Oh my God. Oh, dude. Have you tried running the water through your purple blouse to filter it? Oh, shit, dude. Isn't that funny? Oh my God, dude. They are fucking
blouses.
The internet. Sometimes, guys, sometimes the internet just makes it all worthwhile. Oh my God, dude. Dude, that is so good. Bro, so good. What is he doing, man? Now, where is the pooping information, dude? Is he shitting himself? I mean, we hear about the cannibal, right? But is he actually having to use a bucket? Is that what it is? Does he have no water?
Yeah, I
is
thought
there
he was
no
a
way
tough
to
guy, too.
flush the toilet? Is he having to bucket this shit? Oh, I get it. No. I get it now. What they're saying is they're implying because he's having stomach problems, his persistent stomach problems, meaning he's shitting himself. That must be where they're drawing the inference, right? That he's having, because of his persistent stomach problems from drinking the dirty shower water, that he's spending most of his time perhaps tweeting from the metal commode, right? Right? He's like, oh, here it comes. Oh, here it comes. Oh. Severe stomach problems, right? And yeah, there we go. I saw this picture, that old picture of Tate when he got out of jail in Romania and they fucking put it on the toilet. Oh my God.
I'll keep this quick. We need a huge number of donations today to flip this U.S. Senate seat in Texas. If everyone watching this right now made a contribution, we'd reach our goal in seconds. But I know not everyone can give right now. So if you care about taking back...
Dude. What a pig, bro. This guy is just a whiner. He is soft. He is. Dude, I mean, let me just tell you, though. Can I just be straightforward with you here? I have known quite a few of the, like, macho manosphere kind of people. But, like, these manosphere guys are the softest men around. They are. They're babies, okay? These manosphere guys that, like, talk this cock-walking shit and, like, berate women and shit like that, those guys are all fucking candy-ass soft. They're all mama's boys. Every last one of them is a fucking mama's boy, and they end up, like, dating women who mother them, okay? They do. They like women that mother them, that baby them, that take care of all their shit. They are, like, so soft. They are such babies. They are such fucking babies. Everyone I've ever known that was like a real misogynist, manosphere hard guy, every dude I've ever known that way has been butter. Okay? They're butter. They have no fucking fortitude whatsoever. They get really stressed out and emotional when things go wrong. And it's funny too, because they'll be the first person to talk about women being too emotional, but the minute something goes wrong, they are like, oh my God, they're beside themselves. Okay? They are beside themselves when they don't get what they want, when it doesn't go their way. They're just so, dude, it's always like that. Always. I mean, If he is having stomach problems, though, there is a good chance that it might be just running out of him. That brown water, brown water in, brown water out. Oh yeah, I agree. He deserves all the discomfort in the world. Yo, political punk here. I know, it's killing me. Seriously, guys, if you like what we do around here, go ahead and hit that subscribe button, drop a like, and turn those noties on. And I wouldn't be anywhere without the member. Some new details have come to light in the Andrew Tate case, guys. The more I find out about the Tate case, the more I am like, what is going on exactly? You know why Andrew Tate didn't get bail, guys? It's because of the Trump DOJ. The Trump DOJ fought to prevent the Tate brothers from getting bail. They are like actively fighting to put these guys away. It's wild. Now, the question I wonder, are Andrew and Tristan Tate about to get Epstein? That is what I wonder. We do have to ask ourselves, people, is there a connection between Barron Trump and what went down in the UK with that girl getting beaten up on the FaceTime and him calling the UK and like saving her life and her Russian boyfriend going to prison? Was that Barron Trump event connected somehow to Andrew Tate? And is that part of the reason why Trump and the Trump admin are abandoning Tate and letting him get extradited? I mean, something happened. Now, first off, they're crying. Look at this. Dude, they're saying, oh, they're not feeding us. Oh, they're not feeding us. Oh, I lost 6 pounds. Oh, boo-boo. Dude, they're in SHU, which is the special housing unit. They're in the wing of the jail that Epstein was in. But dude, here's the bombshell. Look at this. The U.S. DOJ is formally requesting that they be detained without bond. I repeat, the U.S. DOJ, Trump's DOJ, filed a document with the court saying these guys are flight risks. We think they should be held without bond.
Look at what just got here. And this. I got all of this from Timu's $0 sale. All you have to do to get your $0 items is copy this code, enter in the search bar, and start shopping.
For the duration of the case. That's insane. They're requesting that Emory Andy, they're requesting that Emory Andy not have bail. And guys, to me, that's just mind-blowing because it's really weird that they just slammed the door. These guys are definitely the sacrificial lambs. The Trump admin, everyone in their circle, everyone in power is turning on these guys, which I don't know. I'm trying to figure out why is it. And that might be it. Remember Barron and the UK woman? Remember that incident with Barron Trump? Something went on here with this guy, right? With Matvey Rumenatsev. He assaulted a woman, and then Barron Trump said he witnessed the attack in a video call. It was January of last year. They had been drinking, and he was jealous after seeing her, like, this is their story. He was jealous about her being in contact with Barron Trump. And then during a FaceTime interaction, right, while he was FaceTiming with her, this guy came in and started beating her. And then he filmed her to humiliate her. And then Barron called the UK. And then he said he met her on social media and that the details of how they knew each other did not matter. So this is interesting too, because I guess when he called the UK and was trying to report it, they were probing him for, how do you know this girl? And he was like, how I know her doesn't matter. She's being abused. But guys, this, okay, Barron Trump, the Trumps and Russian people, they have a long history. So something about this is definitely fishy. Something goes on. There's some shit going on with Barron. We have this weird shit going on in the UK, whatever. And then, Barron is, is this connected to Tate? This could be connected to Tate. So it was January 18th of last year. All right. So last year, right before the inauguration, this goes down. And a year later, they're giving up Emory Andrew. I mean, maybe, guys. All I know is this is nuts. This is nuts that Trump's DOJ, not only did Trump say emphatically, I'm not going to help. Caroline Leavitt's like he's not helping. Marco Rubio said he's not helping. And then we find out the reason they didn't get bail is because the Trump DOJ said, we don't want these guys to have bail. And I'm telling you right now, guys, is this related? Was there some...
So, ooh, Barron, you done fucked up, boy. Smash that like button, y'all. If y'all want to hear the truth and y'all want to get to the bottom of some shit, this is the place for it. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, turn on all notifications, and share the live stream to somebody you know would love to be in on this shit.
Going on in the UK, and the UK, has something on Barron, and then Trump's like, well, I hear you have some interest in Andrew Tate. Right? How about we give you Andrew Tate?
Shout out to you, Morts. Make sure you subscribe, man. Come back.
How do you feel about that? And they're like, Barron who? Dude, Tate is in business with all kinds of Russians. And, right, both Tate brothers and everybody that they party with and hang out with in Dubai, they're all in bed with the fucking Russian mafia. Like, are you kidding me? They were working with the fucking casino and shit in Romania. Like, believe me, they're in cahoots with Russians, which is why we don't know who that fucking guy is. You know what I mean? That guy could have been a business partner of somebody that Tate was in business with. Like, Barron could have gotten involved with a girl that was connected to Tate that created this scenario where Trump was like, dude, like, Tate's gonna fucking sell out my kid. My kid's gonna end up getting in trouble because of this guy. Because you gotta remember, guys, okay? If we look at the timeline, this was right before the inauguration. Okay, so Tate and all the influencers work, Aiden Ross, everybody, to get Trump elected. Trump wins in November. In December, Tate did a Zoom call with Barron. All right, he's doing a Zoom call with Barron. Tate's friend Justin Waller introduced Barron to a tailor. They did the suit he was wearing to inauguration. A month later, on January 18th, Barron is in this mysterious FaceTime with a woman who's dating a Russian national in London. Like a month later, and then that shit blows up. And then, like 2 months after that, Trump and Grinnell get Tate out of Romania, and then everything is done, right? But maybe there was something more to that shit. Maybe there was some other piper that needed to be paid, or some shit came out later, and then Trump realized that Barron was in the middle of this shit because of Tate, and now he's like going to sell Tate off to the UK in exchange for making sure that Barron is left out of this whole thing, right? I mean, it wouldn't be beyond, to think that Tate would get Barron entangled in something, because then he would have Trump's protection. But maybe he got him entangled in a way where they were like, whoa, all right.
Introducing the AV 2.1 fixed wing helmet. Lighter, stronger, breathable. Feel the difference with a 21% lighter build, an improved center of gravity by 22%, and a 2.6 degree wider field of view. Subjected and passed 53 environmental tests, including wind blast, sled, and impact testing. This helmet is engineered for the skies. It combines the resilience of carbon fiber with an ergonomic design to offer optimal lightweight durability and protection. Innovative features include an impact liner consisting of a skeleton EPS frame with 7 Koroyd inserts for superior cooling and impact absorption. An adjustable fit system that securely cradles your occipital increases helmet stability. Showcasing our Airflow Comfort Liner, equipped with moisture-wicking technology and plush padding for exceptional comfort. Customize your helmet using the magnetic dual visor system. This system includes an easy-to-remove inner visor and a magnetic outer visor, available in 6 color options for crystal clear visibility. Achieve perfect audio clarity and function with industry-leading active noise reduction communication systems. Upgrade your flying experience with state-of-the-art protection, superior comfort, and advanced features. Fly with the future of aerial technology. The AV 2.1 fixed-wing helmet.
Here's what your body goes through when you start taking nature's Ozempic for 4 weeks. Minutes after your first pouch, you'll feel the constant sugar cravings finally disappearing. That's the 85% pharmaceutical grade Carvacrol killing the bad bacteria and yeast in your gut that have been making you crave sweets nonstop. Within hours, oregano oil starts rebalancing your gut flora and cutting off the root cause of your overeating. You'll notice you're not bloated after meals anymore. The black seed oil is already fighting the inflammation that's been keeping you puffy and swollen. Week 2, your clothes start fitting completely different around your waist and hips. People at work start asking if you're doing something different. The thymoquinone keeps your stress hormone cortisol from forcing you to store belly fat. You're burning fat 24/7, even while you sleep. Your body has become a fat burning machine.
This, I mean, I don't know what it could look like, but I think the timing of that is weird. Trump gets elected, Barron is like the arbiter of this shit, then Barron and Tate have contact, then a month later, you know, Barron is now hanging out on FaceTime with some girl and a Russian national in London. That's weird. And there's like physical violence, which is like a guy beating up a girl on a FaceTime with the president's son. Think about that. If a Russian national who's willing to beat up a woman while she
these motherfuckers in trouble.
Is on a FaceTime with the son of the president of the United States. That's a pretty ballsy fucking move, right? That is a Russian national that is not worried about, you know what I mean? Like, that is somebody who does not give a fuck, bro. Right? I mean, think about that. It's crazy enough to beat up a woman while she's on a FaceTime with somebody because you know you're going to get arrested. But like she's FaceTiming with the president of the United States' son, and you're going to beat the shit out of her on camera and like pick it up and look at it, identify yourself to the dude. That's kind of weird behavior. That is like mobster behavior, right? You know what I mean? That is like some type of, I'm untouchable kind of behavior that does that. Feels very mafia. This Russian guy was like, had not a care in the goddamn world while he's beating a woman, and that's just, it reeked of mafia. And so maybe that first visit when Grinnell got Tate out of Romania, maybe they brought Tate here to be like, what the did you just get my kid involved in? And what the fuck is going on, right? Maybe that wasn't a we love you visit. Maybe that visit was you're on fucking thin ice. Like, I don't know. Like maybe Tate like roped Barron into something. Okay, Barron's young. Maybe Barron got involved in some crypto shit. It could have been that Barron was, whatever, messaging that girl, and maybe the Russian mob beat up that girl because Barron owed them a bunch of money or something. I mean, we don't know, but that beating a woman up and then picking up her camera and identifying yourself to the son of the president of the United States while you're doing it is about as mobster of a move as I've ever seen. Because at that point, that guy knows he's going to jail, that Russian dude does. And he did not care. He was, he like...
Yeah, Pitt, we on his ass. We weed out the bullshit real easy.
Statement made, bro. Dude, that shit is nuts. All right, something's going on. I mean, think about this with the Tate thing. Because there was another guy, okay, one of Epstein's associates who just died in France like a week ago. Do you think the Tates are going to get put in jail in the UK and like something's going to happen? This guy, Daniel Syed, 5 days ago.
This year, these Republicans are
Model Scout who connected women to Epstein found dead in France.
to make our
Dude, this literally just fucking happened, bro. They were reopening the case and they were about to question him and they found him dead in his house near Paris. This was last week. Isn't that nuts? So, guys, this could be the Tates, right? This could be the Tates. Maybe they end up in, some prison in the UK. Something happens. I mean, let me just tell you this, guys. Something is up. Something is up with the Tate Trump thing. Everyone in Trump land is snubbing these guys. 1 year ago, nobody was snubbing them. Okay, 1 year ago, Grenell was helping them, get out of Romania. It was looking like everybody was using this narrative of the charges have been, trumped up by Romania. It's false. They're innocent. They've been living the life. Okay. And then all of a sudden, the UK charges come up, which granted, the UK charges are very real. They, if you've listened to any of Andrew Tate's material.
Hey, Brandon Clark, you ever heard of a fucking investigation? Sometimes you gotta let shit run its course while the investigation is going on, and hopefully the dummies will do more incriminating shit. But you can't fuck up an investigation by just saying it when you hear about it. You gotta let these motherfuckers get into the character. Wake the fuck up, Brandon, and stop being stupid.
You know that they fled the UK, and you know it was because of underage girls. So these charges in the UK are serious.
Rock James,
but
let's go.
I'm telling you, man, they all have turned on them. Very much so. Very much like door slamming, just complete like who? Tate who? We were never even close to this guy. It's really...
Look, y'all, Brandon Clark, he leading his sentence off with Democrats. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. If that's what you gotta lead your sentence off with, just get the fuck out. This ain't no Democratic live stream, goofy.
Strange, guys. Yo, political punk here. I know, it's killing me. Seriously, guys, if you like what we do around here, go ahead and hit that subscribe button, drop a like, and turn those noties on. And I wouldn't be anywhere without the members. So if you...
Well, him trying to sue the BBC is one of the things that is going to get his ass fucked over. He should have left the BBC the fuck alone. Now look what's happening, dumbass.
Hit the join button. We really appreciate that too. Thank you so much, guys. It's getting crazy out there, and I'm just really glad to not be going through this alone. All right? All right, keep your chin up. Let's go, boss. All right, fuck you. Bye-bye.
And Groomy, you can get the fuck out too. Hey, Groomy, you lie in my chat one more time, you getting the fuck out. This a truth-telling live stream. We ain't over here to let you come in here fake like you a neutral, and then your fake ass in here trying to bleed in bullshit. So, this ain't no echo chamber. You can say your opinion, but you can't sit in here and spew lies as facts.
The Jeffrey Epstein files have become a defining issue for Trump in his first year back at the White House, stoking allegations that his administration is covering up for the most notorious sexual predator in recent American history and his accomplices. But something that's flown under the radar is the story of how this man and his brother, two of them there, both facing charges of rape and human trafficking in Romania, were suddenly allowed to return to the United States, and how the Trump administration might have been involved in that. One of those men, Andrew Tate, is one of the most proudly, violently misogynistic influencers in the world, with an enormous following online, particularly among young men and even teenage boys. And in his online content, he and his brother have bragged about their recruitment and exploitation of women to make pornography.
You mean a big boy like your illiterate-ass president? Bigly? And very, and many? Shut your dumb ass up.
Both brothers have repeatedly denied criminal wrongdoing. Well, now the New York Times, in a remarkable investigative report, finds that they were released from Romanian custody only after Trump administration officials intervened. An official in the White House told the Times that it was not involved in Tate's legal matters. The Times reports that 6 days before Trump's inauguration, Andrew...
AK Cell, you wild for that one. My type of wild.
Tate wrote in a text, quote, "I had word from the Trump administration that they're on top of things. I've been told I'll be free soon." And here is how the Tate brothers reacted when, in fact, they were freed. And they boarded their flights back to the States the very next month.
You know you are, Andrew. You know what we are? We are back. We are so back. No one has ever been more back than we just got.
It's true. And we never really left. So now we're back. Never left, but we're massively back.
Megyn, too, is a Pulitzer Prize-winning investigative reporter for the New York Times, one of the reporters who broke that story, and she joins me now. It's great to have you here. This is phenomenal work.
Thanks for having me.
I say that to you a lot because it's always true. So first, I guess, just for folks that don't know who Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan are, can you just give us a sense of who they are and what kind of content they made and what their message is?
Smash that like, y'all. Let's get the likes up. Double tap that screen and definitely share the live stream.
Sure. So they are huge stars in the so-called manosphere. Andrew Tate, in particular, has built a massive audience of mostly young men.
Well, go do it, Mike.
By preaching brazen masculinity and chauvinism. And they have also taught courses on how to date women and exploit women and make money, and have also, very notably, run a porn business for about a decade, in which they kind of bragged about basically dating women and then steering those girlfriends into making content, online sexual content, in which they take most of the profits.
If I'm not mistaken, I think one of the courses they offered was like a pimping course, right? It had the acronym PIMP.
Yeah,
right?
it was a PhD, short for pimping hose degree.
Yes, and the whole idea was, and again, they would say this, is we will teach you how to find women, create some sort of what appears to be romantic connection with them, and then use that to manipulate them into them making sexual content that you profit off of, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And they were born in the United States, but grew up, spent much of their life growing up in Britain. And so they launched this porn business, if you will, around the mid-2010s when they were based in Britain. And then in 2015, they moved to Romania. We found out Andrew was actually under criminal investigation then for alleged assaults of multiple women. And as he tells it, thought that Romania, was a place where you could get away with a lot of stuff that you couldn't get away with in the West.
I think he even said that,
He even
right?
said that, yes.
Get away with.
Yeah, exactly. And so they moved, they basically relocate to Romania.
That's what happened when you talk too fucking much. That's that white privilege coming out of his fucking mouth.
And so they're running this business out of both like Britain and Romania. They're growing it into a variety of platforms with a variety of women. And so they're doing all these things simultaneously. They're doing the porn business. Then they're teaching the online courses in which they're basically saying, we'll teach you the lessons we've learned from this.
And there's some of the the MMA stuff, fighting and working out. And they're like, he's super ripped and all that, like all of that stuff adjacent to the sort of exploitation.
Yeah, exactly. Like super fitness. I mean, Andrew got his start as a professional kickboxer.
Right.
So it's really maximized that image.
So they have this huge following. Now, so that's sort of uncontested, right?
But every time I seen him fight, he got his ass whipped. Bitch ass boy ain't tough.
That part of it. Like that this is what they're about. And they've said it, and they've talked about needing to treat women like slaves, and you need to dominate them, and you need to treat them like a dog, that you say to them, you give them orders, right? And that you have to condition them the way you condition a dog. That's all stuff they've said. There are a variety of criminal allegations against them. Let's start with the Romania case. That was the reason they couldn't leave the country, because they were under indictment.
That's right. Well, actually, the reality is that they're actually under criminal investigation.
Sorry, criminal investigation. It's a different process.
It's a different process. So they have been, since late 2022, they have been under criminal investigation in Romania. And the allegations are there that they have coerced dozens of women into their porn business, into what amounts to trafficking. And that Andrew has raped one of those women.
Exactly.
And they also, there's accusations that he had sex with and beat a 15-year-old. And so those...
I want to just say that again. There's an accusation that he had sex with and beat a 15-year-old.
Correct. And so this case, as the prosecutors have been building this case, they have repeatedly sought to keep these guys confined. And so they had been prohibited from leaving the country as the prosecutors are building this case, with the prosecutors saying that they posed a public danger and a flight
Fuck off with your blow-up pool.
risk.
I want to read some of these texts that you have gotten in the article. This is a woman who says, do you want me to be your slave or your wife? This is a woman who, again, he's sort of, it seems to be recruiting kind of quasi-romantically and then maybe trying to move him to something else. You'll do whatever I tell you, which is the same thing. I'll choose a woman to be my wife. She'll love me enough to let me tell her what I feel like. I will decide if she's a slave. And then this is a text exchange in a text chat titled Pimps. This is two associates, along with Tristan, the brother, discussed how to punish a woman who said she would no longer work for them. Tristan Tate, the move now is as follows. Okay, both of you go, get her out of the house. Okay, hit her if you have to. I don't care. Don't let her take her things. Thanks. Okay.
Oh, them bitches going to jail. And guess what? It's y'all time to go to jail. It's your fucking time to go to jail.
You're right. Those are among the text messages that the prosecutors have gathered. I mean, we've been pouring through hundreds of pages of court records from Romania.
K-Cell, welcome home.
Which they've gathered together and spelled out what they say is a long pattern of this behavior with a variety of women.
There are other criminal charges in England, am I right?
Yeah, absolutely. So in Britain, prosecutors have authorized charges. They're not just under investigation. They've authorized charges of trafficking and rape against both brothers there. And those are charges that they'll have to face when the Romania case is complete. They'll have to go to Britain and face those there. And we also realized, one of the things we discovered in the course of our reporting, I worked on this with my colleague, Isabella Quai, and what we found was that here in the United States since 2022, anti-trafficking agents at the Department of Homeland Security, as well as federal prosecutors here in New York, the ones who eventually won a conviction of Sean Combs, have been investigating the Tate brothers.
We should also note that almost immediately upon return, a girlfriend of Andrew Tate's accused him of assault and rape. He denies those charges. She has now sued him. He has countersued her for defamation.
Right.
So that happened immediately after it came back. Now, everyone, I think, has a picture of these individuals at this point. They were in Romania. It's very clear from your reporting, even though the Trump administration has tried very hard to run away from it and deny it, and Romanian officials have tried to deny it, that there was some pressure put by the Trump administration to get these guys back to the U.S.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, what we found was that their release from Romania was really the culmination of years-long efforts by Andrew Tate in particular to forge very strategic alliances with prominent figures on the American right, media figures like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, people in the Trump family, first Don Jr. and then Barron. And then eventually some of his supporters, who were very public with their support and defense of him and their criticism of the Romanian criminal case, ascended into the Trump administration.
Alina Habba has talked about him. Richard Grenell, who has a kind of freelance portfolio and in fact admits that he discussed the case with a Romanian official.
Right. So, right, exactly. Paul Ingrassia, who actually served on the Trump's legal team, he ascends into the administration as well. And so after this new administration comes in, Richard Grenell in particular, we found, had discussions with at least 2 Romanian officials about the Tate's case. One at Mar-a-Lago in December of 2024, the second.
Holy shit, y'all. The Tate brothers might be the chink in the motherfucking armor that take the whole regime down.
In February at a conference, an international conference in Munich. And what we also found was that within days of that second conversation, an order from the highest levels of the Romanian government came down to the prosecutors in the criminal case saying, you gotta strike a compromise with the Tate brothers. And they did not.
They were unhappy.
They were outraged, but they did follow through with ultimately lifting their travel bans, which the Romanian prime minister believed was going to appease the Trump administration.
It's truly it's really a shocking set of events and incredibly scrupulous reporting about all this. And people should check it out at the New York Times, where you can read some of these texts and you can read more about some of.
Yep. Just like Trump hanging out with fucking Jeffrey Epstein. This shit is inheritance. He inherited being a fucking PDF.
The allegations against Andrew Tate and his brother, which the men deny. You should definitely check it out. Megan Twohey.
Uh-oh.
Why is this thing giving me the Jesus chills? This thing is called the Hero Bible. It's the entire Bible turned into an...
Somebody please get a straight jacket and put it on Donald. He needs an involuntary psychiatric 5150 hold. This is what he's posting all last night. He's posting the fireworks show from July 4th, which was awful, by the way. And he's saying, greatest fireworks show ever. Here's to 250 more, America. And you all remember that fireworks show where Trump just blew up all the fireworks at the same time in Washington, D.C. So all you saw is smoke. Why was he posting this on the evening of July 27th while the Bab el-Mandab Strait is closed, while the Strait of Hormuz is closed, while 3 oil refineries and Saudi Arabia are blown up, while Iran has rejected all talks with him and he's pretending that Iran so desperately wants to make a deal while our economy is suffering? By the way, he then reposts from July 5th Howard Lutnick showing a Trump gold card, and Trump is reposting that the evening of July 27th. We already know that nobody's bought this Trump gold card, which gets you immediate citizenship status if you just pay $5 million or $10 million or whatever the hell it is. But why are you holding up a Trump gold card and reposting that while you have treasury yields at record highs, while Trump is crashing the economy? That's what you're posting. But he just kept on doing post after post like this one, taking down the scaffolding around the re-gilded arts of war sculptures. Okay, so while your regime is ripping away healthcare from the American people, shutting down rural hospitals, taking away critical services from the American people to, give it to Netanyahu and to the military-industrial complex to blow up little girls in Manab and to engage in other war crimes, this is what you're posting? The re-gilded arts of war sculpture? Nobody wants any of this. Then he posts a weird photo of himself pretending that he's digging a ditch near the White House. I'm sure you're the one digging, Donald. Yeah, great post. Then he reposts Paul Ingrassia, one of his top MAGA sycophants, and this was his post last night. The most electrifying elevating firework display. And what's your obsession with the freaking firework display from July 4th? I mean, again, some of the most deranged behavior imaginable. Then he posted this last night. Confirm Todd Blanche without delay. This is no time for juvenile political theater. Juvenile political theater? You have turned the Department of Justice into a criminal racketeering scheme. Y'all are involved in covering up child sex trafficking rings. You're settling billion-dollar cases with yourself, giving yourself super pardons to prevent audits of your disgusting and despicable past of not paying taxes. That will confirm Todd Blanche, everybody, while you create slush funds for January 6th insurrectionists and refuse to put anything in writing that you are taking away the slush fund so you can have a loophole to potentially reinstitute it. But all we know is that you just care about not paying your taxes as you quid pro quo grifted billions of dollars, about $4 to $5 billion you made that we know about. But in reality, that's just what we're seeing disclosed. You probably made tens of billions of dollars pilfering from the American people. Oh, and then this loser, this post after post after post, right? This is what he posted last night. The failing New York Times, after 10 years of harassment, slander, and libel, just failed again in their desperate attempt to have our powerful defamation lawsuit against them dropped. I mean, a powerful defamation case. So Trump previously sued the New York Times for $15 billion, alleging decades of defamation against him. $15 billion, right? This is different than the $10 billion lawsuit against the BBC. It's different than the $10 billion lawsuit against the Treasury Department and the IRS. He just sues everybody. 10 billion, 15 billion. And he says, I'm so emotionally
Paul weak ass in here, y'all. Look at Paul. You beta. You's a beta. All y'all some betas. Bunch of weak sauce chumps.
Dressed you've
Do y'all dress like Andrew Tate is the question, you weaklings.
Harm my reputation so much that I'm entitled to $10 billion, despite the fact that he's made more money in the Oval Office than he's ever did by multiples of multiples of multiples, destroying the livelihoods of Americans and pilfering the money for himself. But he's bragging in this post that he lost the case, right? The judge granted the New York Times motion to strike. So the New York Times won. And then, as is commonplace in litigation, although lots of people criticize the American legal system for this, courts often give the losing party what's called leave to amend. One more shot to amend your lawsuit, just so courts don't throw it out right away, just in case there's any defects in the complaint. Now, Trump has always abused leave to amend because he drags out the case and tries to cause the other side to expend lots of money by delay. So what happened here is Trump lost. Okay, but he got leave to amend to correct his defective complaint and has one more try. So Trump's bragging about that as a win. That's, I guess, like bragging that, Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz right now, so you think that's a win? or when the MOU was in place, 10% of the traffic that took place,
ankles out.
that takes place now than what took place before the war started. Now it's 10% of what existed before. That's what you're declaring a win. Or when you do a so-called deal with China, when they buy 10% of the amount of soybeans they did under former President Biden, you declare that a win. That's your idea of losing the lawsuit, but getting leave to amend. That's what you're making a social media post about. Again, it's so utterly pathetic. As we requested, the highly respected judge has called for an updated complaint. Yeah, it's called an amended complaint, you idiot. an updated complaint, which will lay out in extreme detail all the ways in which the Times has repeatedly and consistently acted with actual malice in defaming me and my family and our great MAGA movement and America itself. We will continue to hold the Times and their comrades in the mainstream media accountable for publishing, promoting, and dealing in fake news. Have you ever met a bigger whiner and loser and more pathetic, vile creature than this? This is what he's posting last night. Oh, it gets worse. It gets worse. So you all know the status of SpaceX right now. It's lost like 40, what did it lose? It's lost a massive amount of its value in the past, since it was announced, 43.8%. It's lost in its value. It's now at 113. It was once at like 200 or something when it pumped and then it dumped. So now the SpaceX CEO, Gwynne Shotwell, is posted the following, and Donald Trump reposted. My husband and I are honored and thrilled to participate in the Invest America program and gift a share of our SpaceX stocks to a Trump account for each of more than 2 million children across our great nation. Every American child under 18 can benefit from having a Trump account, but our gift specifically goes to the accounts of children ages 11 and 17 that live in areas with lower average household incomes, with a bit more emphasis for those that live near our central Texas home. So now what Trump is doing is he's having his rich oligarch friends either donate their shares or donate money, probably for massive write-offs, into the Trump account program, which then goes to buy the stocks, basically. And now the children have to have what, like SpaceX? What if you don't want SpaceX stock? I mean, what for all of the children that are suffering? Just think about this. The Trump regime is basically destroying the lives of poor people, transferring the wealth to rich people. Then
I hate to say it, hard right, but your name suggests why you want to hear politics, because people on the hard right is having a hard motherfucking time with what's going on. But you ain't got to stay hard right. You can get up out that shit, man. You wasting your fucking time. And I see why you don't want to talk politics.
Rich people are basically saying they're going to get deductions by putting stock or by putting potential money in so-called Trump accounts, which then have to buy the stock, basically, and to try to pump the stock up. And then Donald Trump will repost you to try to help your stock. Okay, and that's what they call capitalism. I mean, that sounds like one of the most bizarre, and I could say it other things, schemes to me as well. And Trump keeps on posting SpaceX stocks, the SpaceX stocks gift, the SpaceX, okay. Pretty coincidental. I don't think so. That as the SpaceX stock is absolutely crashing right now, that Donald Trump keeps posting SpaceX all throughout the night. And here's the devious and horrific thing about SpaceX. They had NASDAQ change the rules so that SpaceX was put on the NASDAQ 100 like in the first 15 days of trading. So your 401k, your mutual fund, without you even wanting it, may have been forced to buy, and probably was forced to buy, SpaceX, which is now bringing down potentially your 401k or whatever funds that you may have invested in, because it was forced to buy SpaceX because the normal rules required months and months and months to see the performance of a stock, so it wouldn't get forced into these funds. But nope, Elon Musk and Donald Trump changed the rules. Huh? Good old capitalism, eh? No, I mean, you want to talk about the oligarchy just screwing hardworking people and saddling you with SpaceX stock? It's absolutely ridiculous. Oh, and then Donald Trump posts, John Thune should not allow the United States Senate to leave town until it passes the Save America Act, or far better still, terminates the filibuster, where Republicans can then quickly pass everything they've ever dreamed of, including a full and deep-throated Save America Act, the budget, and the ever-looming debt ceiling disaster. 1929 exclamation point. First off, What a sicko. Who refers to any law as a deep-throated law? What the hell? It's a deep-throated law, you sick thing. What are you talking? Deep-throated law? Freaking weird. And then he says, the budget and the ever-looming debt ceiling, 1929, exclamation point, 1929. Just throwing Great Depression references there. Who do you think is creating the debt ceiling?
Make sure you smash that like button if you're just getting it live, man. It gives the algorithm a push, and I definitely appreciate it. It's free for you, but it helps the channel out more than you will ever know, and I appreciate you for it.
Crisis, Donald. Who's in charge, Donald? Who's in the Oval Office posting demented messages like this all throughout the night instead of doing your damn job? Okay, you've added more debt than any president by far. Enough of these idiot MAGA saying, I'm a deficit hawk. I'm a conservative. I'm a China hawk. I'm a hawk on this. I'm fiscally conservative. No, you're not. Y'all are the most reckless people imaginable. Donald Trump's doing exactly what he did to bankrupt his businesses with endless amounts of debt that crushed his businesses. He's doing it with the country. He's running up the debt like crazy right now. The deficit is expanding. Our debt's going up trillions and trillions of dollars each year. And you see what he's setting up? When this house of cards crashes, and folks, it's crashing, what does he say? We had the Save America Act. We were so close. I had the plan. I was doing 4-dimensional chess, and it was going to be so perfect. But then the Republican rhinos and the Democrats and the rhinos, they got together and they screwed my Save America. And that's why 1929 happened. I was going to do it. Why do you think right now, if you turned on I'll do a video on this, so watch my videos every 90 minutes this morning or so. But why do you think state regime media, Fox, is spending all of its time attacking Dr. Fauci and Dr. Fauci's diary? Because they want to go and blame everything on the last season of this dystopian apprentice shit show, the Fauci. And that's what Trump is. He screws it all up and blame the scientist, to blame the doctor. Now, what's he doing right here? He's going to screw it all up. He's going to destroy what do you think's going to happen? You tariff the whole world like everybody warned you not to do. You go into this catastrophic and unlawful war, which everybody warned you not to do, other than Netanyahu. And this is the predictable freaking outcome. Tariffs are taxes on the American people. When you go and get involved in catastrophic wars, which all the former presidents, as it relates to Iran, avoided for a reason and didn't get dragged into this Netanyahu war, this is the outcome that everybody warned against. The Strait of Hormuz would be closed. The Bab el-Mandab Strait would be closed, okay? The supply chains would be destroyed. Oil would surge. And now, what Trump and Treasury Secretary Bessent have been doing also, they've been manipulating the markets.
Oh, man, cry harder. Cry harder. Hard right.
Massive short positions when it comes to crude. And then they would release the strategic petroleum reserves to the global market. We have the all-time lows of the strategic reserves. The straits, by the way, are still closed right now. And the oil trade, based on the way idiotic corporate news reports all of this, is like, I guess they're having peace talks. Seems like there's a productive lull. What are you Iran has made it very damn clear.
Oh, man, listen. It's been a push lately for MAGA to claim that they're just Republicans, Trump supporters. They're not MAGA.
They are not ever giving up control over the Strait of Hormuz, and they will never allow the United States to use the southern route without Iran's permission and without Iran's consent. Iran has made that very, very clear, and they will keep hitting tanker after tanker after tanker. And what's happened in the past 48 hours, which again, our corporate news basically ignores, I've been covering it here. The Houthis of Yemen responded to Saudi Arabia attacking the Sana'a airport, and the Houthis hit the reserves, the refineries rather, all the way in the east, all the way in the west, all the way in the east. the pipeline that connects both sides of Saudi Arabia. If Saudi Arabia wanted to try to do an end run around the Strait of Hormuz, boom, destroyed, damaged right now. Fires at all those refineries. And, the market's like, whatever. I guess corporate news is saying that Donald Trump but perhaps he's doing a deal. No, he's not. There's no deal that's going to resolve Iran's threshold issues, which they've made clear after beating the United States over and over again in this war. That's what happened. The U.S. ran out of munitions. The U.S. bases got destroyed. Donald Trump is an idiot, and he should never have been involved in this catastrophic war in the first place, okay? Iran ain't giving up control over the Strait of Hormuz. They made that very, very, very clear. And the message, if you're Iran or you're anybody else, it is develop a nuclear weapon, because Donald Trump is always going to attack you if you don't. That seems to be the message that Donald Trump is sending to everybody. And then you have Donald Trump out there giving that speech yesterday saying this is the greatest year. He's in Michigan. This was the single greatest year in the history of the country. Really? And I don't care if you're a Democrat, if you're a Republican, if who you hate politics. I don't like politics. You like politics. This was not the single greatest year in our country and the economy. Listen to what he says, though. Play this clip.
There are good years, bad years. We're having the single greatest year we've ever had as a country. We're not going to let these people destroy it.
Again, what a liar, what a loser. Then he goes, I inherited this mess from Biden. This was a mess I inherited. No, Biden handed you what was referred to as a Goldilocks economy. That was the envy of the world. That doesn't mean it was working for everybody. There was a lot of work that was needed to take place. But Biden handed you the baton with things trending in the right direction. We would have had 2% inflation, interest rate cuts, massive economic growth, the manufacturing boom that Biden left the country with. There would have been the increase, the actual investment in the chips, with semiconductors, with the CHIPS Act, not what Trump's doing, taking control over companies like Intel in exchange for the congressionally appropriated funds to spur chip innovation. And we wouldn't be giving away our semiconductor classified information to the United Arab Emirates and China. But here's Trump whining like the little pathetic baby that he is. Here, play this clip.
Hard to beat. And it was just announced that inflation is dropping at the fastest rate in more than 6 years. We're dropping. And, I inherited this mess. I inherited an open border where 25 million people came in. Many of these people were criminals, murderers, people from jails, people from mental institutions. I inherited that. We've got a lot of them out, and we're getting a lot of them out. We have to.
And then Trump looks to the audience and says, the remaining people in the Maga cult, who should frankly be ashamed of being there. Honestly, if you were there and you're on the screen right now, you should take a look at yourself and what an idiot you look like being there, for real. Because Trump goes, I'm better for all of you than your dad and your mom. I'm better for you than your parents were to you. What a sick thing to say. Here, play this clip.
Yeah, Mary, I hate to say it, you wouldn't have an auto industry right now if they got elected. You wouldn't have an auto industry. But I don't know what happened to the guy. Somebody said he got fired, but I can tell you, the people that count, those people love Trump. Because I've done more for you than your parents, okay? Your parents are good. I'm not going to knock your parents, but I have been better to you than your parents. That I can tell you, and they would agree with me. Wherever they may be, they would agree.
And then, with all of this in the background, we learn, what have we been telling you here on the Midas Touch Network for a very long time now? The Trump regime is hiding the casualties. And I saw in the comments, Ben, you're being hyperbolic. No one else is saying that. What do you mean they're hiding the casualties? I said, I'm looking at the bases. I'm showing you the containerized barracks that have been blown up in Jordan, in Kuwait, in Qatar, in Syria, in Erbil, Iraq. Okay, I'm showing you the hangars. I'm showing you the equipment that's been destroyed by Iran. Look, the Patriot interceptors and the THAADs aren't working. Where are they? Or this one's going up and then boom, the ballistic missile goes right around it and hits the target. I'd show it to you. I'd say, guys, there are people who are either getting killed or seriously injured. And sure enough, the injury count by the Trump regime, they say it's like 624 to 640 injured, but they now move the injuries from the past 12 days to other events. They've changed the topic in the defense casualty analysis system to overseas operation, not epic fury, so they think they could hide it there. By the way, I believe the casualty number of injured, I don't think I'm exaggerating. I think it's between 3,000 and 5,000. That's what I think the real accurate number is.
Wow. Real quick in the chat, you think the casualty numbers that the United States is putting out are correct, type 1. If you think the casualty numbers they're putting out is bullshit, type 2. So type 1 for true casualties, 2 for bullshit casualties.
I assess the containerized barracks that have been hit and the areas that have been hit. You know, if you're around that area, just the sound could cause a traumatic brain injury. You know, and then the Trump regime's like, minor concussion. It ain't a minor concussion when a Shahed drone and a ballistic missile slams into containerized barracks that are like the back of a pickup truck or the back of one of those trucks that you see in the street, containerized, like the containers. No, these are traumatic brain injuries taking place. Finally, let me leave you with this. You know, Trump has continued to mock Dylan Mulvaney, very influential transgender woman influencer that the Trump regime continues to mock. And during the speech, or whatever you want to call it, the disaster that Trump did at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, he was mocking Dylan Mulvaney. Caitlin Collins, you look like Dylan Mulvaney. Okay, why are you mocking Caitlin Collins? Why would you be mocking Dylan? Why are you implying that Dylan Mulvaney is very happy with the way she looked?
Yeah, it's a motherfucking casualty for Maga. Take that, motherfucker.
And like, why are you bullying? Why are you like bullying everybody? Dylan Mulvaney responded to Trump mocking her. Here's what Dylan Mulvaney said. Let's play it.
Maybe being publicly mocked and criticized by this administration is actually like the greatest compliment of all, because it puts me in the company of some of like the most brilliant, empathetic people in our world today. But I do still wonder, like, why is it so important to them that I don't find success? Like, what is it that I have that they don't? Oh my God, freedom. I am free in a way that they will never have the privilege to experience. And they want to use their power to take away my freedom. But what they don't understand is that my freedom has like zero contingency on what they can provide for me, because my freedom is fully dependent on the moment that I acknowledged my real authentic self in every day since. And sharing that with the world, it's just icing on the cake. But they don't want me to be able to share that, because it would mean young people realizing that if someone like me can be themselves and find success and freedom, then they can find success and freedom for themselves too.
Powerful words indeed. Powerful words indeed. Everybody hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million subscribers. Thanks for watching, everybody. Appreciate you.
Before you go, our book, WTF America, is available for pre-order now. It's the story of how we got here and how we fight our way back. To pre-order, scan the QR code or click the link in the description. Let's do this.
Smash that like button, y'all. Let's get the likes.
One of the cities that is quickly becoming a center for resistance against the authoritarian Trump and Musk regime is Salt Lake City, Utah. That's right, Salt Lake City, a city in a ruby red state, or what's
And earlier this week, Trump attended the dignified transfer of 4 U.S. service members who were killed in the war with Iran. They brought the total death toll of U.S. service members killed in Trump's war to 18. But the day after that dignified transfer, the website the Pentagon reports casualties on had lowered that number to just 14. 3 military officials told the New York Times that one of the reasons the death toll got lower was because the Trump administration decided to remove 4 service members killed this past weekend from the list, because their deaths occurred after Trump declared a ceasefire in the war in April.
It's Ken Harbaugh with the Midas Touch Network.
This story turns out to be so much worse than what was first reported. It's disgraceful enough to try to hide the cost of a war by masking casualty counts. In part one of my conversation with Chris Goldsmith last week, we talked about the Pentagon's efforts under Secretary Hegseth to minimize the injuries to U.S. service members in the war against Iran. But now the Trump administration is changing KIA, or killed in action numbers, and the rationale is obscene. We've described here before the Defense Casualty Analysis System, which tracks and reports casualty figures from the military. A few days ago, the KIA number on that system accurately reported 18 service members killed in action. Then, 4 of them disappeared. The reason given was that they were killed during the so-called ceasefire, so their deaths didn't count. Tell that to the families. Tell that to those they served alongside. It's beyond disgraceful. And it's also just stupid. The idea that Pete Hegseth's Pentagon thought it could get away with this, if they are that incompetent on messaging, think about what happens when it comes to actual military strategy. No wonder Pete Hegseth is losing so badly this war that never should have happened. One of my greatest disappointments as a military vet is the near total abdication of responsibility, of leadership, by retired senior military officers. Where are the generals and admirals? With a few notable exceptions, they have remained silent. If ever there was a moment to risk one's corporate board seat or speaking fees, it is now.
And
if ever there was an issue to provoke a principled response, it's this, the Pentagon's attempt to deceive the American people about the real cost of this war. In part 2 of my conversation with Chris Goldsmith, we get into it. Chris is an Army combat vet and the founder of Veterans Fighting Fascism, and he brings the perspective of a former sergeant looking for leadership from the ranks of retired and general flag officers who seem to have forgotten what leadership means. Here's part 2 of our conversation. This, for me, was...
Ashvin, so what? Big deal.
The main takeaway from the response to, I believe it was Major Watson, the Air Force Academy grad who stood on the Capitol steps, an active duty Air Force major who held a sign that basically said we need to impeach and convict Trump now. And I still...
Okay, Ash, well then that was a good bill. Hold on. Ash says that the act sought to completely ban all registered sex offenders from running for state or local elective office. I agree with that.
Wrestle with his decision to do that in uniform, but I have absolutely zero hesitation in commenting on the fact that it took a major...
A pit bull with a thorn in her paw, wearing like Maga on the rag. Oh my God, you gotta love Pitbull, y'all. Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, and share the live stream.
Do this in the deafening absence of voices from flag and general officers. A major, an 04, had to take to the Capitol steps and hold that sign because with very few exceptions, the generals and admirals have been staying at home, have been resting on their laurels, have been staying comfortable. And if ever there was something that could provoke them to speak out, it is the hiding of casualty.
All my good people's go and tap into the poll, man. Tap into the poll. I forgot what the poll was. Let me see. Is MAGA dead yet, or is it still a movement? Tap into that poll, y'all. Tap into that poll.
Numbers. That feels to me like a sacred breach of trust by this Pentagon. I honestly think that it's what finally motivated Mattis to speak out. The thought that his Marines would be sent into Carg Island is the first thing that got him up off the couch to speak out against the Trump administration. But hopefully this animates some of the others as well.
Yeah, and I hope that these former senior officers who are enjoying their retirement are also paying attention to what the State Department is doing, because as of this recording, it was yesterday on July 20th, the Marco Rubio's State Department issued this insane report on Cuba, talking about how Cuba is the center of communism. It's But it's not a report about Cuba. It's a report alleging that Cuba is like the most influential force against the United States from within the United States. What it is basically doing is, and it has a very famous picture of Vietnam veterans against the war that it uses as evidence of Cuban infiltration and influence against the United States. Marco Rubio's Department of State is setting the pretext for saying that anti-war veterans are communists. That label is what fascists have used throughout history to justify jailing, to justify torture, and ultimately to justify lethal violence against protesters. And I hope that my fellow veteran community is paying attention to this stuff, because when you look at this in the broader context of everything that's happening, both overseas and domestically, how they are trying to connect, they're saying that in this report that Cuba and Iran are so closely aligned that they're basically one and the same, and that these domestic groups like the National Lawyers Guild are one and the same with the communist.
Aloha Kitty, what up? Good morning.
Cuban government. And they are posting photos in their reports of veterans who are anti-war from the 1960s. That in the context of the National Security Presidential Memorandum 7 and the memo that was followed up by then Attorney General Pam Bondi talking about how Antifa is a terrorist organization. Oh, by the way, Antifa is like where the report ends, basically saying that 70 years of infiltration into the United States, that's Cuba has built the Antifa project.
Hey, it's Ken. Quick break to let you know that I am heading back to Ukraine soon. So many of you stepped up to help the 34th Marine Brigade, the unit I've been embedding with the past couple years. They desperately needed a new motor for their rescue boat, and you came through. Thank you. There are so many other urgent needs, though. This unit is the one at the heart of the Midas Touch and Valor media film, Drone Hunters of Kherson, and they're the ones defending that city every day against nonstop Russian drone attacks against civilians. I have seen them in action. I've been on patrol with them. This is actually the wreckage of a Russian suicide drone shot down by one of those teams. I've even been pinned down in a bunker with them as wave after wave of Russian drones hammered our frontline position. But because of the extraordinary heroism of people like Adama, commander of a drone team I embedded with, Ukraine will win this war. The more help they get, the faster that can happen. Units like the 34th are constantly having to make do with whatever equipment they can scrape together, which is especially challenging for a unit that operates attack drone teams, river assault crews, counter drone patrols. The 34th does it all.
Hold up, y'all, because Ash is dropping a lot of good information that's looks to be legit information. It says for sex offenders from 500 feet to 250 feet from schools and daycares, lower certain registry violations from felonies to misdemeanors, and remove weekly in-person reporting requirements for homeless. I don't like that. Keep them motherfuckers on the radar at all times. Listen to every moron liberal in Hollywood. Man, shut up. You support Andrew. Hold up. Let me not say that. I gotta listen to what you have to say. Listen to every moron liberal in Hollywood and else speak how highly and wonderful Cuba is. Give me a break, boys. College professions and poisoning the brains of your youth. I don't know what you're saying. You might got to do that again, old school TV. Shout out to you in the chat, though. Ash took 2 minutes to prove you're a liar. Messages didn't oppose the bill. They drugged the bill because it didn't specify age requirements. It would have made a senior in high school 18 a felon. Smash that like button, y'all. Shout out to my chat for the goddamn info. Let's go.
If you participated in the first fundraiser we held, thank you. I've just launched another one. This time, we're not capping.
I knew the injection would kill me. My score said
Smash
so.
that like button.
And I
Y'all double
still
tap
took
that
it.
screen and subscribe
The
to the
divine.
channel.
I'm an anti-fascist because it's multi-generational in my family. All of the men in my grandparents' generation, many brothers, like my grandma had 5 brothers who all deployed to fight fascists in World War II, right? This predates
That don't fucking mean that they're not fascist. They just ain't in control of all that shit yet. Stick around. But either way, the ideals are already out there.
The Cuban regime, the Fidel Castro regime. And I'm laughing because it all feels and sounds so ridiculous, but this follows a pattern in history. This is how that label of communist, of socialist, is branded against domestic enemies by fascist regimes to justify lethal force.
Yeah.
And
you just said they're not fascists, but your fellow white man right here said he's a fascist.
People ought to take that seriously.
I just had this debate half an hour ago on my weekly right-wing radio spot as the token pro-democracy voice. And, I had to point out to the host that, look, it was Donald Trump who took a 10% stake in Intel. If anyone has moved to seize the means of production, it's the Trump administration. Not to mention the surveillance state he's building. The regime we're living under now has way more trappings of communism than the DSA ever did. And by the way, there are 2 DSA members in a House caucus of 213, less than 1%. It's not as if socialism is going to take over the Democratic Party tomorrow. If anyone should be afraid of, government encroachment into private enterprise, they should be afraid of Republicans today. One more thing, any comment on that? I saw you laugh, and then I got a question I got to throw at you.
The more history never repeats, but it rhymes. And we are living through extraordinary times. Yes. But our country and many other around the world have been through this before, and we can take the lessons of history and we can apply them to today. That's why at Veterans Fighting Fascism, we created the anti-fascist.
So basically, Ash is putting a whole bunch of legal jargon in this motherfucker to say that Dems supported some bullshit. Because I see you said your BS called out, Ash.
Book Club. It's to help people understand what the history of fascism looks like and how to fight it. It's not just so that you can recognize problems, it's so that you can also recognize solutions. Now, I just saw that Jason Stanley, a renowned professor on fascism, on authoritarianism, he just posted on Substack warning that you should be careful about joining book clubs. The reason is because an anti-fascist book club was used to support a successful prosecution in Texas against anti-ICE protesters, which made it a statement of fact in the federal court that like Antifa is a terrorist organization. We have really crossed the Rubicon into this world. All of these things that I think a lot of people have been skeptical about my claims about how this would happen. It's happening. It's happening in real time. However, while Jason Stanley warns you to be careful about joining anti-fascist,
we don't even have to laugh. We just laugh at them talking about people crying when y'all bitches is the ones losing. Wow. Andrew Tate's in jail. Somebody help our pedophile brother. Stop talking about the fucking Epstein files, dude. You're spreading this information. Dude, can you please stop talking about Trump like that? Shut the fuck up. The only people crying is y'all. Because y'all the only ones that ain't getting y'all fucking way. We told y'all stupid motherfuckers what was going to happen. And now they done took your fucking EBT. They done took your food stamps. The only thing they left you with was that stupid ass red hat.
Book clubs. I want to encourage you to do it with abandon, to do it and gum up the system, because the more anti-fascist book clubs we have around the country, the more people we have educated on the history of fascism, anti-fascism, and how to stop an authoritarian regime, the better for all of us. If the Trump administration is going to call an anti-fascist book club a terrorist cell, I want to encourage as many Americans who have the means to spend $10 at their local bookstore, get a book dedicated to anti-fascism, and start your own anti-fascist book club. Because if they're doing this, we need to gum up the courts. We need to stop them from being able to prosecute activists on the ground who are pushing back against state violence.
Couldn't agree more. Got to ask you about Pete Hegseth's tweet in the wake of this latest strike against the American base in Jordan. I think the death toll is up to 3 now. And his response over social media, not with the soft lighting at his desk that he chose for the testosterone speech, but his response over social media about the loss of those Americans was, their sacrifice only stiffens our resolve. It took me a while to figure out why that made me so angry. But it's the idea that their blood tribute at the altar of his ego is somehow cleansing or strengthening made me furious.
Yeah. The idea of an eye for an eye in war is foolish. An eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. Everyone's heard that, right?
Honey, I got some meat. Can you grab
Smash
it?
that like button, y'all. Let's draw some more attention.
We started the war. We started an illegal war. Donald Trump did this, and Pete Hegseth did this without any warning to Congress, without getting authorization from Congress. The war is now over 130 days old. The War Powers Act does give the president broad latitude to basically start wars, but after 60 days, they're supposed to go to Congress and explain themselves and get permission to continue. And they have just said, no, we're not going to do that. The first war is over. We're now in a, I guess, a third war since we're at 130 days. We've graduated through 2 consecutive 60-day periods. I guess they're going to give it a new name. And while this is happening, the war is spreading. We're seeing the Houthis trying to shut down another waterway to stop Saudi ships from being able to get through the Red Sea and the Suez Canal. This expanding war in the Middle East and into Africa is not good for anyone. And for Pete Hegseth to look at troops that he failed to protect as a blood tribute to his own ego, it is ghoulish, and it is absolutely terrible to see that happen. I think one of the questions that I got from a journalist, an honest journalist, back in like 2008, I think it was around the anniversary of the beginning of the Iraq War that I fought in, when the war was only 5 years old back then. The hardest question that I've ever had to really wrestle with was looking at a military cemetery, VA cemetery. I was asked, was it worth it for all of them? And I couldn't answer that question for those who were lost. I certainly didn't think that any sacrifice that I did make, and I sacrificed, the age of 19 into 20 and my health for many years, going to Iraq. My sacrifice was not worth it. And I hate seeing someone like Pete Hegseth look at a 19-year-old young woman who was killed by an Iranian rocket or missile strike, and to say that her sacrifice, as if she made a sacrifice, was worth it. She didn't make a sacrifice. She was killed. She was killed by the Iranian regime because Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth started a war that they didn't know how to finish. They have continued a war that they said would be over in weeks. I think Trump went on TV or called in for a radio show and said
he called the Republicans retardicans. Damn.
Tried to justify these deaths, saying that because of them, Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. Iran was never going to have a nuclear weapon until Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump started this war and gave them a good reason to have a nuclear weapon. During the first administration, Trump threw out the JCPOA, the Obama negotiated deal that was signed off by Congress. Right, it was a real treaty. All of this is so goddamn infuriating, and I hope that more people are channeling their anger. I have personally found anger to be a huge motivating factor for me to accomplish good in the world. It's what motivates my activism, my advocacy, my work, my speaking out, and I hope that more people are not either trying to bottle this in or to.
Hey, Mark, you're not going to be able to come at us on a moral motherfucking. You coming in here with your little moral fucking comment like you give a fuck. Man, sit your dumb ass down. We know all about history and the changing of the parties and who the Democrats was at the time. And they were the Republicans now, motherfucker. We don't give no fucks about your little. We know that when slavery switched up, so did the Republican Party. And so did the Democratic Party. Because white people didn't want to be on the side of the people that freed the slaves. So shut the fuck up.
Turn way to stop paying attention, because that is easier. But it's not helpful. I hope that more people see this. Look at the photos of the young service members who've been killed recently because of Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth's war of choice. And
you think we're gonna believe a white man on how we should vote? Man, go sit your Possum Jenkins ass down.
And use that anger, use that sadness to motivate you into doing something, anything, getting active.
We should listen to white fragility. We should listen to white fragilists.
An anti-fascist book club, going out to do a protest, writing letters to your member of Congress demanding that they bring an end to this illegal war in Iran.
We're going to have to leave it there, Chris. We're certainly going to keep talking about it here. We're not going to let him off the hook. Thanks so much for joining.
Thank you, brother.
Want to stay plugged in? Become a subscriber to our Substack at MidasPlus.com. You'll get daily recaps from Ron Filipkowski, ad-free episodes of our podcast, and more exclusive content only available at MidasPlus.com.
We have a great group to get us started this afternoon. Joining us now, New York Times White House correspondent Maggie Haberman, who is bylined on those reports. Maggie, of course, also co-author of the new book, Regime Change, Inside the Imperial Presidency of Donald Trump. It's a deserved bestseller. MS Now senior national security reporter David Rode, also with us, as well as senior advisor for the Lincoln Project and Mitt Romney's chief strategist for his 2012 presidential campaign, Stuart Stevens, and former senior executive in the counterterrorism division of the FBI, and MS Now national.
Hey, Baron, not a good week for you, huh? Your dad is a sexual predator and he is flailing right now, begging the Second Circuit Court of Appeals to claw back money that was awarded to his victim, E. Jean Carroll, after the Supreme Court denied Donald Trump's last appeal. He's appealing again because not only is your dad a sexual predator, Barron, but he is a loser. How does it feel, Barron? Where are you, by the way, now that the Democrats are out there saying when they take control of the House of Representatives, you are going to be subpoenaed? Are you going to plead the fifth, Barron? Where are you going to be, Barron? Time is up, Barron. The Democrats are going to take your deposition. They want to know your connections to Donald Trump's crypto endeavors, your connection to World Liberty Financial, your connection to the Tate brothers. Oh, and Barron, did you like that your father was there in Michigan making a fool of himself yesterday, telling the crowd that I'm better for all of you than your mom and your dad? I'm a better person in your life than your parents. How does it make you feel that your father, Barron, is a gigantic loser who has destroyed the United States of America, and your last name and everything you stand for will be fully tainted? Hey, Barron, how does it feel that most Americans want you to be the first to go to war in Iran and think it's ridiculous that Donald Trump is sending out there young men and women for his unlawful and catastrophic war, while you're out there hiding wherever the hell you're hiding, while you're out there doing crypto deals where foreign interests like Saudi Arabia and Pakistan and UAE are apparently putting money into World Liberty Financial and other properties belonging to your dad. What, if any, connections do you have to that, Barron? And I guess you can say, and this is a serious topic, but I guess the week got even worse for you, Barron, after it was reported. This is a headline from the New York Post. Melania and Barron Trump are targeted by Iran in disturbing video encouraging their assassination. So after I read this from the New York Post, I wanted to dig deeper. And apparently Iran, through some of its proxy groups, released a video yesterday saying where to kill Melania, ? And of course, I'm not going to show the video at all here. It is deeply disturbing, as the New York Post explains, but it provided photos and locations of Melania and Barron and Melania's glam team who hangs out around with her, and where she likes to shop and where she and Barron go and hang out. I mean, it was, again, deeply, deeply disturbing. Donald Trump continues to escalate this catastrophic and unlawful war. And Iran, you saw what they were posting during Ayatollah Khamenei's funeral. The mourners, the tens of millions of mourners, were posting photos of Barron, of Melania, of Donald, of Ivanka, of the entire Trump family. And they're saying, look, the United States killed their spiritual leader, Ayatollah.
Please don't take my beloved Barron. Barron would never do a thing like this. He's not like his dad. His daddy tries to touch me and do nasty things all the time. I was with Donald when I was 15 years old. Now look at my beloved Barron hanging out with the Tate brothers. I can't take it. Take me away. Take me instead.
And not only they killed the Ayatollah, they killed the Ayatollah's daughter and granddaughter and son-in-law and the entire family. And Iran's making it clear that if your father continues to escalate there, no one is safe. That's what Iran is saying. And again, it's a deeply disturbing video that I'm not going to show. But think about this week from the perspective of Barron. I mean, you have those threats coming from Iran. You have Barron and Melania going to be deposed if and when Democrats take control. And what's Donald Trump doing while all of this is happening? He's posting things like this. Taking down the scaffolding around the regilded Arts of War sculpture. The regilded Arts of War sculpture, Barron. Or how about your loser father posting this? Seems to care a lot about himself, Barron. Doesn't seem to care at all about you. He doesn't even act like you're his son. He says Melania's kid is really tall. Melania's got a really tall kiddo. First off, you're a grown adult. As Congresswoman Ansari explains, you're a full man, and you're in...
Well, we do know that the Trump's core base is the white uneducated. So I guess that means you're white and uneducated. Barron isn't scared. And he shouldn't be. He's a fucking dumbass. Just like the Tates weren't scared, you stupid moron.
Tangled in all this stuff right now, so it's fair game for you to be subpoenaed, Barron. And I'm hearing also from numerous other sources in the Democratic Party, many of whom will likely have significant positions in the Judiciary Committee and the House Oversight Committee. They've told me on background that indeed the first subpoenas that go out, Don Jr., Eric, and Barron, and that Barron will have to sit for a deposition. They are even saying they'd like to see Barron's deposition first, is what my sources on the Hill are telling me.
I'm lowering my ask to just $1 today, and here's why. This Senate race in Texas is likely going to be the most expensive and the most
This is what your father posted, Barron. How pathetic is your whole family, Barron? Here's what your father posted. Breaking news. The failing New York Times, after 10 years of harassment, slander, and libel, just failed again in their desperate attempt to have our powerful defamation lawsuit against them dropped. As we requested, the highly respected judge has called for an updated complaint, which will lay out in extreme detail all the ways in which the Times has repeatedly and consistently acted with actual malice in defaming me, my family, our great Maga movement, and America itself. We will continue to hold the Times and their comrades in the mainstream media accountable for publishing, promoting, and dealing in fake news. Thank you for your attention to this matter, Donald J. Trump. Oh, he's bringing the family in right now, but isn't mentioning what's actually going on with you, Barron. So right now, he's made you fair game to be subpoenaed by the New York Times. And while they're at it, will the BBC subpoena you and take your deposition as well? And what Donald Trump is posting there, just to show you what a loser your father is, he's bragging that a court granted the New York Times motion to strike, meaning Trump lost. But in most all lawsuits, a federal judge always grants what's called leave to amend. So after you lose, you usually get the right to amend your complaint at least one time. So your dad lost, and he's bragging that the loss to the New York Times is a win because he gets to do what any litigant would do in this situation, which is have one more chance to amend his complaint before it gets dismissed with prejudice. But Barron, I guess this is like your dad bragging that he controls the Strait of Hormuz and that Iran is begging for a deal. Just like that, I guess he's saying, I beat the New York Times because I lost, but I get to do leave to amend.
I beat the New York Times because I lost. That's y'all dumbass president.
And yeah, kind of like your dad bragging that he's bringing in 10% of the amount of soybeans from China that former President Biden did, or there's 10% or less. I mean, right now it's zero traffic leaving the Strait of Hormuz, but at most it was 10% of the traffic before your idiot father, your war criminal father, started this catastrophic and unlawful.
Look at all the little creative ways they're trying to say Demorats. Deem rats. Deemy rats. Man, shut your goofy ass up.
Awful war against Iran. I'm 10% of what existed before.
Hey, y'all. Somebody stuck on stupid. Everybody type in SOS in the chat right now. SOS. SOS. Let's go. Spam it in the chat. That's what we're going to do when y'all get stupid. Y'all get stuck on stupid, we're going to let y'all know. Donald Trump is my boss. I suck his balls every day. SOS in the chat, y'all. Spam it.
Praise me. Praise me. Loser family, and the rest of your life, Barron, you will be known as a loser, and that name Trump will forever be your scarlet letter. And where the hell are you, Barron? Seriously, I know people like to say, where's Hunter? I see Hunter. I know where Hunter is. Where the hell is Barron is the question that everybody's going to be asking. Or are you going to do what your mommy did, Barron? Are you going to be hiding and using the Secret Service to try to avoid...
You're hella stuck on stupid, boy.
Service when you get served, Baron? Are you going to be running away from it, or are you're friends with the Tates? You're friends with the Tate brothers, Baron. You're not going to be strong, Baron. You're not going to use that jiu-jitsu or that UFC that you talk about in the manosphere, Baron. Ridiculous. Let me show you what Congresswoman Ansari had to say when she was just on our Sunday show as well. And I interviewed her the day before. Jack C. interviewed her the day after. Here's what she says. Then I got to show you what Katie Fang had to say. Let's play this clip.
So, to be clear, you want to see Barron Trump come before Congress and answer questions about his relationship with Andrew Tate.
I absolutely want to see Barron Trump come before Congress and answer questions about this. I mean, there is, reporting about this, and he should answer these questions. What is his relationship? What kind of communication have they had? What kinds of connections has Barron Trump potentially made?
That's all you got, Jake.
For Andrew Tate and his brother? Has he had any conversations with other White House officials about this? These are all really important questions to be asking. Barron Trump has also, there's more reporting about him as it pertains to financial dealings and corruption. And this is not the only issue that I think Barron Trump needs to come before Congress for, but the Oversight Committee is really primed to be the place for him to answer questions. And I think it's important to remember that Barron Trump is an adult. He is a 19-year-old, I believe, maybe 20 years old now. He is, somebody who is deeply involved in Trump's orbit and this whole manosphere, and he has a lot of influence. And so he needs to be held accountable if he has committed any wrongdoing.
Now, the walls are closing in on your father, Barron, regarding his dark and sick and disgusting past. And what a dark and sick and disgusting past your father is. But he spawned you, so, what else would we expect? Like you do realize, Barron, that your father's a sicko. Like a real sicko. And he was friends with Epstein. He said Epstein was a great guy. He said regarding your half-sister Ivanka that if she wasn't his daughter, they would probably be dating, and that they have in common sex. She said real estate. He said what they have in common is sex. So let's peel back those layers and see.
He said what? I mean, I'm not surprised at no shit. I wouldn't be surprised if Ivanka was pregnant by a fucking Barron and shit. These motherfuckers is weird. All y'all.
What the hell is really in those Epstein files, Barron? I want to know more. Your mom says that any of the references to her, it's not true. It's AI. It's all false. She says nothing true. If you see photos of me and Ghislaine and Jeffrey, false, not true. If you see my name mentioned in emails by Ghislaine, not true, apparently. False and defamatory is what she says. Okay, well, let's see what Katie Fang unearths, because Katie Fang now has got a federal judge ordering that your...
Shout out to Katie Fang. Katie Fang is kicking ass. Katie Fang got them opening shit up. Katie Fang has a motherfucking preliminary injunction. Meaning Katie Lang is likely to win this motherfucking case.
Father's regime produced to the judge documents for in-camera review, meaning the federal judge will get to see if the representations being made by Blanche and your father regarding some of these documents are true. Or is it just more lying to federal judges? But I think I know what's going to happen, Barron. I think I know. Your dad's going to say, no jurisdiction. I'm going to file an appeal. Just like he's filing a ridiculous appeal to the Second Circuit. Here's what Katie Fang had to say. Play this clip.
So not only has Judge Sullivan found, as a matter of fact and a matter of law, that Blanche has violated the Epstein Files Transparency Act, his ability to order Todd Blanche to show up to chambers with the unredacted documents and with proof supporting his claims that these are victims that are having their identification redacted. The order itself also says that the court has, quote, inherent authority to review materials in camera in cases in which sensitive materials may be an issue. The court has inherent authority to review such material ex parte.
You're macho. You slip right down there. Don't walk down that macho. Go, Jesus Christ. Macho, you're gone. Oh, Macho dead, Macho gone.
In camera as part of its judicial review function. I have faith in Judge Sullivan's ability to be able to weed through the bullshit that Todd Blanche will likely try to shovel. And it's okay if I'm not there. I knew. I mean, was hoping I could be there, but it's okay. Because as of right now, I have an order by way of a preliminary injunction that hasn't been overturned, hasn't been reversed, hasn't been changed or amended in any way, that says that I get the unredacted documents. This is just the sideshow created by Todd Blanche. But let's stay focused on the main event. Because so far, it's been knockout after knockout by me against Todd Blanche.
Your laughing is really crying, Justin, unless you laughing with us, because you damn sure ain't laughing at us.
But the overarching big question that we all know the answer to, what are you hiding, Donald Trump? What are you hiding, Trump DOJ? And what are you hiding, Todd Blanche, personal lawyer for convicted felon Donald Trump?
And so now, going to what your pathetic father filed in the Second Circuit yesterday evening, Donald Trump filed to the Second Circuit saying that he was a victim. Your sicko father saying he was the victim of E. Jean Carroll's bait and switch regarding the $5 million she was awarded because your daddy sexually assaulted her and defamed her. By the way, there's still that $95 million or so verdict that E. Jean Carroll is also looking to enforce. But the first verdict was for
laugh at this dick.
$5 million. Your dad was found liable for sexual assault in a civil case and for defamation. Your father appealed 10 times this way and that way. The Supreme Court rejected it, wouldn't even hear your father's case. So a district court judge said, we are releasing the funds to E. Jean Carroll. She won the case. Enough is enough. Release the funds. Now, E. Jean Carroll has said that she placed those $5 million in the S&P 500. The S&P, didn't your daddy say that he's so good with the stock market? That he's so good with the stock? Well, E. Jean Carroll took the money after she got it, and she's admitted that she put the money, which she was allowed to do, in my opinion, in the S&P 500. And your father filed a motion, I kid you not, yesterday afternoon saying that the fact that E. Jean Carroll put the money in the S&P 500 is very dangerous because the markets may crash. Yes, your father, who goes out and brags about his precious stock market, said the following: the funds are now subject to plaintiff's whims, referring to E. Jean Carroll. They are also now subject to the risk inherent in any investment in the stock market that they will decrease or be lost altogether. Will be lost altogether because she put the funds in the S&P 500. And by the way, the funds are hers. How sick and demented. What a lunatic your father is. And you also, but your father is. He lost the case. The Supreme Court rejected it. He's out of appeals. But what a demented loser he is, now telling the Second Circuit that E. Jean Carroll can't take her own money and invest it in the S&P because he expects the S&P to crash, essentially? Is he going to try to now intentionally crash the S&P and screw over all the Americans who have money invested in their 401ks because he doesn't want E. Jean Carroll to have his $5 million after he was found civilly liable for sexual assault? But that's your legacy, Baron, being a spawn of that. And so, how old are you, Baron? 20? 19, 20, 21? I don't know. How old are you, Baron? Well, from here on out, Democrats are going to subpoena you. You're going to be under...
Hey, y'all, we at 40 likes, or almost 40 likes. We need to get to 100. I need a 100 of y'all to go ahead and smash that like button right now. Subscribe to the channel. This how we do. We cooking MAGA every day.
Both. No more, oh, Baron, he's a kid, he's a kid, he's a kid, he's a kid. Democrats are saying you deserve to be subpoenaed. There you go. There you go. Oh, let me show you the clip of Donald Trump telling the crowd, I'm better than your parents. I'm better than your mom and your dad. Here, play it.
The people that count, those people love Trump. Because I've done more for you than your parents, okay? Your parents are good. I'm not going to knock your parents, but I have been better to you than your parents. That I can tell you, and they would agree with.
Somebody said, Trump's jaws says he's a ball gobbler. I can't make my mouth into that fucking little shape, like a dick shape. That man been pacifying wood for a long fucking time.
Wherever they may be, they would agree.
Anyway, there you have it. Let me know what you think. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million subscribers.
Stop your blood clot crying, Maga.
You know, you live long enough, you realize that there are some times when the bill comes due. You know, you've done things in the past, perhaps ill-advised things you kind of knew at the time weren't a good idea, and sometimes you are able to skate by for a little while. You get away with that stuff for a little while, but eventually you learn in this life that the bill comes due.
There appear to be massive red flags in the Trump Department of Justice's latest filing in the Maduro case, that there may be a lot of shenanigans going on behind the scenes, potential deals being discussed. When I looked at this scheduling order that was filed by Trump's Department of Justice, allegedly in coordination with Maduro's lawyer, and it's not that unusual that you would have joint stipulations, but looking at this joint stipulation, it had a lot of red flags that were at least indicating to me that there seemed to be a lot of activity taking place. And while this filing was made, also Donald Trump's statements he was making on Friday in a deranged press conference about what a great job Delcy Rodriguez is doing. She was the former VP to Maduro, and how he doesn't want to hold elections there soon because he likes the work that she's doing. If you read that in conjunction with this stipulation that was filed, he seems to be giving Maduro a whole lot of room for immunity defenses and other things if he's endorsing the Maduro regime wholeheartedly in no elections with Delcy Rodriguez. When you look at the charges against Maduro, it's like narco-terrorism, conspiracy to import cocaine into the United States, possession of machine guns and destructive devices, conspiracy to possess machine guns and destructive devices. I mean, Maduro is in the same position, or was in the same position as Delcy. So if he's guilty of narco-terrorism, which you could say he certainly is, Delcy Rodriguez is as well. Same thing with the conspiracy to...
Somebody said Trump is a ball-chinian.
Import cocaine, so is she. And in terms of machine guns, the guy was running the country. He's got an army. Of course they're going to have machine guns, and that's one of the motions that Maduro is going to likely file, a motion to dismiss on some of the grounds that I said right there. And also, I think this does relate to that deranged national address Trump gave 2 weeks ago at this point, where he was talking about this, fake election interference, that he was talking Venezuela was this and that. And I think ultimately he's going to try to do a deal with Maduro, with Delcy's blessing, that is going to have Maduro say something about the election being interfered with, and Maduro will go back to Venezuela. It just seems that Trump and the DOJ want to give this a little more room to breathe. Do this after the midterms, but it seems that the writing's on the wall that that's what's going to happen. Let me give you some examples of what I see right here. So they write a letter to this no-nonsense judge in the Southern District of New York, Judge Hellerstein, and the government respectfully writes to advise the court that the parties being Trump DOJ and Maduro through Maduro's counsel, are entering into this stipulation. This is the deadlines that they're suggesting be followed. They want trial to commence June 2027. So they want to push the trial all the way to next June.
Hey, y'all, make sure y'all go ahead and tap into that poll, man. Let us know, is MAGA dead or is MAGA still a movement? We know that they lying in the chat. The couple percent that did say that it's still a movement. Let's prove them wrong. Let's go.
When Maduro was arrested or captured, however you want to frame it, back in early January of 2026. But notably, if you look at footnote 2, here on the Midas Touch Network, we always look at footnote 2 and footnote 12. And if there's footnote 1000, we read those also. It says, the government's ability to satisfy its classified discovery obligations depends in part.
Look at this righty in disguise. The only thing dumber than the right is the left. Man, get your bait and switch ass out of here.
On other components of the United States government outside the DOJ. If delays prevent the government from meeting this deadline, the government will so inform the defense and anticipates a motion to adjust the following motion schedule. The provision of classified discovery may result in litigation under the Classified Information Procedures Act, which could result in a need to adjust the remainder of the schedule. Footnote 2, like a poison pill right there, because if you remember back on our coverage of the criminal case against Donald Trump for classified information, the whole procedures regarding the Classified Information Act and its various provisions and how you have to submit documents for certain types of highly classified in-camera review and how the parties ultimately challenge it, that process alone can take a great deal of time. So the fact that they are saying that there's classified information that's likely out there, duh, of course there's going to be classified information that's out there, but that they're waiting to hear from who? We're already in July 2026. For the first time, you're saying we may learn about of course it's going to be classified information. Think about all the information the CIA has on Maduro. If you're representing Maduro, it's the first thing you're going to request. So the idea that Maduro's counsel hasn't already even been pushing forward under the classified information related procedures already is a massive red flag, because that's going to be the first thing you do unless there is broader discussions, I believe, going on behind the scenes. And that's what I want to do here at the Midas Touch. I don't know for a fact, but I can tell you, having worked in big law firms that handle sensitive cases, I have a sense of when you read something like this, what I think may be taking place behind the scenes. It goes on to talk about how there were 2 rounds of motions that are going to be filed prior to the government's completion of discovery. There's going to be a first wave of pretrial motions by the defendant, then a second wave of pretrial motions by the defendant. And I mean, to me, you look at all of this, this whole thing seems arranged. Having June 2027 as your trial date, knowing that Hellerstein's a no-nonsense judge, but also putting in all these barriers to eventually move that to a 2028, and whether ultimately Maduro gets pardoned or released with some sort of deal before Trump's term is over. That seems to be obviously where this is all kind of heading. Now, one of the reasons I feel that way is not just in the document. When Donald Trump held that bizarre press conference on Friday, he was asked about Delcy Rodriguez, elections in Venezuela, Machado.
Hey, Homo, don't worry about it. Homo 639, don't worry about it. Who the fuck you voting for?
Who was the leader who was elected, but she's in exile and Trump doesn't let her go to Venezuela. And remember, in Venezuela, they're reeling over there from that horrible earthquake, the back-to-back earthquakes that killed thousands and tens of thousands of people are still.
Boy, it's changing right in front of your dumb ass eyes. This motherfucker lost 80% of the cases that been to court against his administration. 80% loss rate. 20% win. Bruh. You know what you get on your motherfucking test? If you get 20% in school, dummy? Or did you go to school?
Missing. But listen to what Trump says when he asks about when he's asked about elections in Venezuela. Let's play it.
As far as the elections in Venezuela, they're not really.
You stupid dummy. Walter, Trump ain't running in 28, you fucking nugget.
Ready for them yet, but boy, a lot of progress has been made. Delcy's been doing a fantastic job, as you know. the amount of oil coming out of Venezuela right now, even before the big companies, Exxon, all the big companies.
Let me bring in Harry Littman from the Talking Feds YouTube channel. Harry, former top federal prosecutor, Western District of Pennsylvania's United States attorney. So Harry's litigated and been a part of the biggest types of cases in Western District of Pennsylvania and in Maine Justice. You've supervised.
These dumb bitches still talking about Biden.
These lawyers across
the president is in office now, and that bitch is fucking up
the country and from Maine Justice itself. So you've seen, very high profile cases that involve classified.
Hey, Maga, can I ask you a serious question? Have you tried crying about it?
Information, sensitive, compartmented information, and the procedures. Now, Harry, I just look at a document like that in a case of this level of complexity, the type of classified information we'd expect to see, and they go, we'll let you know if we're going to be dealing with classified information in the future. And I'm like, what do you mean you're going to let us know in the future? That's the main thing Maduro's going to want to see back in January, obviously. And the fact that you don't have the...
Y'all forgot? Didn't Trump tell y'all to take the B out of Democrat? Most people don't know dumb has a B in it. No, you dumb bitch. Everybody knows dumb has a B in it, you stupid motherfucker. And y'all still can't spell it right. I done seen Democrats and Demorats spelled 1,000 different ways. Can y'all dumbass maggots get one way to spell it?
Procedure set up already tells me there's stuff going on behind the scenes here. The June 2027 trial date, Trump making statements like that. What do you make of it, Harry?
Can't blame you for a second for having those suspicions and reading between.
See, this is the thing. They can clearly hear us laughing and joy fucking y'all over. And they still talking about whining. Bitch, you're whining. Shut the fuck up.
In the lines. Let me just say there's another reading, according to which it's basically a straight up shot in the Southern District of New York. That, of course, is perfectly consistent with Trump coming in with some last minute deal and throw away the prosecution and give Maduro a pardon and the like. But the schedule itself, I think, Ben, isn't something to really make a prosecutors and...
Y'all see my man William said, I'm happy with my vote. Shut your country ass up, boy.
Antenna really quiver. You're right. I have been involved in cases.
Trump said he loved the uneducated. Trump said he loves stupid people.
Like this. And this particular case, each side has a really big, gnarly, complicated, uncertain issue. Maduro is going to be claiming immunity, and that
I'm hiding my dick too. This is a faceless channel, dick face.
As the president when he was arrested. And the administration is going to be relying. This is the second.
Furthermore, this channel ain't about me. It's about exposing you weak ass motherfucking individuals. It's about exposing pedos. It's about exposing, elite people who think they can do whatever they want to women and children. Not happening here. Fuck you. And the face that we need to see is right here. This ugly motherfucker.
And the last motion listed in this second round on this
man looked like melted caramel.
CIPA Section 4, Classified Information Procedures Act. And this is, anytime that comes up, it is time consuming. It used to be the case that if the administration or a government wanted to use classified information, they were stuck because they had to show it to the other side, and the other side could essentially, the word was gray mail, force the government to either I think a year from now, trial date is not kind of crazy, loose, elastic, and built in to let the politicians make trouble or over haul the entire thing. That could happen, of course. It's the Trump administration, and it could always happen. But this would be the kind of thing that Hellerstein and the Southern District of New York might be seeing if they were playing it on the up and up. The 4 lawyers who are involved here who signed the joint motion, it's kind of interesting. 2 of them are new, but they're returning from new. So it's a little hard to say, are these sort of Trump loyalists and acolytes? That's been revealing in many cases, including in one after the other, where the administration is completely messed up, like with the recent New York Times subpoena that they had to withdraw. If it's the new people, but the other 2 people are veteran AUSAs. So again, you could construe it either way. I'll make one more point, which is he's incarcerated. He's not going anywhere. So, the government doesn't have the sort of hurry up pressure of his being at liberty. And the same thing with the defense. I think these are really sophisticated defense attorneys. They got together and they worked out a schedule that is not so out of line for how these cases would go. And of course, as you say, that's always subject to being completely thrown out the window and some political goal being superseding it. Venezuela is a mess that supposedly we're running. Marco Rubio is running, and we've totally, created a total screwed up situation there, and how Maduro could figure in, all of that is right. And we've seen again and again that the administration doesn't care about the niceties of like due process and other things like that before they impose a political solution. That said, this looks to me pretty close to what something would look like in this complexity case if it were on the up and up and we didn't have this administration for whom the presumption of regularity has been completely thrown out the window.
Well, because the defense lawyers, though, are very sophisticated, they know behind the scenes what Donald Trump is looking for out of this. They also are monitoring the statements that Donald Trump is making, which you just said, that Trump through Rubio, through Delcy, which is the Maduro regime, is still running Venezuela. Right. The Maduro regime, the Maduro government, is the government in Venezuela right now. The immunity argument that Maduro would make is that I'm a head of state and that you charged me with machine guns and drug dealing and things that you're not allowed to charge a head of state. So for me not to get immunity, you have to show that side, I get it. This is what the prosecutors would want, perhaps. But if you're Maduro's lawyers, they know how to turn it up and be aggressive and ask for the CIA file and certain things that would make this very difficult on the prosecutors in a case like this. And they haven't done that yet because they're sophisticated. That's what I read between the lines, that they see obviously a need to pens down a little bit versus, really motion the hell out of this. That's really...
And he will be remembered as a fucking shitbag. And you know that.
What I was getting at, Harry. I'll give you the final.
Fair enough. I'll just make 2 quick points. One is that any full team, sophisticated...
Fuck Hunter Biden right now. It's all about motherfucking Barron Trump. That motherfucker is going to jail. And y'all gonna be whistling Dixie, and I'm gonna be laughing at your motherfucking hands. Barron is going to jail. So is his daddy.
Maduro almost certainly has a lot of funds, includes a whole team of crisis management and people who are working the government and people whom, the word on the street is you pay a couple million and
Look, y'all. This is the Democrats' favorite thing to do. Look at Charles. What is his name? Chance. All he wants to say is the Democrats.
Cuffs up a pardon, etc. That's part of it.
But what about the Democrats? What about the demon rats? But what about the Democrats? You fucking crybaby. Shut the fuck up. You whistling Dixie bitch ass motherfuckers.
As well. And then the second point is they've negotiated here, Ben, and notice the immunity is the centerpiece of the first round of motions. If they win immunity, trial's over.
What about Nancy Pelosi? But what about Hunter Biden? My neighbor's a cannibal.
As we've learned ruefully from the Supreme Court's immunity decision. Immunity is a right not to stand trial in the first place. So even if you're just thinking of the time aspect of it, they get to roll the dice on their big play first. And if they win it, everything with the second part is gone, right? And I'll bet that's something they were able to secure in what seems like a pretty sophisticated New York lawyers and New York prosecutors back and forth before this, joint motion was submitted to Hellerstein.
Everybody subscribe to Harry.
Now, that would be gross. Somebody said that Barron is Ivanka's child. How fucking old is Ivanka, first of all? They saying that Barron is Ivanka's child. He don't look shit like Melania, that's for fucking sure. Barron was not born by me. Barron was already a person before I came to the United States. We are not that much different in age.
Min's YouTube channel. It's called Talking Feds. So after this video ends, go on the YouTube search function, type in Talking Feds, watch one of Harry's videos. After you subscribe, tell Harry in the comments, Ben says WTF. That's the book you all can pre-order right now. We have a link in the description below. Go to Talking Feds, tell Harry Ben says what the F. Thanks, Harry.
Thank you, Ben.
Breaking news right now. My brothers and I wrote a book. It's called WTF America. And well, doesn't that just say it all? It comes out officially this October, but you can pre-order your copy today. Just scan the QR code or click the link in the description below.
Smash that like button, y'all. They crying. Maga is whining. Get in here and witness this shit.
Donald Trump had a terrifying mental health episode, posting 40 deranged images in a 6-hour mental breakdown. This is
And sometimes dads fuck their daughters, especially when they fucking harp on it and talk about if his daughter wasn't his daughter, he would date her. What the fuck? I ain't never thought about my daughter like that, you weird motherfuckers.
deeply abnormal. Millions have become desensitized to it. I don't know what to do. I've got to take my Make Truth Great Again hat and I've got to beat my microphone. I don't know what to do to resensitize people to the fact that this is insane. Over roughly 6 hours, Donald Trump unleashed more than 40 posts, many of them bizarre AI fantasies depicting Trump as a military conqueror, a doctor, a founding father, a time traveler, the guardian of the entire planet. I have a list of the posts here put together by our friend Harry Sisson. And what you can see is that there are moments when, for example, from 3:22 to 3:25, that is a 3-minute period, Donald Trump posted almost 10 things. Him standing next to Biden, AI art of him giving a speech, an AI picture of Chris Christie fighting with Jerry Nadler. One of the wackiest images he posted after attacking her at the White House Correspondents' Dinner is an AI photo of Caitlin Collins depicted as Dylan Mulvaney, who is a trans woman, I believe, who was involved in that Bud Light controversy, was it years ago at this point, which led to a lot of right-wingers saying no more Bud Light. Endless AI images, multiple between 436 and 441. This is the president of the United States, ladies and gentlemen. And look at what he is doing here. How has this become normalized? You were not, forget about the specifics of each one here. The fantasy nature of this, the president behaving this way during an international military crisis, publicly fantasizing about war through AI generated art. And the images also are very revealing as to the fantasy world that Donald Trump inhabits, or at least wants his followers to inhabit. Trump alongside JFK, Trump with George Washington, Trump as a doctor, Trump as a Navy commander, Trump is saving America. Trump wants us to see him in these ways. And he even posted one of him running illegally for president in 2028 while his enemies cry. This is the visual language of a cult. I talk about this extensively in my book, Pay Attention, and how not only do we end up in these algorithmic silos, we then are increasingly fed visual language of cults generated by AI. Trump is the warrior, the
Maga Mike,
physician, the founding father, the immortal leader, the global protector. Now, I cannot diagnose Trump from social media posts, but what we can observe is behavior. If your elderly parent or grandparent spent 6 hours posting dozens of fake pictures portraying themselves as military commander, historical hero, doctor, etc., you would be concerned. You wouldn't say this is engaging normally with social media. You would probably say it might be time to have an evaluation done, a medical evaluation done. And if Trump didn't personally post all of this crap, it's not a particularly comforting alternative, because it means staff members are controlling Trump's account and flooding it with authoritarian AI fantasies. Are these the people that should be controlling Trump's social media accounts? So either Trump is obsessively posting the material, or the people around him believe this is how a president should communicate. One other thought. Notice the 2028 obsession. His supporters love to insist it's a joke. We know from history, authoritarian movements constantly use jokes to normalize ideas and to test public reaction and to make previously unthinkable behavior just feel familiar. And then there's the imagery downplaying American casualties. Real service members become another prop in Trump's fantasies, where he smokes cigars and time travels with George Washington. Trump is desperate to project strength. None of this projects strength. It communicates insecurity, obsession, a desperate need to see himself depicted as the hero of every story. Nobody's having nightmares because Trump posted another fake image. The alarming part is the guy in control of the world's most powerful military is consumed by an AI-generated fantasy version of himself, and millions of his supporters see it and they go, that's leadership. That's how the president should behave. We are screwed as a country if we can't do away with this. Democrats have selected South Carolina to be the first primary in 2028. We'll talk about it on today's bonus show. Thomas Massey's bill would bar funding for police using flock license plate readers. Very interesting. And the Trump administration is ramping up its controversial plan to revoke citizenship from people who were naturalized.
I'll keep this quick. We need a huge number of donations today to flip this U.S. Senate seat in Texas. If everyone watching this right now made a contribution, we'd reach our goal in seconds. But I know not everyone can give right now. So if you care about taking back Texas,
am I next? All of those stories and more on today's bonus show. Sign up at joinpacman.com. And remember, you can pre-order for a few more weeks a limited number of signed copies of my new book, Pay Attention, at davidpacman.com/attention. If you want this particular copy of the book, this is the first one ever printed, send your pre-order screenshot to info@davidpacman.com. Say, David, put me in that raffle. And on the book's release date, one person will get this particular copy that's on my shelf. First one ever that's been printed. I'll dedicate it and send it to you. That's info@davidpacman.com for the raffle. Joinpacman.com to get even more show today. I'll be back with you tomorrow. Debt has a way
Let's go, y'all. We need 24 likes. 24 more likes to get to 100 likes. That's what I call a knockout live stream. Let's make it happen, y'all. I need 20 of y'all. Just 20. Or 20 or so. 24 to be exact. Let's get it.
Of turning ordinary
Right
months
now in the
into
chat,
math
spam those
problems
likes.
that never seem to get solved. You pay what you can, you sort of like move money around, you keep up with different due dates, and the balances are sitting there and they cost more every day. Our sponsor, PDS Debt, might be able to help you. What PDS Debt does is work with people struggling with credit card, personal loans, collections, medical bills. They review your situation. They'll build a customized debt relief plan with options
Smash that like
designed
button.
to reduce what you owe and move from juggling multiple payments to one lower monthly payment. They'll go beyond the numbers. They'll personalize the solution to your specific financial situation, not some generic formula. There's no minimum credit score required.
Molly Rogers says, except he's the leader of the fucking free world in the middle of a war and spends hours on AI creating slop. He's a fucking moron. Get him out. I echo that sentiment. Smash that like button, y'all. Double tap that screen. If that's your sentiment and you feel the same way that Molly does, make sure you smash that like button. Make sure you share the live stream and definitely subscribe to the channel because we do this shit every day, all day.
Savings can start right when you complete the free 30-second assessment. PDS Debt is the top-rated company in the industry. Thousands of five-star reviews, A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Lots of people in my audience use PDS Debt, and we looked at the numbers for people coming just from my show. It turns out the average
Yeah, Trump is winning because he's winning only 20% of his motherfucking court cases that his administration is in. He's losing by 80%. 80% of the court cases that have gone to trial, into litigation, he has lost. 20% he's won. So yeah, I guess if you want to say he's winning only 20% of the time, then that's the only fucking thing he's winning. That's the only thing you can associate winning with Trump is 20% of the time when there's a whole 100 total percent. And 80 of that percent, he is fucking losing. So miss us with the bullshit and you can fold that little comment you just had into a sharp square and slide it right in the crack of your ass.
Pacman Show viewer who uses PDS Debt saves an average of $24,994. Get your free 30-second personalized assessment today at pdsdebt.com/PacmanYT. The link is in the description.
Now you got to understand, Pitt. That's what they told him to say in the Maga Discord. No matter what, say Trump is winning. No matter what they say, just lie and say Trump's winning. That's the ticket. Trump is winning in Iraq. Bitch, Trump is winning in your back. Bitch, Trump is winning under your fingernails. But in Iraq, he's getting boots to his ass. Fuck what you talking about. You lying sack of shit.
Donald Trump used the rescheduled White House Correspondents' Dinner over the weekend to announce that he intends to run for a fourth term. And he repeats the lie that he won in 2020. And he humiliates journalist Caitlin Collins to her face. But I believe that the most disturbing part of all of this is not just Donald Trump. We know who Donald Trump is. It's watching an institution supposedly dedicated to holding presidential power accountable turn this entire thing into dinner theater. Here is Trump, haha, it's so funny, announcing his fourth term campaign.
Okay, but we are all doing good together. That's why tonight, to show just how much I care about the press, and I want to save your ratings, I'm pleased to announce my intention to, and this is somewhat of a scoop, my intention to run
My intention. Is that the most unpresidential fucking voice you ever heard in your fucking life? Sound like a fucking mental fucking douchebag. My intentions. Yeah. With that voice, bitch, we know your intentions. To fucking hurt little children and degrade women and grape women. That's what that fucking voice sound like.
For a fourth term as President of the United States, I will be doing that. I will be having an official, in fact,
Regina, your name is officially Reggie, bitch.
I think I have, yeah. I won 3 times. Now I'm going to do it again.
So Trump just put on a Trump 2028 hat.
Thank you. I'm going to do it. Should be easy. I'm getting very good at running for president. No, I won 3 times, did very well the second time, by the way. It's a rigged election, but we don't have to talk about it. You know, it's interesting, when you come back and you do a good job like we did, you don't care about it so much, but we do have to tighten up these elections because they really are in seriously bad shape. Okay, but
now the obvious response is, oh, Trump was just joking. And I'm not naive.
Mobster cigarette smoke voice. And guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna win it again. Man, sit your Lionel Richie ass down.
To the fact that there's an element of joking. Trump's trying to be funny. He's not currently mounting a 4th term campaign or whatever. But Trump's jokes are threats with plausible deniability. He'll say the authoritarian thing, and an audience of journalists laughs despite Trump having insulted them, despite Trump having attacked them for years, despite Trump having no respect for the one profession that's in the Constitution, the press. And they go, well, it's a joke. And then Trump says it again. And then he sells the merch, and then he watches how people react to it. And notice that even the joke depends on another lie. I won 3 times. No, you didn't. You lost the 2020 election. There was no evidence of fraud remotely capable of changing the results in even a single state. His own administration, his attorney general, Republican state officials, courts, they all rejected this ridiculous fantasy that he won't stop repeating. And the 22nd Amendment also says nobody can be elected president more than twice. Changing it would require 2/3 of the House, 2/3 of the...
It amazes me that you white men is so fucking racist that you can see the country going down the fucking tube, claim you're a motherfucking patriot, and see the same motherfucker who claims to be a patriot destroy this motherfucker, and your little bitch ass ego is so fucking small and fragile that the only thing you can say is that this is what we voted for because we're fucking dummies. Y'all bitches is dumb. And when they say the white uneducated is Trump's core base, Trump 100% is a fucking douchebag. And so is his supporters.
Senate, ratification by 3/4 of the states, and Trump has no path to doing that. So the danger isn't Trump can declare himself president for life tomorrow. That's not the danger. I'm not suggesting that it is. The danger is a sitting president can repeatedly reject election results, discuss violating constitutional limits, while the political culture is processing it as mere entertainment. Now, then, in one of the ugliest moments of this entire thing, Donald Trump turned to see...
Look at y'all bitch ass president. This is what he does every night. Love you, Trump. Love you too, Obama. Trump 2028. This is what it's come down to. A bottle of Jerkins, some Kleenex to get tidy, and anybody want to guess where his other hand is? He's a bitch.
CNN's Caitlin Collins, who had just received an award for her reporting. And this is what he had to say.
They'll learn their lesson, but I want to personally congratulate CNN's Caitlin Collins on receiving her award. It was all about me. It's a fake. She shouldn't get the award. It was a fake, but I didn't mind. I said, Caitlin, congratulations. But it was fake. There's no question about it. But she's a young, attractive woman. She never smiles. I said, Caitlin, do you have a smile? Smile. You have a nice position. You're at CNN Fake News.
Man, shut your bitch ass up about some communism, you fucking dick sucker. You got TDS, Trump dick sucking syndrome.
You should be a happy person. So smile, Caitlin. Just smile. But
think about what is happening here. Okay, I mean, really think.
We got to put an L in there. Trump little dick syndrome. Little dick suckers. Y'all like sucking little dicks.
Think about you should be smiling more because you're a young, attractive woman. That epitomizes Trump's understanding of journalism. If the coverage flatters him, it's legitimate. But if you've got reporting that challenges him in any way, it's fake. And a woman asking difficult questions should stop looking so serious and give Trump a little smile, a cute smile, Caitlin, please. And Trump can't tolerate that Caitlin Collins is being recognized in the same room as he is because the award wasn't about honoring him. It's about honoring her work, which, by the way, was critical and incisive reporting related to Donald Trump. He had to degrade the journalism, the journalist, and CNN. And then he goes back to the jokes about his next term.
I think we all did very well. It was a hell of an evening, I can tell you that. Won't soon be forgotten. And I think a lot was learned from that evening. A tremendous amount was learned about security and about other things, the dangers of what we all do. But just like my presidency, the second time is always better. It's always better. And the third time will be better yet. I'm only kidding.
What is funny about this crap? And again, everybody laughs and Trump gets exactly what he wants. If people object, his defenders go, oh, these triggered people can't take a joke. But then if nobody objects, another authoritarian leader enters normal political conversation. And this is where I do believe the White House Correspondents' Dinner itself deserves scrutiny. The dinner honored legitimate journalism. It included reporting that challenged Trump. And of course, the association is not responsible for everything that the president says from its stage. Inviting the president is a long-standing tradition. Trump has declined for a bunch of time. I think this is the first time he's gone. Journalists shouldn't fear being in the same room with the powerful people they are covering. But there is something disgustingly broken when you turn the relationship between the president and the press into this celebrity banquet as Trump just continues attacking journalists and threatening media organizations with lawsuits and dismissing unfavorable reporting as fake and toying with trying to stay in power beyond his constitutional limits. Peter Baker of the New York Times said that the dinner should be rethought by the association after seeing what happened. And I kind of think Peter Baker has a point. If we're supposed to celebrate the First Amendment, but you give Trump a glamorous stage from which he undermines the people practicing the First Amendment, and everybody laughs and cheers, this is what democratic erosion looks like in real life. It's not a scary, it's not the Imperial March of Star Wars with a sign that says authoritarianism begins now. It's jokes and lies and breaching norms and institutions that convince themselves everything's normal. The speech was embarrassing. And the room's willingness to play along reveals something far more dangerous, and it really reinforces, boy, do we need independent media. So we're pushing to 4 million YouTube subscribers. We're under attack by this White House. I've been listed as a media offender. They have no respect for what we are doing. As corporate media is failing hard, consider following me. Consider following your other independent favorites. 4 million on YouTube is the immediate goal. It costs nothing. We're going to try to offer something different than if I have anything to say about it. Let's talk about suits for a moment. Guys want to look sharp for weddings or work or dinner or just you don't want to wear jeans one day. But finding menswear that feels classic, modern, and comfortable is pretty difficult. This is why I like our sponsor, Southern Gents. Southern Gents offers refined menswear. They've got suits and blazers, trousers, dress shirts, loafers, all the finishing touches. They've got a great suit collection with single-breasted and double-breasted options. Maybe you need something polished for business.
In Supremacy World War III, you can take over the planet, but only with the right strategy. Test yours and download for free today.
What's everybody driving, and what are you paying for car insurance in 2026?
2015 Sierra, full coverage, $58 a month. My mom saw my bill and switched the next day. 2019 Charger, full coverage, $64 a month. Used to pay near triple for.
Breaking news, Kamala Harris has endorsed Troy Jackson in Maine. You know, she won Maine in 2024. Maine is a blue state, but the problem is they have one incumbent senator, and that is Collins, and she has $11 million war chest. So at this point, which $11 million isn't a lot, but I'm coming from Illinois. That's not considered a lot. In Maine, it might be considered a lot. I mean, Juliana Stratton was up against a primary guy who had 30 million, okay? So, you know, but it's a good thing because Kamala coming in tells me just that much closer she's getting ready to run. It's a great political move because she won Maine. So if she can help win Maine, it's going to make a big pull for her going in 2028. It's about to happen. In January and June, it's about to happen. January to June, should I say, that she's going to announce next year. It's going to be early, and she's going to announce. That's my prediction. I'm usually 90% on predictions. I hope I'm wrong about this next one about Trump dying on August 1st. I have said it. I put it out there. I say he gonna die, but I hope he doesn't, because the more he's here, bleed out. But as far as Kamala's concerned, that is a brilliant move that secures her support for Maine from a senator. We need as many senators as we can get. Understand, there are 22 Republican seats up, and the Republicans are spending like $300 million to try to keep them seats, because if they lose this, where we get a majority Senate and a majority House, that's why everybody needs to show up. If they have a majority Senate, a majority House, it's going to be interesting. The thing I told black people in Texas is, listen, I ain't going to pressure you. I know how you feel disheartened how the way you were treated in Texas. But if Tallarico wins, it's going to be because of black people. But if he loses, it's going to be because of black people who did not want to come over because they didn't like the way they were treated. Facts. Do we need Tallarico? Maybe. Given what he said during the campaign, I don't know if he's going to do a Fetterman or not. I'm really just like weirded out. But we definitely need Maine, and I think 11 million is nothing, frankly. I mean, it's not big money for a campaign. It's nothing money. And for Maine, it might be big, but it's not really a lot. I think they can come up with enough money and fundraising to get behind and spur up the party and show up. Just show the fuck up. Democrats need to chump up. And I know everybody's like, oh man, Democrats in debt. They're not in real debt. They're not in regular human people debt. Because when they have a debt service, they can work and rearrange the debt because they still got money coming in. They got cash flow, y'all. They got cash flow. And they need to come with that cash flow to secure their seat. They shouldn't have backed this other fool. That was stupid as fuck, man. I mean, wasn't it? Come on. Who thinks that was dumb as hell.com? What the, you know, this guy, as soon as you saw the association with the Nazi thing, they should have been like, And Lawrence O'Donnell, I think Donald put from MS Now, MSNBC, whatever the fuck they call themselves this week. They like black African Americans who are colored Negroes. They just don't know what the fuck to call themselves now. Miss Now, May Now, ABC Now, Now, whatever. Now, I'm just gonna call them Now. Now. Whatever the hell they are, whatever the fuck they are. Lawrence O'Donnell said it best because he's a former congressman. Lawrence O'Donnell probably has the best perspectives about Congress and Congress people I've ever seen out of all the people there. I mean, Rachel Maddow is brilliant, but Lawrence O'Donnell has the inside game as a former congressman. And he said, as soon as I saw this guy Planter or whatever his name is, he said, I'm looking for the due diligence. And I didn't see the due diligence. I just got quiet. I didn't see anything on it. I got quiet and see how everything will pop up. We gotta get better. And the problem on the left is this, y'all. They didn't acknowledge shit from 2024. I'll say it like this: get in my clarity group because it's closing for the year on Friday. So click the link in my description and click the link in my description in the video or on the homepage of my YouTube. If you can't find that link, I'm sorry. You probably shouldn't be on the internet like this. No offense. But it's like people say, I can't find the link. Really? On my homepage of YouTube? Really? In my description? People get mad at me because I call them out about it. It's like, come on, it's the interwebs. If you can't find it in the description, I understand, because a lot of you watch TV. You watch, the YouTube TV, and I heard it's hard to get and deal with. I don't have YouTube TV thing. I just do from phone, But so I understand that. I'll give you an easy one. But those of you who don't, just click it. Click it. Show your bio, just a little bit about you and an image, please. Just a bio, a little bit about you and an image, okay? After July 31st, there will not be any more, it will just decline you. We just don't do it. But show up with a bio and a real picture, not a picture of a cat or a picture of some fingers going like this. I'm like, no, motherfucker, we ain't playing that. And put a real name, not Johnny June or blah, blah, blah. Fuck out of here. We're looking for transparency. What's the advantage of being in this group? Let me break it down to you like this. Our group is the shit. No, for real. We're like almost 3,500 members, and we are encouraging each other. We're building each other, and we're training each other to think differently with Trump, how to decode the drama, identify the data, and develop a better you. You're going to love this. In fact, I'm doing a special. I think I'm going to do a special live. I don't know. I'm going to be doing the point is I'm going to be doing a live. I'm probably going to be doing one on Saturday, a special live talking with everybody. This is going to be like, but I do 4 lives a month, 4 lives, not lies, lives a month. And it's private. And I get to talk about shit that, you don't hear talked about. Real talk. We're going to have a lot of fun. So join the group or not. It's totally fine. People say, I don't want to give my information. You're on the internet, bitch. I guarantee your information is already there. But they'll give our privacy information. You mean the people who gave you a social security card?
Yesterday, I played a game for 5 minutes and somehow watched 5 ads. So today, I just watched...
Mic drop. Now back to Kamala. This is a smooth move. I'm really happy she did this. I just really, it's a shame that once again, she has to be Captain Save-A-Ho. That's what it really comes down to. She's Captain Save-A-Ho. Look up that song. It's by E40 from Oakland. We want to be saved. Listen. Once again, to the rescue. And hopefully that's enough to say to us, okay, we don't know about Troy Jackson. Well, we do now, because Kamala's taking very careful steps to vet motherfuckers around her. She ain't fucking around. She getting ready to go for this presidency, and she gonna win. She gonna win, y'all. I don't give a fuck what y'all got to say about that. Those of you who be hating, jumping up, well, I don't know about Kamala. She had her chance. No, she didn't. She had 107 days. She inherited from a damn old fool who was too damn stubborn to stand up. That's what it was. That's what it was. And then the left didn't come out their pocket. I said earlier, we got problems on the left, right? Why would they want a primary with 107 days when the vice president was running? The vice president was running. The vice president is a good person, and she is the most qualified. And why the fuck? But it's always a questionable psychology of black women, black people. We got a saying, a white man's yes is a black man's maybe, or a black woman's hell no. That's what the fuck that is. Fuck out of here. It's all about comedy. You don't like it? Kick rocks. Anyway, everybody, binge watch my content. Fuck you, Kamala haters. And basically, subscribe to my channel if you're feeling what I'm saying. If you're not feeling what I'm saying, get the fuck on somewhere. No, I'm just kidding. Stay on this video. I'll tell you how Trump is begging the Supreme Court. Now, remember when they lost? This is what's crazy. Remember when they lost the Supreme Court ruling for mail-in ballots? In other words, they made it, the Supreme Court said, no, we're not going to stop mail-in ballots. Well, they tried another way around through another state at the same time, and the other state just ruled on it and said, no, like the Supreme Court, you can't do that. And so now they're going back to the Supreme Court to appeal what the state said after the Supreme Court said no. That's how audacious they are. I mean, let me put it to you like this. It is crazy if the Supreme Court allows that shit after they just said in another ruling, in another case, no. So their chances, very small unless some shit is in the game. And it could always be in the game. It's the Supreme Court, right? These motherfuckers suck. But man, the fact that they have the mere cojones, balls, and stupidity to tell the Supreme Court. They tell the Supreme Court, motherfucker, I know you just said no that other time, but how about now? You know, kind of like that old saying fellas had when we get turned down by women in the club. No don't mean no. Hey, baby, you know, what about now? What about that? No. How about now, baby? No. How about now, baby? No. And here we are just witnessing this shit. This is the most amazing DOJ ever. This is something for not beyond the record books, just beyond the record books. And what I'm telling people is be cool, be cool. We win in this. Be cool, be cool. I just don't see them trumping over that, given that they've already just lost a decision ruling on this. You know, so I'm at this point where I'm like, oh man, no, they aren't doing that. But this is the ongoing thing. In case you're just, you know, you're overwhelmed and you can't catch up and you haven't figured it out.
Join the world's #1 RPG game. Download now.
That's my wife in the truck here in Anne Arundel County, Maryland. Yeah. 14 million views as of this morning. Yeah. The comments are exactly what you'd think they are. Yeah. So I let her take the truck.
Here's what is happening. There is, without a doubt, a stack up of cases that they keep ramming down the throats of the lower courts, the appeals court, and then try to take up to the Supreme Court.
Man,
the Supreme Court only handles
up.
1%. 99% of the court cases are handled by 677 judges. All 677 judges aren't all on our side, but it's been proven.
Susan Puffy Combs, you don't even believe that shit. Bill Clinton wasn't no last motherfucking true Democratic president. You done lost your fucking mind. He was a decent president. He still had some fucked up shit with him. And I'll say same thing about Obama. He was a decent president. He had some fucked up shit I didn't like about his presidency as well. But I ain't just gonna sit up here and gawk on this motherfucker. Man, Barack Obama was the greatest thing since sliced bread. And shut the fuck up.
For the last 19 months, that it's very clear that they ain't taking no shit. Meaning that what they're doing is they're saying no. When I say they, I'm talking about even Trump. Hundreds, not just a few, hundreds of Trump appointed judges. Okay? Hundreds of Reagan, hundreds of Bush, both Bushes appointed judges have been saying no. They have lost 80% of their cases on the lower end in the appeals court, and in the Supreme Court they lost the major ones, and the major one again was the executive order to get rid of mail-in voting, and they're trying to allow Trump to get the executive order that they already said no on another case on. So it's like, really? It's kind of like when he brought up E. Jean Carroll. I want them to throw out my sexual harassment case. They wouldn't even look at that. It was like, nah. So I don't even know if they're trying to file an emergency appeal, blah. I don't think Supreme Court did work this hard before ever. I mean, well, 3 of them on the Supreme Court. The other ones, they're like, what Trump say? What Trump say? What Trump say? You know what I'm saying? This motherfucker. So basically in the courts, we're winning. But also, here's the thing to understand too. He is so goddamn desperate to win. He is completely desperate. Goddamn desperate to win. Because he knows as soon as he fucks this up, it's his motherfucking ass. In other words, the blues show up, put vote blue in the comments, vote blue in the comments. As soon as this show up, it's gonna be their motherfucking ass. It's their ass. It's ass. It's their ass. It's over. They done fucked up supremely, and they're trying to find some cute way to deal with this, and there is no cute way, bitch. You in trouble. You in trouble. You're just messed up. You're about to lose your job. You have messed up royally, and we're watching it, and they're done. You know what I'm saying? It's over. Fuck you.
We dragged their asses. They got up out of here.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. And here's the thing. What we're going through is this is a death march, or should I say life march for us, a death march for them, to the polls. Show your ass up. Get your family there. Get everybody there. Listen. Because $1 trillion out of Medicaid affects everybody. I guarantee you. If the big, beautiful bullshit bill doesn't get defunded, stopped, repealed somehow, they don't stop that, it's going to affect all the economy. Whether you get Medicaid or not, don't matter. It's going to fuck up everybody. That's why the Supreme Court ruled against him when he was trying to mess with the Federal Reserve. They said, listen, you fuck with any independent agency in the world, you leave that Federal Reserve alone. You leave that Lisa Cook alone. Now, it's not because Lisa Cook a woman and she black, because you know he don't give a shit. Supreme Court don't give a shit about the darkies. Us darkies don't get it. But
across America, communities are coming together to talk about one thing.
Hey everybody, Dr. G here. I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist as well as a body language expert, and today we're going to be analyzing the behavior and body language of President Trump's somewhat unusual White House Correspondents' Dinner speech. Before we get started, a couple of quick things. One, I wanted to make sure you know this is not a psychological evaluation of any kind. These are just my opinions. In addition to that, I do want to remind you to like and subscribe if you want to see more content just like this. All right, let's go. What we're going to be analyzing today is Trump's strange behavior during his White House Correspondents' Dinner speech. If you already watch my channel, you may have seen that I have been extensively covering President Trump's mental decline, his strange brain glitches, his odd behaviors. It seems to be getting progressively worse, and this speech is...
That's right, K-Cell. Get their ass.
No different. Over the course of the past year, this decline seems to have been fairly steep. There do seem to be some very odd behaviors, and I will explain those as we go. All right, let's just jump right in.
But we had a contest for who had the lowest ratings and the lowest IQ on television, and that was actually Don Lemon. You know, when I said that he's the dumbest man on television, I said, you know, when you say some things, you never make a comeback. It's not like, oh, gee, hey, Don, let's have dinner some night. But I know what I'm saying.
Did you catch that right there? But I know what I'm saying. I cannot figure out what on earth that's in reference to or what it's supposed to mean. I think that we are hearing internal thoughts out loud. I think there's a lot of confusion. Listen to this again, then we're going to jump back and cover some other areas.
You know, when you say some things, you never make a comeback. It's not like, oh, gee, hey, Don, let's have dinner some night. But I know what I'm saying. And then you have Bette Midler and Jane Fonda actually held.
So this is concerning on a couple of levels. One is that he's saying things that make no sense, and two, he seems unaware that he said it.
And the Waldorf people are doing a really nice job. We're proud of them, actually, because, you know, when I left town, I was a little angry. I was a little bit angry.
See, that there's a point where he caught himself. That's a point where he slurred and he knew it. So you're going to hear he corrects that, but he frequently does not.
Proud of them, actually, because, you know, when I left town, I was a little angry. I was a little bit angry.
I was offered a nice price. I said, I'm getting out of that place. And then I said, let's make a comeback. CBS News' David Ellison, who's going to do a fantastic job. He's the owner.
So even when he's reading off the teleprompter, he is struggling right now. He cannot get full sentences out. He gets distracted mid-sentence. Listen to this part again.
Last time, in fact, it's so successful that I've been informed by CBS News' David Ellison, who's going to do a fantastic job. He's the owner. To be honest, it's just about the only way that they're going to ever get me back here. You're going to have to change the name of the dinner.
Man, this man is slurred the fuck up. He sounds a mess. He sounds a fucking mess.
But how's that one going? Not too good.
Now, Trump is someone who does tend to go off script a little bit, but he's rambling more. He's mumbling more to himself.
With the dinner, but how's that one going? Not too good. And what about Bruce Springsteen? What the hell happened to that guy? He looks like hell. I don't care what anyone says. I'm not supposed to say. I'm sure he doesn't like the way I look, but I don't.
So now he's going off script again a little bit. There's high points that he's hitting, but you're about to see when he goes off script. That's when the verbal problems happen.
It looks so bad. But at a recent concert, Bruce, all he did was talk politics.
He tried to say the word concert, and it came out as complete nonsense. Listen closely here.
I don't care what anyone says. I'm not supposed to say. I'm sure he doesn't like the way I look, but I don't look so bad. But at a recent concert, Bruce, all he did was talk politics. He ought to run for office. That'd be interesting. But all he talked about, he made...
And the further this goes, the more he's starting to slur his words. The harder it is for him to be emphatic, the harder it is for him to keep his energy up. Now you're seeing him start to stumble. But this is only about halfway through the speech.
I've watched comedians get up for the dinner, because I have been here actually quite a few times. People don't realize. And there's one time in particular when Barack Hussein Obama hosted it. Do you know who that is?
So pay attention to the way he says that. He does not comprehend what he is reading because he's not saying it the right way. He is confused by what he's reading.
In particular, when Barack Hussein Obama hosted it. Do you know who that is? And he hit me hard. But TikTok, good old TikTok, and I was able to get it sold to a group of very wealthy people, mostly Americans. I was told President Xi, who's...
Listen to this sentence again. He is just so impulsive. He is struggling so much to make sense. Just listen closely.
Sold to a group of very wealthy people, mostly Americans. I was told President...
mostly Americans, I were told.
Sold to a group of very wealthy people, mostly Americans. I was told President Xi, who's...
Right now, he's talking about...
This man sounds very fucking confused. And he ain't making no damn sense. So we know pretty much he ain't even gonna be around in 2028. Y'all gonna be sad as shit.
Conversation he had with the president of China about purchasing TikTok, about Americans purchasing TikTok. And what he says is just incoherent. Once again.
Actually, I mentioned his name. I said, these are wonderful people, and it'll be a good thing. Does it mean anything, President? It's nothing. It's nothing. They love your country. We'd love to see you approve the deal. And he goes, all right.
After stories, he hits enough high points at the end for people to believe they know what he's talking about. But everything in the middle is just nonsense. It's just gibberish, basically.
It's a good thing. Does it mean anything, President? It's nothing. It's nothing. They love your country. So they thought about going with a professional clown for entertainment, but Adam Shifty Schiff was not available. You know, he's known, I called him, I hate some people, you know, I shouldn't say this, I'm not supposed to hate, I'm supposed to love everybody. But he's a terrible person, he's a liar. And I called him Watermelon.
So you can hear the agitation, the anger. He's very mean-spirited throughout a lot of this.
Watermelon head, because he has the largest head I've ever seen with the smallest neck, pencil neck. How does that big, fat, ugly head stand on a little pencil neck?
But listen to President Trump struggle right here. If you're not paying attention, you might not notice that he is struggling. But when it comes to his nickname for Adam Schiff, just listen again.
This head I've ever seen with the smallest neck, pencil neck. How does that big, fat, ugly head stand on a little pencil neck? And then I'm told that even Rosie O'Donnell reached out from Ireland. She really wanted to be here in order to honor me. She loves me very much, and
She was desperate to come back to the United States and pay her respect to Donald J. Trump. But that didn't work out, unfortunately, because nobody wanted her to come back. But she's one of the greatest
See, there was supposed to be a joke in there, but he couldn't get to the punchline. He's struggling to make sense of what he is supposed to say. And historically, he's somebody that could talk off the cuff a little bit. He might make a joke out of what they're talking about, and he does that a little bit here. But in general, he's getting lost and then just meandering. He understands it to a degree, but there's an underlying thread of confusion about the different lines he's delivering.
But I want to personally congratulate CNN's Caitlin Collins on receiving her award. It was all about me. It's a fake. She shouldn't get the award.
There's so much anger and confusion here. Now, he is someone that can be angry, but listen to this. This really is next level, even by President Trump standards.
Receiving her award. It was all about me. It's a fake. She shouldn't get the award. It was a fake, but I didn't mind. I said, Caitlin, congratulations. But it was fake. There's no question about it. But she's a young, attractive woman. She never smiles. I said, Caitlin, do you have a smile? Smile. You have a nice position. You're at CNN Fake News. You should be a happy person.
There's so much rage and so much seething anger underneath what he's saying, and it seems to get worse as the night goes on. Now, I talked about in my last video about him, or at least my last video analyzing this aspect of his speeches, it seemed like that he might be sundowning, and that seems potentially true here as well. He seems to be struggling more at night, having word-finding issues, slurring his words more, having issues with being coherent, saying things that don't make any sense, saying things that are on his mind that he shouldn't say. We are seeing more of that at night, and this is a great example of that.
You're at CNN Fake News. You should be a happy person. So smile, Caitlin, just smile. But we attack, and I thought Caitlin had really made it.
See, he just said, and we attack. I don't even know what that was attached to.
CNN Fake News. You should be a happy person. So smile, Caitlin, just smile. But we attack, and I thought Caitlin had really made it.
See, we attack was attached to nothing. That made absolutely no sense.
Smile.
That motherfucker said, then we attack.
But we attack, and I thought Caitlin had. So I said, Stephen, nobody called? No, sir. 2 hours later, I say, hi, Steve, how are we doing? Everything good? Anybody call? No, sir, no press calls. I said, I'm president. Nope, they never call. So this went on for about a week. I'd say, Caroline did the press call. No, sir, no calls. I said, nothing. It's over a week. I haven't received a call. So I said, you know what I'll do? I'm going to give the press my phone number. That was the stupidest thing I ever did. I'm getting a call every 3.7 minutes.
Now, this does give us some insight into President Trump. When he's not being talked about, he gave out his number just to make sure that the press would talk about him. That is wild.
But the press calls, I'm getting calls, ring, ring. I was with somebody today.
Now, I talked about his decision-making getting worse. I've talked about how I actually don't think that the war in Iran would have happened had he been of more sound mind. Him giving out his number to press also is a crazy thing to do.
He said, I've never heard a phone ring as much as press.
And there he is tripping up on more words. It's becoming more evident when you pay attention to it, but it's constant. He is always tripping up over his words, and he can't seem to get out more than a couple of sentences without mushing words together, without combining words together.
Somebody today, he said, I've never heard a phone ring as much as press. Now, I look at the thing and usually just delete, delete, delete. He was leading in the deceased crowd, and there were a lot of them. You're finding out there's a lot of them. Look at the numbers that just came out yesterday. And it's traditional that at least one or two potential presidential hopefuls attend the correspondence dinner, but many of them seem to have really chickened out. I was disappointed that Gavin Newsom didn't show up.
Now, this was subtle, but this also shows that Donald Trump does not understand what is going on. I cannot overstate that. So historically, he has called Gavin Newsom Gavin Newscum and sort of emphasized the scum part of it. And I suspect that the way that it was written in the teleprompter was his name was Gavin Newscum. I don't think that Trump realizes that's a nickname right now. I think that he's actually reading it as though that's Gavin Newsom's name. Listen to this again, and he's going to do it more than once.
The correspondence dinner, but many of them seem to have really chickened out.
This man is fucking talking out of his motherfucking mind. And y'all talking about he the best president in the world. Man, by far, he's the fucking worst.
I was disappointed that Gavin Newsom.
See, Newscum, he pronounced it as...
It's Newsom, you stupid motherfucker. So not only is his core base the white uneducated, but he's the white uneducated as well.
So that was actually his name. He does not realize that's a nickname that he came up with. But the teleprompter probably has it written in there, and he's confused by it.
The Islamic State of Japan.
To be fair, there's only one thing we know about Gavin, and that's that he definitely doesn't want to fight fire with water. He's got a lot of water he never uses. What a disaster. That should have never happened. But Gavin Newsom recently...
See? Said it again. He does not realize that that is supposed to be a joke.
Disaster. That should have never happened. But Gavin Newsom recently did a career-threatening, one of the worst interviews I've ever seen, where he said that he can't read a speech. He's incapable of reading a speech.
There's a little bit of irony with all of this, but I'm going to continue.
He can't read a speech. He's incapable of reading a speech. He's a low IQ person. He's smarter, however, than all of the people in the room. And then he gets sued for being a racist, okay, when he said that. But he basically said he has various...
He said he got sued for being a racist. Once again, there are words he's throwing in there that don't really make any sense. Instead of saying accused, he said sued, which makes no sense.
IQ person... He's smarter, however, than all of the people in the room. And then he gets sued for being a racist, okay, when he said that. All these things. And I said, anybody running against him, all they have to do is take that one interview and you can't lose. I actually put out a statement that Gavin Newsom has come out and said he will.
He got confused again by the new scum part of things, and so he didn't say it all the way. Trump is definitely confused right now.
I actually put out a statement that Gavin Newsom has come out and said he will not be running for president because nobody can say what he said about himself and survive. Newsom was in big trouble.
See, and now he's saying his name correctly.
When he openly admitted that Kamala was smarter than him. She said, Kamala is smarter. If Kamala...
And he just said she said Kamala was smarter. This whole part is a disaster, which is so ironic because he was saying that Gavin Newsom can't deliver speeches, which clearly he's struggling with right now himself.
Newsom was in big trouble when he openly admitted that Kamala was smarter than him. She said, Kamala is smarter. If Kamala is smarter than someone, you don't want that person to be president of the United States of America. On a serious note, I want to say once again, I just want to thank you all.
So as you can see, he's wrapping things up. He's wearing a novelty hat, joking that he's going to run again in 2028.
It's been an interesting evening. I didn't really know what to expect, and it's far worse than I actually thought. But if you want to know that.
Now, him talking about it being worse than he actually thought, I believe, is him being sincere. I think that when Wolf Blitzer presented the award to the journalist that covered his connection with Jeffrey Epstein, that I think that was the low point of the evening for him. I think that was humiliating for him, and I think it bothers him tremendously. So that has set a cloud over the rest of the evening. Now we're going to watch a little bit of President Trump's reactions to Oz Perlman's mentalism. Now, Oz Perlman is a world-class mentalist. I'm not going to go through and show what he's doing in terms of mentalism, but I'm going to show President Trump's reaction to what he's doing.
Number one place in the world you'd love to go. Look at it again. Turn your back so I can't see you and you can't see me.
As you can see, President Trump is not moving a single inch. I think that he is fully asleep right there.
Close your eyes for me, David. There's a passport involved. David, keep your eyes closed. Keep your eyes closed. Keep your eyes closed. What was the place when I said spin it?
Now, you're briefly going to see President Trump wake up just enough to lean back and get into a more comfortable position. When he's doing that, his eyebrows are up. I wouldn't say that he's fully awake at this point, but I would say awake enough to at least move. Watch this right here.
Keep your eyes closed. What was the place when I said spin it? Stop right there. Where did you want to go? Tell us.
See, his eyebrows are...
Body language, y'all. They breaking this man down to the torso. Hey, Pitbull, this shit is great.
There's some level of consciousness that people are going to be looking at him, but I do think that he is fully asleep right here.
Taj Mahal.
What? Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
That's why I said you shifted your balance. Have you been there?
And there, Caroline Levitt, she looked over at him. I think she now realizes what's going on.
Take it. I'll take it. Did Fiji pop in your head?
Fiji came at one point, I will say. Fiji did come at one point.
The clapping seems to have alerted him up.
Hey, y'all, listen. This motherfucker is asleep. Full sleep mode in a fucking press conference. They probably got a kickstand in his back.
Little bit, but he still seems to be quite asleep.
I'm going to show you over here. I'm going to show the president. The president's still admiring the Czech crystal, I'm noticing. Those are beautiful chandeliers.
Hey, listen, that motherfucker was in a full dream, y'all. He woke up because motherfuckers started clapping. Hold up, y'all. We got to back that shit up. Wait a minute.
Here, sir.
See, he's saying he's good. He's trying to cover the fact that he was just sleeping, I think.
Admiring the
But he's...
Take it. What?
Eyebrows are up. There's some...
Eyes closed. What?
When he's doing that, his eyebrows are up. I wouldn't say that he's fully awake at this point, but I would say awake enough to at least move. Watch this right here.
Just keep your eyes closed. What was the place when I said spin it? Stop right there. Where did you want to go? Tell us.
See, his eyebrows are up. There's some level of consciousness that people are...
Remember the Sleepy Joe thing? Sleepy Joe Biden. He's always asleep. Now look at your ass. Get the kickstand out your back, boy.
Going to be looking at him, but I do think that he is fully asleep right here.
Taj Mahal.
What? Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
That's why I said you shifted your balance. Have you been there?
And there, Caroline Levitt, she looked over at him. I think she now realizes what's going on.
Take it. I'll take it. Did Fiji pop in your head?
Fiji came at one point, I will say. Fiji did come at one point.
The clapping seems to have alerted him a little bit, but he still seems to be quite asleep.
I'm going to show you over here. I'm going to show the president. The president's still admiring the Czech crystal, I'm noticing. Those are beautiful chandeliers, sir.
See, he's saying he's good. He's trying to cover the fact that he was just sleeping, I think.
Hey, I know the I just woke up face. That's a
the Czech crystal, I'm noticing. Those are beautiful chandeliers, sir.
See, he's saying he's good. He's trying to cover the fact that he was just sleeping, I think.
The Czech crystal, I'm noticing. Those are beautiful chandeliers, sir. Open your eyes. I have a better idea. Throw the hat out in the crowd.
So right now, Oz Perlman has President Trump throwing a hat out in the crowd. It's basically a way to choose somebody random.
Let's go. Someone catch. Or nobody catch.
Now you see President Trump laugh because I think it landed on somebody's dishes or their glasses or something like that. A fairly normal reaction. But I want to show you his reaction if we go a little further.
Live in this room right now.
Now at this point, Oz Perlman is at the very end of a very impressive mentalist routine. So when we look at this expression right here, it can mean one of two things. One is that he's frustrated that he's not the center of attention. That's always a possibility. Or two, he really does not understand what's going on around him. Mentalist routines can be very complex. It requires that you hold on to a lot of different information. I actually don't think he's able to follow what's going on right now. And that's why we have this expression.
Crazy.
All right, let's go ahead and start to wrap things up. Hopefully this is helping you better understand some of the psychology and the body language we observed from President Trump today. We saw someone who was raging, impulsive. His judgment was bad. There was so many problems throughout the speech. He was confused so many times. I do not think he knew half the time what he was reading. And unfortunately, I think that this is only going to get worse. I think in the next 6 to 8 months, we're going to see a dramatic change in the way that he presents based on everything that we saw today and everything we've been seeing for the past few months. If you have any other thoughts about this, or if there's anything else you want me to analyze, please let me know in the comments below. Last thing before we get finished up is I do want to remind you to like and subscribe if you want to see more content just like this. All right, thanks for watching.
I got some meat. Can you bring it in?
Wake up, Trump.
Hey Hey everybody, Dr. G here. I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist as well as a body language expert, and today we're going to be analyzing the behavior and body language of President Trump as journalists are given an award about their coverage of Jeffrey Epstein. Before we get started, a couple of quick things. One, I wanted to make sure you know this is not a psychological evaluation of any kind. These are just my opinions. In addition to that, I do want to remind you to like and subscribe if you want to see more content just like this. All right, let's go. Today, I'm actually going to be releasing 2 videos. This first one is going to be analyzing President Trump as journalists are given awards about their coverage of Jeffrey Epstein. The second video is going to be analyzing a lot of the problems he had during his speech. But for now, let's break down his reaction as Wolf Blitzer presents this award, as well as him interacting with the journalists themselves. All right, let's just jump right in.
The Journal's courageous reporting on President Trump's past relationship with financier Jeffrey Epstein triggered the release of the so-called Epstein files.
So we're already seeing a look of disapproval.
Stay on this video and I'll tell you how Peter Thiel is fleeing America for Argentina. You know, the billionaire who basically has Trump and Vance in his pocket is afraid for him and his family. Interesting. But here's the interesting part about this the most. The fact that he, and I first reported this a couple of months ago, but the fact that he is looking at the writing on the wall. One thing Peter Thiel has always been good about, and that's forecasting things that are coming. And quite frankly, he knows this ass whooping is coming. He knows that this changeover is coming. He knows that there are investigations happening. He knows that the intelligence community been telling and snitching on Trump and all his buddies about what's going on to the subcommittees of the Democratic Congress. And if we do what we're supposed to do and show the hell up in November and get a Democratic majority in the House and the Senate, if ever so small of a majority, it's enough to open up some serious can of whip ass on the Trump administration, limit his powers, stop that big beautiful bill from taking out $1 trillion from Medicaid, and it's going to open up Epstein, because Epstein Transparency Act 2.0 is coming. You know, Thiel is not in power or doesn't use his power. How do I put this?
Come on, y'all need 12 likes to get to 100 likes. Help me out. Let's go.
Without being able to benefit and know what's going on in Washington. And he knows the writing on the wall. He's getting out because intelligence community is already seeing he's trying to go to a non-extradition country. Now, you would think Elon would be smart enough to make his moves, and maybe he has made some side moves, but quite frankly, you know, he's fucked. I'm going to tell you right now that Elon's fucked, but Peter Thiel, man, let me tell you, him fleeing like he's doing is telling you exactly what's getting ready to happen. Rats on a deserting ship. Do you know?
Take your money to...
Listen, y'all. If y'all don't know who Peter Thiel is, he's the guy who's in charge of all these goddamn data centers. He's the guy who is in charge of Plantier, or whatever the fuck the company is called, but it's dealing with AI, robots, and them fucking robot police and all that shit. His ass has fled. I did a video about that about 2 months ago. Peter Thiel has fled to a non-extradition country. And people see the writing on the wall because Peter Thiel sees the fucking writing on the wall. Why would he be leaving if the top dog who he has in his pocket is running shit and in good condition? Then why would Peter Thiel be on his fucking high horse getting the fuck out of America? Would only lead us to believe one thing, is that Peter Thiel sees that the Maga and the Trump administration is going down in a motherfucking hellfire, and he is getting far the fuck away from it before the fire burns him. Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, and definitely share this live stream for those who got like minds.
Next level with high yield cash from Robinhood Gold. Sign up now for just $5 a month.
That the Republican Congress is already having conversations talking about treat Trump like a lame duck. They know this ass whooping is coming for November, and we got to show up and assure this ass whooping is coming for November. And what's going to happen is it's going to open up what's happening with Epstein. By the way, side note, Epstein. I talk about Epstein in my Clarity group. Is closing on Friday. It is closing. You have to give a real ID and a real bio. If you don't, you will not get in. You will get banned from the group. Quite frankly, the people who are in there now who might don't have a bio or a picture, they're gonna go bye-bye, I'm seriously, we are not fucking around. We are closing for the year. It is a free group, but it's great because you get insider information. If you love hearing my content here, you will love what I say off the record there. The stuff that I can't say on social media. And I have 4 lives that I do every month. And you can get it. And you also get access to our replays. Our replays are incredible. I've been doing lives since May of 2025 for over a year. So I got over a year worth of replays that you have available there too. We have a classroom where you can decode the drama, identify the data, and you can develop a better you. How do you get in your head and get things done? That is the biggest thing you got to look at. That's what we're talking about. That's where we're going. That's where the energy is taking us. And quite frankly, it's a great thing to get in. Click the link in my description or over in the YouTube, the homepage of my YouTube channel. Okay. Those of you who comment, I don't know where the link is. I'm sorry. I can't help you other than tell you where the link is at. I'm not trying to be mean, but you know, come on, man. Going back to Peter Thiel, you know, he's in a lot of real fucked up trouble because he's been fucking with them little kids, boys and girls. And, you know, he's busted and he knows the survivors are coming after him. They have just been coming after him religiously now because they're trying to catch up to him. And, you know, in December, I said, I hope they don't release the files, because it opens up more kick-ass and more whip-ass than they've ever had before. And that's exactly what happened. Just like I said, I hope they confirm Blanche, because Todd Blanche is going to be the sign of the destruction of Trump administration, his family, and the GOP. He's gonna open up the door for Trump just to go down it and lead that destructive path. Trump has no guardrails, as we all know. And if he wants to go off the guardrails, go for it, because he's in trouble. Now, I've already done a video talking about, I think Trump may be dead by Saturday. But if he's not, I'll do a video on Sunday, say, oop, I was wrong. And, and quite frankly, I don't want him to be dead. I don't. I want him to bleed out. Put bleed out in the comments. Even though he lies, manipulates, and projects authority, LMP, put LMP in the comments. And he's trying to get us away from ESGN, which stands for Epstein subsidies, where we got 4 million people without subsidies and 50,000 are expected to possibly die this year. I hope they're wrong, but wow. Because rich governor, GOP senators don't want to give subsidies, but they want to give $1 trillion in tax breaks to billionaires. Fuck you. And then you have gerrymandering and no kings. Let me explain that. The gerrymandering game is going well for us, despite what happened with the Voters' Rights Act. And by the way, if we get into November, do you know that Congress can write around the ruling from the Supreme Court so that black people can have their representation again? Yeah, that's the thing. Very important, despite all the gerrymandering. And another thing is the No Kings movement is still there. They're still fighting. We're fighting in the courts, we're winning. Fighting in the streets, we're winning. There have been casualties. There have been casualties. Horrible casualties. Both in Iran with our service members, people who just get shot on the street like Renee Nicole Good and Alex Beretti and Keith Porter. People who are getting killed in the detention centers. People who are getting killed from deportation. And people who are getting killed from diseases because they cut the funding to get a precursor land on the diseases. It makes me so mad because I think about how much people say racism doesn't exist. Even on the left, they don't even want to acknowledge the fact that there were people who didn't want to vote for a black Indian woman married to a Jew, as well as, you know, yes, the you-know-what was stolen. I tell you what you-know-what is in my group, okay? I'll talk about it. But the problem is that we don't have these conversations. It doesn't happen. And I am just so disappointed at the way people have straight up played this out. This has been horrible. But we're going to come through this. We're going to make it through this. We're going to be stronger than ever. You know why I think that? Because for the last 19 months, we've seen people who normally don't fight the Republican Party like this. You know, we're talking about hundreds, literally hundreds of Trump-appointed judges that fought him and won and ruled against him. We've watched
So somebody please tell me what that means. Trump-appointed judges are voting against his ass, ruling against him in the court of law. He is done. He's done.
Republican secretaries of state fight him. Like just recently, Secretary of State for Kentucky said, no, you can't have our voter rolls. We've seen people in red states, the blue states, the United States fight for our democracy and freedom. This is a government that was built over the course of 250 years, and it won't be taken away after this. It just won't. And the reason I believe it won't is based upon the actions of Americans who have shown up, our governors and attorney generals who are Democratic, who are suing in all sorts of ways and winning, and our nonprofits like the ACLU, American Bar Association, you know you're in trouble when the American Bar Association sues you and wins. The NAACP and Indivisible and Democracy Forward and some great, just hundreds and hundreds of organizations. And then when you have the judges themselves in the lower courts, they handle 99% of the court cases. And people ignorantly say shit to me like, oh, yes, but they'll just take it up to the Supreme Court. No, only 1% of the cases go up to the Supreme Court, hon. Can't get that. And then we have people who are attorneys, corporate attorneys, who are going pro bono fighting him because he went after them and targeted them last year, trying to kick them out of government. You know, just craziness, trying to kick them literally, physically out of government buildings. And they lost that for the most part, meaning that the Trump administration lost it. Then we have, again, the Congress has been trying to do something, but the best thing they've done, I think, is really set up these subcommittees, and they got the other group, the intelligence community, telling information out there, which scared the shit out of Peter Thiel, which makes him his little bitch ass run off. Then we got the election officials that are out there, and they got to fight for their lives in midterms, but they are fighting back, and the governors and attorney generals are helping them, you know. And then we got the county presidents, parish presidents. That's something don't get mentioned anywhere. They've been meeting for the last 19 months and even before to make sure there's something, you know, that they're standing on business. They deny, delay, deflect in these blue cities and blue counties and parishes. It's a fight. It's a fight. And Thiel sees the fight, and he's fighting to get that fuck out of there because he knows this shit is getting ready to get rough. And he knows he's in trouble. And he's right. Trump. He didn't win. He's not winning now. He's on the list. The list is coming out. If he lives so long, he's going to jail and he's going to have company. Binge watch my content. Definitely subscribe to my channel.
Use the promo code to get the Epic Champion at Kempdom for free.
Good evening from New York. I'm Chris Hayes. Donald Trump is getting weaker by the day, and the stench of loss is now coming off him. He came.
Uh-oh. Donald Trump is getting what? What'd he say?
Back into office, you'll remember, looking to be a dictator on day one. His administration came out of the gate like an unstoppable force. It feels like a different era. Pushing out executive orders, dismantling government agencies, bombing Iran the first time. Remember he did that? His people told us he was a steamroller. He'd roll right over everyone. But lately, Trump is just rolling over. Like a dog, you might say. Making one capitulation after another, globally and domestically. He is as full of bluster as he ever was, but he is weak. And everyone can see how weak he is. They are all calling his bluff, from the hardliners in Tehran to the Republicans in his own party in Washington on Capitol Hill. Last week, Trump was threatening another major offensive against Iran. half a year after declaring war on them, more than a month after he told us a peace deal was done. I'm considering a massive attack, bigger than ever before, he told Axios on Thursday. He threatened more attacks on civilian bridges and oil refineries and water supplies. But by Friday morning, Trump backed down off his threats. And today, he said that wasn't a retreat. It was a gambit.
Without what we did, they wouldn't even be talking to us. They requested a meeting through their surrogates and directly. And we're meeting, and, good things can happen, I guess. Oil dropped very big today. Stock markets, as of about an hour ago, was like through the roof. But no, they requested a meeting. They would not have requested the meeting if we were doing poorly. The only reason they want to meet is because we've been hitting them very hard.
Everyone can see that's not true. Sources in Trump's own administration are telling multiple outlets that the attack plans were scrubbed, at least in part, because the U.S. is running out of some of its most critical defensive weapons. The stockpile of air defense missiles to protect American service members and allies in the region is dwindling after months of strikes. And while the U.S. refuses to say how many missiles it has left, two experts tell the Wall Street Journal they estimate at least 1,500 Patriot missiles have been used since the war with Iran started. They figure that would leave less than 1,000 in the U.S. inventory. More than half gone. Those are missiles that take years to build and cost $4 million a piece. $1,500 of them. Think of that the next time they say there's not something in the budget. Trump says there's no problem, and if there is, of course, it's the last guy's fault.
No, we have plenty. We have a lot of ammunition, different types. Biden gave a lot to Ukraine, and so we're building that up. But we have a lot. We have a lot of the mid-level stuff, too. I mean, more than we could ever use, no matter what. But we have a lot. I'd like to have more, to be honest. But so much was given to Ukraine by Biden.
I'll keep this quick. We need a huge number of donations today to flip this U.S. Senate seat in Texas. If everyone watching this right now made a contribution.
Now, to be clear, dwindling the stockpiles are not the only problem here, obviously. Officials tell the New York Times Trump and his aides are also uneasy about the prospect of a widening war in the Middle East, the alienation of key Gulf allies who are vulnerable to Iranian attack, a global economic crunch, growing energy and refugee crisis. Yes, no kidding. That's what we've all been saying. It's already happening already. It's a huge part of the reason why the commander-in-chief of the most powerful military in history finds himself obviously, and again, to all observers, you, me, people that cover this professionally, the folks in Tehran, the folks in Europe, in the Middle East, finds himself totally boxed in by the misbegotten, foolish, and dangerous and reckless war that he launched. That and the weapon shortages and the fact that Trump does seem to recognize that an all-out invasion of Iran would be disastrous, which, thank goodness for small favors. He doesn't want to own those casualties or to be the president who sent gas to $6, $7 a gallon. So what we get is the Trump bag of tricks, right? Bullying and bluffing, bloviating, and getting weaker every time his bluff is called. That's the thing. The more you see this play out, right, the more people just call the bluff. And you see it in his domestic agenda too, which basically right now boils down to one obsession only. The only thing he cares about in domestic policymaking has nothing to do with people paying lower prices or anything to do with anything that would help working folks or anyone really. It's making it harder to hold free and fair elections that could threaten his majority in Congress. That's it. He wants the congressional majorities to pass the Republican SAVE Act, which would give his government vast power to interfere in elections. It would also make it very difficult for a whole bunch of people to vote. Earlier this month, he refused. Remember, he boycotted. He refused to sign a bipartisan housing bill passed both houses by huge majorities. He threatened to boycott any other legislation until Congress passed this pet obsession of his, the SAVE Act. Now, here's the thing. It was a totally empty threat because the housing bill, which was passed by both houses of Congress, became law anyway after 10 days, even when not being signed, because that's how federal legislation works. Today, he issued a new threat to his own Senate leader, right? Is this sounding familiar? Quote, John Thune should not allow the United States Senate to leave town until it passes the Save America Act, or far better still, terminates the filibuster, where Republicans can then quickly pass everything they ever dreamed of, including, and I quote here, a full and deep-throated Save America Act. Strange choice of words. What does that mean? I don't know. Also, a poor bluff. Imagine how weak the president would look if he told all those senators in his own party they better stay in Washington or else, and then they just didn't. Well, today he basically admitted his own weakness.
On the SAVE Act, why do you want the U.S. Senate to stay in town? Shouldn't they be out across the country?
Why? What a stupid question for you to ask. What a stupid question. The SAVE Act has to be done. They shouldn't leave town. I'm not going to stop them from doing it, but they should get the SAVE Act done. If they don't get it done, it's going to be a very bad thing for the party. And frankly, you know, if you look at it, the SAVE Act is going to be voted against by all Democrats, just so we know. We have some Republicans that I will not comment on, a few of them, probably 4, that we probably won't get the vote. I'd like to comment on them, but I have too much sense to do it.
Not only can he not keep his own party senators in Washington, he can't keep them from going on vacation, he admits he can't get them all to vote with him on this. And he just continues to rant at a body that won't do what he wants them to do because he doesn't actually have the power of the leverage anymore, which is also pretty remarkable given how much Republicans on the Hill have basically done whatever he wants. Trump started this term projecting invincibility, in large part because that perception can yield real power. But the thing about this cycle is that power can be unwound just as easily when the perception is shattered. The more people see that Trump can be stood up to, the more they see that his escalating rhetoric and his sort of weird bag of bullying tricks and coercion don't bring him what he wants, the more his manifest impotence is laid bare for all to see. That doesn't mean he is not dangerous, and it does not mean that his fortunes can't change. If we've learned one thing over the last 10 years, it's that Donald Trump has proven he has staying power. It's also true, though, that his political capital, his political strength, it does wax and wane, and it is waning right now, before our eyes. The president once said he was limited only by his own morality is a very severely diminished political figure.
State regime media, which calls itself Fox News, has been losing all control live on TV as Donald Trump is crashing the economy, as Donald Trump's disastrous and catastrophic war in Iran gets even more disastrous and catastrophic. So state regime media, which calls itself Fox, they're bringing on Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent to say, the economy's doing great and the Democrats are screwing everything up. State regime media, which calls itself Fox, is bringing on RFK Jr. to say all trust in public health has been lost because of Dr. Fauci. That's why nobody... No, it's because of you and this despicable Trump regime. State regime media, which calls itself Fox, is bringing on Stephen Miller to say, you know the problem with the Democrats? They're a bunch of freaks, weirdos, losers, and crazies. Meet the mirror, Stephen Miller, and your entire regime is, I think, what you're describing right there. Then state regime media, which calls itself Fox, has Jesse Waters and other propagandists saying, look, maybe we'll allow Iran to save face a little bit by toll schmoll. Maybe they'll charge an environmental fee for tankers to cross the Strait of Hormuz to save face. Yeah, you think Iran needs to save face right now? Donald Trump has put the United States through humiliation ritual after humiliation ritual. How many times does Donald Trump restart this catastrophic and unlawful war for the United States to lose over and over again in a war we shouldn't have been in the first place, in a war that's further destroying the economy of the United States? And as I think about the effort going on right now in state regime media to re-litigate COVID, just think about that's one of the main things state regime media has been focused on. Dr. Fauci's diary, and Dr. Fauci is the reason that everybody was dying in mass during COVID. It's Fauci's fault, not Trump and all of the people who put out all the disinformation. It's Fauci. It really shows you how utterly desperate this regime is, how utterly lost and flailing this Trump regime is and state regime media. You also tie this in with that, I don't even know what you want to call it, that interview that Elon Musk gave with The Economist, where Elon Musk's like, in 2036, nobody's going to even need currency at all because there's going to be so much abundance that everybody's not even going to need money. Really? The first trillionaire, who, by the way, screwed up so many people's mutual funds by sticking SpaceX into that, when it should never have even been in the NASDAQ 100 at all, right? SpaceX, which is tanking, the guy who's spent his entire life hoarding money, is out there saying money doesn't matter. It's going to just be abundance from everyone. Yeah, that's someone, in my opinion, who's picking your pockets, not just Musk, but Treasury Secretary Bessent, Trump, and this entire despicable oligarchical regime. Notice how they previously were saying, second quarter 2025, it's going to be great. Fourth quarter 2025, amazing. First quarter 2026, it's going to be great. 2027, that's going to be our year. You know what? We're not even going to need money in 2036. We should be looking at that horizon because AI is going to be so powerful that people aren't even going to need to work anymore and everything's just going to be perfectly utopian. So just slave away over the next, I don't know, 12 years. You'll be taken care of in the next 10 to 12 because AI will make your life just so incredible. We know the opposite is going to be happening. That's exactly what the oligarchy would be saying as they destroy our lives and want to crush us and try to crush us. That's what they're doing. Oh, and then they're just like, the communists are coming to get us. The communists and the socialists are coming to get us, and they're going to kill you, and they're going to make grocery stores have cheaper prices, and they're going to do rent control. How freaking dare they? They are panicking on regime media right now because they know what a disaster they have brought. And here's the cycle of Trump. Who do you blame? Who do you blame for the disaster that you've now created? And now they're trying to find it. Oh, if we don't pass the SAVE Act, the Save America Act, we label it Save America, then we're in a Great Depression. We were so damn close to making everything perfect. Things were going to be great. We set it all up. It was amazing. But then we didn't kill the filibuster. The Save America Act wasn't passed. And then there was depression. It would have been so amazing. We set it up perfectly. $19.2 trillion we brought in. Like, when, they didn't bring in they didn't bring in $1 trillion. The entire thing's a gigantic Ponzi scheme. They're lying about all their numbers in general right now. All right, I know I gave a big intro there, but I want to give you the appropriate context of what's going on right now. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, he's there going on regime media. He's like, with these Democrats, with these democratic socialists and all that, common sense has just passed them by. That's probably why they can't hold a day job. I don't know. Maybe it's the fact that right-wing oligarchs like you, with your data centers, with your suppression of a living wage, with your despicable hoarding of the wealth, have systematically tried to screw over the...
See, that's the shit I'm talking about. You bitch ass probably wasn't even born in fucking 68. You just repeating some more bullshit that you heard some other motherfucker say. Don't nobody want to hear that shit. You don't have no fucking proof of that. There is no proof of it. And if it really was some proof of it, that shit would have been handled by law. So cut the lies. You motherfuckers be lying too much. For real. And that's your fucking problem. You lie too much.
American people. How about that? Here's what Besson says. Let's play it.
I think you said there are 35 candidates running.
Look at the New Hampshire poll that came out last week. AOC leading. Now, I'm convinced that that AOC is his hand-picked successor. I'm convinced of that. That's why they did the Fight the Oligarch.
And in 60, you was born in 60, worrying about politics. Man, go blow your fucking nose somewhere else. Go blow your nose with sandpaper, you goofball.
Tour with their private jet. That's why they were out campaigning for El Sayed. You got El Sayed, you got Bernie, you got Pocahontas, you got Mamdani, you got AOC, you got the squad, you got six-gender Tellerico, you know, this guy campaigning with Hassan Piker. Can they win? I mean, 35 candidates on the ballot this year.
I don't think so, because it's not where the American people are at. It's where a small urban elite group is. I saw a study the other day that said these are mostly urban voters, and it was interesting. Highly educated, but under-earning. So they feel like something has passed them by, and it has. It's common sense. Common sense has passed them by.
Not so common.
That's probably why they can't hold a day job.
Then Besson's like, you know, I have my facts and they have their opinions. Well, let me tell you, my opinion is that you've been the worst, most cancerous, poisonous Treasury Secretary in history, that your market manipulation gimmicks where you're all out there shorting crude when you should just letting it level out and let market forces go to work, your efforts to manipulate the market on a daily basis has compounded the damage that Donald Trump's already done with his catastrophic war and tariffs against the world. And that manipulation makes, I don't know, cooking the books at Enron and the Bernie Madoff Ponzi scheme look like, I don't know, a fraction of a fraction of a fraction compared to what you all have done, while you've added trillions of dollars in debt, while the deficit increases, while Treasury yields are at all-time frickin' highs, and you're going to be the one trying to lecture us? You're going to be the one trying to, by fact,
you know that?
You are a scumbag, and you have screwed over the American people, and your legacy, Besson, will be one of shame. Here, play this clip.
Well, I prefer to be with you and take some friendly fire. But, Sean, I just always say I have facts, they have opinions, as you were just saying. These DSA folks, where does it ever work? Did it work in Havana? Did it work in Caracas? Did it work in Moscow? It's never worked. If you could show me an example where it worked, I'd have an open mind.
More over here from Treasury Secretary and Besant. Two people combined worth $2 billion. What do you think about that? I mean, Hannity's like, Elon Musk talked about Americans don't even need to save for their retirement anymore because the abundance AI will create. What do you think about that? Sean Hannity. Oh, good one, good one. Oh, you want to have some tea? Good one. I do. I think that the abundance will be here, but you know, I think that the timeline, Elon Musk is a visionary. He's a visionary. Now, you know what? All of you losers out there have harmed the American people so damn much. Listen to what he has to say here. Play this clip.
Curveball question at you. Elon Musk gave an interview, I believe, to The Economist, and he said that in 5 to 6 years we will have, you know, more than we'll have 5 times the size of the economy we have now. And he talked about abundance. He talked about every American having every need, and there won't be even a need to save, you know, for your retirement like we have historically because of this, quote, abundance that he believes AI will create. Do you believe that?
I do, but I think I would change the timeline. Yeah. That, you know, I've seen Elon speak for a long time, and he is, you know, look, his record speaks for itself, both in terms as an inventor, as a venture capitalist, you know, as a great American, but he's normally early. You know, he's just so far ahead of the curve. He sees things that no one else sees. Right. But I do think we are building this incredible economy that we can't even imagine. You know, Sean, 25% of the jobs that exist today did not exist in 2000.
That's an amazing thing.
Handle your business.
Now, if you want to know what Elon Musk has been saying, what this message is that's coming out from these right-wing oligarchs, just so you know, it's like, yeah, we don't need money anymore. Why would we need money? Abundance. Things are so great. Everyone's going to have so much wealth that you're not going to need money. Okay, well, if you think that's the case, take all of your money and donate it away. All of it. Maybe if it doesn't matter, why do you need to hoard $1 trillion? Just give it all away. Give it all away right now. Oh, you're not going to do that. You're just going to hoard more and more and more and more and more money. And really, this is what, as they screw over the American people. Anyway, here, let's play this clip.
On how then you make money? Because in the end, people are buying your shares because they expect you to make money. Do you sell
I'll
robots?
make another prediction. Money won't matter in 2036.
I'm not sure that the people who bought your shares think that money won't matter in 2036.
Well, what do you want money for? You want money for goods and services, right? You want money for, obviously, food, housing, transport, entertainment.
This fucking weirdo.
Well, if that is so abundant that there's more...
How you doing?
That the robots and AI are providing more goods and services than any human could possibly consume, what do you need money for in that case?
But you're...
Let me interrupt for just a minute with some important news. So you probably noticed that over the past few weeks, extreme weather has hit hard across the United States and the world. Multiple heat domes have baked large parts of America with temperatures over 100 million. This is the Santa Monica Pier here, hit 76.8 degrees in late July. That's the highest July water temperature. House Democrats report. FEMA was already an issue of our time, so I wanted to make sure that we were covering this here at Midas Touch. That's the latest. Now I want to hear from you. How's climate change affecting you? How has the weather changed where you live over the years? What are your bills like? What do you think of the way the Trump administration has...
RFK Jr. And he's like, look, now the American people no longer even have trust in public health care. It's because of you. It's because of Trump. It's because of all of you people who have been attacking the scientific method, who have been attacking public health care. Here, play this clip.
Americans no longer trust public health.
That's terrible.
Because
this dude's voice right here sounds like fucking sandpaper and syrup. Oh my Lord.
they were lied to. And
then they bring on Stephen Miller, who says that the problem with the Democrats, they've become the party of freaks, weirdos, losers, crazies. And I just want you to again see the...
Says the party of child predators. We don't believe you. You need more people.
Tactics that these losers actually use. They want to label the other. And when they're the ones who are the losers, the weirdos, literally what's crazier than the President of the United States staying up till 2 a.m. doing 100 AI images of blowing up Karg Island and civilian infrastructure? What's more deranged than saying, I'm going to open up the gates of hell on Iran, and then saying they want to make a deal when none of this is true? Here, play this clip.
They want to make a deal. Party? Really, really bad. They're desperate. They really want to make a deal.
Shut your lying ass up.
So the Democrats have become a party of freaks, weirdos, losers, and crazies. But you can't laugh it off because it's deadly serious. When you give these people power, everything you know and love in this world falls apart. You have chaos, corruption, decay, violence, poverty.
Then you have propagandist Jesse Waters, and Jesse Waters is, I guess, trying to further justify the U.S. continuing to go through this humiliation ritual. And mind you, Jesse Waters was out there back in March. Oh, we're so close to defeating him. We're days away. April. Oh, we're going to make the greatest deal and Iran's going to surrender. Oh, May. They're about to surrender. Oh, the MOU. You'll see. This is all part. Trust the plan. June. July. The American people don't want this crap. Do you all see that these are 2-bit snake oil salesmen? No offense to snake oil salesmen, because these people, they ain't even pretending it's snake oil. They just injecting poison in your veins. Here, play this clip.
People are telling me, why don't we give peace one more chance? So I guess they're back to talks. And now here's what the talks are about. A toll is not a toll. A toll can be a service fee, like the Strait of Malacca. They want to make that the Strait of Hormuz. So Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, they do like an environmental service fee for a few boats. It's not like a blanket toll, but at least it would make the Iranians save face. Now, while we talk, we're still bringing back a lot of firepower, and some special operators are now in theater. So that'll be interesting. We had Kellogg on the other day, and he said, you know what happens, Jesse, when you play sports? You let a team hang around a little too long. And then something happens. Ball bounces differently. Maybe someone gets hurt. The next thing you know, you're like, whoa. That's why he thinks you got to finish people off, and you got to finish them off quickly.
RFK Jr. attacking Dr. Fauci. That was part of it. His focus was on promoting himself, getting on TV. Dr. Fauci was a shameless promoter, and all he cared about was television and making TV hits. He didn't care about public health. Okay. What is your background in public health other than killing people your whole life with junk and fake science? You sound like this entire regime is Dr. Oz and this whole crew of people who just want attention. Dr. Fauci was a career public servant who dedicated his life to finding ways to help treat people with HIV and AIDS and to deal with massive pandemics across the world. And that's who in 2026 you're attacking. And think about it. Why would they be doing this in 2026? Because they don't want you to be recognizing the current reality. They actually want to relitigate 2020 because they know that 2026 right now and what's about to happen over the next coming weeks, as I've talked about, the strategic reserves being depleted, all of this is bad. Here, play this clip.
Yeah, I mean, and the worst part is that giddy narcissism that you see throughout the diary.
Man, that is the worst fucking voice I've heard in a long goddamn time. That shit sounds a fucking mess. Let me put my AirPods in.
It is juxtaposed against really bad public health decisions. So his focus was on self-promotion, clearly, and nobody can read these diaries.
Y'all know fucking well that they got a translator or fucking something. Help this man out.
And say this is a political response. His focus was on promoting himself, on getting on TV, and not doing public health.
More from RFK Jr. saying Dr. Fauci's leadership, we had the highest mortality rates imaginable. Because of him, that's why more people died of COVID. It's because of you anti-vax crazies. And y'all...
I'm gonna go on record and say, you know what, I'm gonna leave that alone because we're not even talking about that. But COVID was a big ass hoax, man. Fuck that.
We're spreading lies and disinformation, and you were creating a situation of polluted data. You all turned COVID into a political thing when it shouldn't be a political thing. Does that mean that everything was done correctly by the CDC and the NIH? No, it doesn't. But this should not have been a politicized issue. This should have been an issue where we follow the scientific method. And you know what? The scientific method occasionally means you don't get everything right 100%. But you don't use that to politicize the thing. We should unite and come together and figure out the best ways to eradicate pandemics as one, as united, not to use it like Trump and Maga does as everything as a tool to divide. Here, play this clip.
Let me add one thing to that kind of litany of parade of horribles that we just saw. We had in our country, because of Dr. Fauci's leadership and other reasons, we had the highest mortality rate from COVID of any country in the world. So we literally did worse than any nation in the world.
And then they just start reading passages from Dr. Fauci's diary.
Yeah, Trump came up with fake news. See, one thing about Trump is he will accuse the other side of the very fucking thing that he's doing. If he's cheating in an election, he's going to tell you the other person is cheating in an election. And that's what he's going to run on.
This was all night on State Regime. Reading passages from Dr. Fauci's diary. Barbara Streisand. There are so many issues afflicting the American people right now, and this is what they choose to spend their time on. Why? Because they don't want to deal with, they can make the socialist boogeyman, communist boogeyman. I'll tell you right now, Donald Trump is seizing control of companies, enriching himself. He's taken $13-20 billion from Venezuela. God knows where that money is. Donald Trump is out there screwing, begging for data centers in every community right now. They want data centers in everybody's backyard. That's what y'all are doing here. Play this clip.
Had great call with Barbara Streisand. I told her that at work listening to her songs on Alexa. She really didn't know what Alexa was. I then explained to her more about Alexa. I brought the phone over to Alexa and asked to play songs by Barbara Streisand. When the song came on loud and clear, she started laughing and absolutely loved it. Fauci beamed over an exchange with Tyra Banks. Quote, one person said that Tyra was sexy, but I was even more sexy than she was. She read it and put a big smiley face on and said that she agreed with that, but then beautifully and gently shot this down by saying, Dr. Fauci, that is true, and my mother is in love with you, zing. And remember this, the viral moment when Chris Cuomo emerged from his basement.
And then finally, you have Roger Marshall, MAGA Republican senator, also attacking Fauci. This was their whole play. Let's play it.
We got to talk about Dr. Fauci here. Look, it's amazing. He has a very detailed diary recording every moment. He's not only reading his press clippings, he's posting his own press clippings as well, and really seems to have a lack of concern for the number of people that are dying. I just think there's a huge inconsistency between what's in the diary versus what he was telling the American public. You already mentioned one of them. January 24th, 2020, he's already come to the conclusion that this wet market in Wuhan, he says it's a spreader event. It's not the origin, it's a spreader.
And switch the next day. 4-bed, full coverage.
We've got a lot to do.
And we only been posting on this channel since July 11th, folks. Big motherfucking progress.
Discuss on today's episode of the Midas Touch podcast. The Strait of Hormuz remains closed. The Bab el-Mandab Strait effectively closed by the Houthis.
Now, who in Maga gonna come in here and say that the Strait of Hormuz is open? Y'all motherfuckers didn't even graduate high school, and y'all trying to tell us about the fucking Strait of Hormuz and geographical locations. Man, get the fuck out of here.
0 ships leaving from the Strait of Hormuz through any route other than the IRGC route, and even then you have the U.S. blockade in the Persian Gulf and the Bab el-Mandab Strait. The Saudi tankers are effectively blockaded by the Houthis. You have what appears to have been a major drone strike by Iranian drones in Erbil, Iraq, by the Erbil International Airport. You have strikes escalating between Russia and Ukraine, each striking each other's infrastructure, often refinery related.
Anybody that's not classifying this shit as World War III is tripping. Everybody fighting at the same fucking time. Some on sides, some allies, some ex-allies. What the fuck is going on?
Infrastructure, but also cargo ships. And you had Donald Trump over the past 24 to 48 hours following that disastrous White House Correspondents' Dinner debacle, posting AI images of himself attacking Carg Island, engaged in war crimes, weird AI cartoons of Bruce Springsteen and Chris Christie, mocking Chris Christie for being fat, saying that we're the guardians of the world as he posts weird AI slop of the United States destroying civilian infrastructure in Iran, weird AI images of himself standing next to JFK. I mean, deranged post after deranged post all throughout the day. Then weird posts from the White House account where it's like a cartoon of an actual alien being looks like assaulted and touched in the chest area by Border Patrol while Donald Trump frolics, the cartoon Trump frolics. And it's like, the hell is even going on here, America? I mean, seriously, WTF. And while all of this is going on, Donald Trump said, we hit the hell out of Iran. We hit them hard. So they asked, can we do a deal? They're begging me for a deal. We're doing that time. They're begging me. And I said, time is of the essence, and I may blow the hell out of him again, but I'm going to wait and see. I'm going to wait and see. This, as we learned over the weekend, what we've been reporting here now for weeks at the Midas Touch Network, that the U.S. is running very low on munitions. Some of the precision munitions have been 80% exhausted, others in that range. The U.S. air bases nearby to Iran basically do not have any defenses at all. So Iran's been able to really hit hard when it comes to the early warning detection radars and a lot of the equipment and planes and containerized barracks and other things that are there. That's why the U.S. moved a lot of its equipment to Israel right now, where there is that Iron Dome in Israel. But no security umbrella really anymore for the other Arab nations. One of the reasons we believe that Donald Trump stopped the escalation that he threatened to do, although, you know, who the hell even knows, this is a guy posting weird AI slop, is because China has been getting involved in a more robust way. Xi Jinping, through his foreign minister, Wang Yi, conveying to the Trump regime, China stands behind Iran. They've always said that before, politically, militarily, economically. And if Trump unleashes hell on Iranian infrastructure, China could get involved. And since the United States doesn't have precision munitions, that would be a very big deal and very problematic. So, and we're
Winters 186. Man, shut your blood clot crying. What the rest of those countries did was that America's full of shit right now, especially under this motherfucker. If that was Barack Obama, everybody would have got in line. If that was Barack Obama, motherfuckers would have said, you know what? We got a motherfucking duty to hold America down. But under Trump, fuck no. And that's what happened to America. You can chop it up all you want and say all this slick shit. None of that shit matters. Everybody turned their back on America. Who the fuck came to open the Strait of Hormuz when Trump called? Nobody. But do you remember Trump lying and said he's talked to several nations and they on their way with military forces? And nobody in the world wanted to step up and say, yeah, that was me that was being brave. That was me being courageous for America. That was me saying, yeah, I'm gonna fight for the USA. That was me saying, yeah, I fuck with the red, white, and blue because they fuck with me. Nobody was willing, even if they was lying, nobody was willing to step up and say, that was me that said that shit. You wanna know why? Because nobody fucks with Donald Trump. Name the country that became allies with us because of Trump. Because if we talking Obama, I can tell you a whole lot of motherfuckers. A lot of nations became allies of the United States under the leadership of Barack Obama. Who the fuck came to the United States aid under Trump? Name one fucking place. Name one motherfucking place.
a lot of this is being a lot of updates happening moment by moment here. And then Donald Trump gave a speech in a Michigan General Motors plant where he was actually protested by anti-data center activists, which that's basically most people right now are anti-data centers, as Donald Trump keeps pushing that he wants more data centers in every community. Also, people calling him a pedo protector, and then Trump calling someone who called him a pedo protector a communist. You're a communist. You're a communist. And then Donald Trump told the crowd, I'm better than your parents are for you. Remember that. I'm better than your mom and dad. Remember that. And we're in a golden age right now. So we've got a lot to discuss. In other words, Brett and Jordy, how are you?
Normal intro, Ben. Very normal things happening in the world. I gotta say, it's good to be here, Ben. Good to be here, Jordy. Good to be here, Midas. Good to be here, Jordy. Good to be here, Midas. Mighty. Man, what is it called when you have all these various countries entering a war, like China and Russia and Ukraine and Iran and the United States, and they're all kind of fighting each other in this massive. What do they call that? I feel like they have a name for something like that. The escalation we are seeing is honestly incredibly frightening right now, and Donald Trump continues to deny reality as he does. We'll of course get to that in a moment. We do not have unlimited munitions. We do not have unlimited interceptors, and I think our generals and the actual military experts are trying desperately through the press and to Donald Trump to warn him that this isn't a video game. You can't just keep going and going and going. You got to actually account for all that stuff. And man, we haven't got it as brothers. We haven't been able to speak about the White House Correspondents' Dinner, which honestly, just first of all, like what a shame for journalists to even like be there in the first place and be there and laugh along to such horrendous jokes, if you even want to call them that. But it was really just a bizarro world like event. Like the whole thing was so strange. Trump was just like the worst like stand-up comedian you've ever seen in your entire life. Like I've never seen him bomb so hard. It was so unfunny that I like couldn't even believe what I was seeing. There was that moment where the Wall Street Journal journalists won the award for their Epstein reporting, and Trump like shrugged it off and like shook their hands. And I felt like I was living in bizarro world watching this stuff, and it was just so horrendously unfunny. Like the guy could not land a single joke at all. But something I did find funny was I woke up this morning to a lot of comments on the Midas Touch YouTube channel, and everybody was saying that it looks like Ben has a mohawk. Ben's in a new location right now recording this. And then I looked at the footage and I started cracking up.
Hell yeah, it do look like Ben got a fucking mohawk. Oh God, what's going on? Let me see something.
Springsteen and Chris unleashes hell on Iranian infrastructure, China could get involved. And since the United States doesn't have precision munitions, that would be a very big
three more
deal.
Likes, y'all. Three more likes. Let me get 3 more likes, man. That's 100 likes. We rock these bombers.
Problematic. So, and we're a lot of this is being a lot of updates happening moment by moment here. And then Donald Trump gave a speech in a Michigan General Motors plant where he was actually protested by data center, anti-data center activists, which that's basically most people right now are anti-data centers, as Donald Trump keeps pushing that he wants more data centers in every community. Also people calling him a pedo protector, and then Trump calling someone who called him a pedo protector a communist. You're a communist. You're a communist. And then Donald Trump told the crowd, I'm better than your parents are for you. Remember that. I'm better than your mom and dad. Remember that. And we're in a golden age right now. So we've got a lot to discuss. In other words, Brett and Jordy, how are you hanging in there, brothers?
Very, very normal intro, Ben. Very normal things happening in the world. I got to say, it's good to be here, Ben. Good to be here, Jordy. Good to be here, Midas. Mighty. Man, what is it called when, you have all these various countries entering a war, like China and Russia and Ukraine and Iran and the United States, and they're all kind of fighting each other in this massive, what do they call that? I feel like they have a name for something like that. The escalation we are seeing is honestly incredibly frightening right now, and Donald Trump continues to deny reality as he does. We'll of course get to that in a moment. We do not have unlimited munitions. We do not have unlimited interceptors, and I think our generals and the actual military experts are trying desperately through the press and to Donald Trump to warn him that this isn't a video game. You can't just keep going and going and going. You got to actually account for all that stuff. And man, we haven't got it as brothers. We haven't been able to speak about the White House Correspondents' Dinner, which honestly, just first of all, like.
My bad, y'all.
What a shame for journalists to even like be there in the first place and be there and laugh along to such horrendous jokes, if you even want to call them that. But it was really just a bizarro world like event. Like the whole thing was so strange. Trump was just like the worst like stand-up comedian you've ever seen in your entire life. Like I've never seen him bomb so hard. It was so unfunny that I like couldn't even believe what I was seeing. There was that moment where the Wall Street Journal journalists won the award for their Epstein reporting, and Trump like shrugged it off and like shook their hands, and I felt like I was living in bizarro world watching this stuff, and it was just so horrendously unfunny. Like the guy could not land a single joke at all. But something I did find.
Jabba Trump. Jabba Trump. Jabba the Trump. Shit is funny as hell. Hey, Jabba Trump.
Funny was I woke up this morning to a lot of comments on the Midas Touch YouTube channel, and everybody was saying that it looks like Ben has a mohawk. Ben's in a new location right now recording this, and then I looked at the footage and I started cracking up. For the audio listeners, Ben was recording the earlier podcast with a plant behind his head, and I guess he didn't realize that the way he was sitting, it does look like you have a mohawk here, Ben, and it's so many. I got like more emails about this than you could even imagine about Mohawk Ben. But I wanted to share it with anybody in case anyone was unlucky enough to miss this real comedy right here. Look
I guess I see them.
Ben's doing it right.
Double smash that screen, y'all. Double tap that screen. We need 4 likes, man. 4 likes.
I moved it because of the comments. I wasn't gonna lean into
The
that.
funny thing is, I told Ben. Ben goes, I've seen the comments. I moved it. I've seen the comments.
Ben knew right away.
Yeah.
Ben knew right away. I guess I see the mohawk. I mean, it kind of looks more like gift wrapping paper. Like when you.
He's got it coming out of the right side of his head too. It looks like the
Exactly.
mom from Rugrats. Doesn't she have hair like on top, bottom?
Or the doll, Cynthia. I think the doll was. Anyway, we're very millennial.
Sideshow Bob.
Sideshow Bob.
Brothers, Midas Mighty, I'm excited to be here. Benji, I know we have a whole lot to talk about. Brett, I just wanted to comment on this. Maybe we'll get into more of the White House Correspondents' Dinner during this episode, but just a shameful event that was just in general. I mean, the guy's out there, Donald Trump, he's out there like arresting journalists. And so you're going to show up to that dinner. Like y'all are going to show up and, dress your finest. And again, to me, it all comes back to the same point is all of these journalists care about.
So we have some stunning news coming out of the war in Iran, as it seems.
I did not mean to even hit that. All right, y'all. Let's get to something else real quick. Let's see. My man, popping pretty cool.
Now then, in one of the ugliest moments of this entire thing, Donald Trump turned to CNN's Caitlin Collins, who had just received an award for her reporting. And this is what he had to say.
They'll learn their lesson, but I want to personally congratulate CNN's Caitlin Collins on receiving her award.
When he make that little voice, that's how you know he bullshitting. And that's like the crux of the motherfucking lie. Caitlin! Yeah, that right there, that lets you know he on his bullshit.
It was all about me. It's a fake. She shouldn't get
He ain't shit.
the award. It was a fake, but I didn't mind. I said, Caitlin, congratulations. But it was fake. There's no question about it. But she's a young, attractive woman. She never smiles. I said, Caitlin, do you have a smile? Smile. You have a nice position. You're at CNN Fake News. You should be a happy person. So smile, Caitlin. Just smile. But
think about what is happening here. Okay. But I mean, really think about the dystopian nature of this trash. The president congratulates a journalist, sort of, but it's like not really sincere. He declares her award fake, attacks her employer, and then tells this accomplished professional, you should be smiling more because you're a young, attractive woman. That epitomizes Trump's understanding of journalism. If the coverage flatters him, it's legitimate. But if you've got reporting that challenges him in any way, it's fake. And a woman asking difficult questions should stop looking so serious and give Trump a little smile, a cute smile, Caitlin, please. He had to degrade the journalism, the journalist, and CNN. And this is where I do believe the White House Correspondents' Dinner itself deserves scrutiny. The dinner honored legitimate journalism. It included reporting that challenged Trump. Journalists shouldn't fear being in the same room with the powerful people they are covering. But there is something disgustingly broken when you turn the relationship between the president and the press into this celebrity banquet as Trump just continues attacking journalists and threatening media organizations with lawsuits and dismissing unfavorable reporting as fake and toying with trying to stay in power beyond his constitutional limits. If we're supposed to celebrate the First Amendment, but you give Trump a glamorous stage from which he undermines the people practicing the First Amendment, and everybody laughs and cheers, this is what democratic erosion looks like in real life. It's not the Imperial March of Star Wars with a sign that says authoritarianism begins now. It's jokes and lies and breaching norms and institutions that convince themselves everything's normal. The speech was embarrassing, and the room's willingness to play along reveals something far more dangerous, and it really reinforces, boy, do we need independent media. Now, then, in one of the ugliest moments of this entire thing, Donald Trump turned to CNN's Caitlin Collins, who had just received an award for her reporting. And this is what he had to say.
They learned their lesson.
Donald Trump used the rescheduled White House Correspondents' Dinner over the weekend to announce that he intends to run for a fourth term. And he repeats the lie that he won in 2020. And he humiliates journalist Caitlin Collins to her face. But I believe that the most disturbing part of all of this is not just Donald Trump. We know who Donald Trump is. It's watching an institution supposedly dedicated to holding presidential power accountable turn this entire thing into dinner theater. Here is Trump, it's so funny, announcing his fourth term campaign.
Okay, but we are all doing good together. That's why tonight, to show just how much I care about the press, and I want to save your ratings, I'm pleased to announce my intention to, and this is somewhat of a scoop, my intention to run for a fourth term as President of the United States. I will be doing that. I will be having an official, in fact, I think I have, I won 3 times. Now I'm going to do it again.
So Trump just put on a Trump 2028 hat.
Thank you. I'm going to do it. Should be easy. I'm getting very good at running for president. No, I won 3 times, did very well the second time, by the way. It's a rigged election, but we don't have to talk about it. You know, it's interesting when you come back and you do a good job like we did, and you don't care about it so much, but we do have to tighten up these elections because they really are in seriously bad shape. Okay, but
now the obvious response is, oh, Trump was just joking. And I'm not naive to the fact that there's an element of joking. Trump's trying to be.
That I hate to say it, but when somebody said, "Oh, that's mighty white of you," that's what the fuck they're talking about.
Funny. He's not currently mounting a fourth term campaign or whatever. But Trump's jokes are threats with plausible deniability. He'll say the authoritarian thing, and an audience of journalists laughs despite Trump having insulted them, despite Trump having attacked them for years, despite Trump having no respect for the one profession that's in the Constitution, the press. And they go, well, it's a joke. And then Trump says it again. And then he sells the merch, and then he watches how people react to it. And notice that even the joke depends on another lie. I won 3 times. No, you didn't. You lost the 2020 election. There was no evidence of fraud remotely capable of changing the results in even a single state. The topic of manufacturing came up, and she comes up with the whopper that the manufacturing industry is thriving like never before. Now, if you watch this show and you have the facts, you know that manufacturing employment is down 73,000 jobs since Donald Trump took office.
Damn. That's a lot. That is a goddamn lot, y'all. We get them 100 likes yet, y'all? Do we have 100 likes?
Want to get this damage machine for free? Use the code Nemesis to claim the epic Akemtum.
I'm not sure you already knew this, but if not, owning 26 rental properties can actually leave you with.
Mitch McConnell has now disappeared from the Senate for more than 6 weeks, and Republicans are finally admitting we need him back. But here is the even stranger political reality. The longer Mitch McConnell remains in office and away from Washington, the better it is for Democrats. And I'm going to explain this because I'm getting a lot of email about this. I think some people are confused. Mitch McConnell has missed every Senate vote since June 11th. On June 14th, the story is he fell, briefly lost consciousness, and was hospitalized, during which he ended up with mild pneumonia, but he's doing great. We got weeks of vague assurances that he's recovering nicely. He, of course, remained completely out of sight. Eventually, his office put out a picture and said that the 84-year-old was being transferred to a rehab facility. He was pictured with his wife, Elaine Chao, holding what appeared to be the sports pages from that day's Washington Post. We still have not seen a live appearance or heard directly from him. There is significant speculation that the picture is old or was AI modified. Even Republican senators said, I've been told that that's an old picture. And then nothing once again for weeks, additional weeks. We now have a statement from spokesman David Popp, who said to the Washington Post, quote, "The senator continues to meet with staff regarding Senate and Kentucky business, including discussions on defense appropriations, foreign policy, the Farm Bill, constituent services, and constituent federal grant requests. As the senator continues to improve in rehab, we will be sure to keep you updated." This is basically a more detailed version of, don't worry, Mitch is working with staff. Maybe he is, but after 6 weeks, it's time to request a brief, independently verifiable appearance. You even got Republican Senator Tommy Tuberville saying we should at least get some video. But here's the political twist I want to address. Democrats should want McConnell to remain a senator and remain missing for as long as possible. Why? Republicans already lost Lindsey Graham. Without McConnell, their working Senate majority is down another vote. His absence leaves the Appropriations Committee evenly divided, makes it hard for Republicans to get Trump's military spending through. So the best, as infuriating as this whole thing is, the best tactical situation for Democrats is what's happening right now. McConnell technically has the seat, prevents a replacement, cannot appear to cast votes. Now, I've been seeing people claiming if Mitch McConnell resigns or the seat becomes vacant, Democratic Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear can appoint a Democrat, but he can't. Kentucky Republicans changed that law specifically to remove the governor's power to appoint a replacement senator. Beshear vetoed that legislation, but Republicans overrode him. So the law right now would be that there needs to be a special election. Beshear has suggested maybe he will legal fight, very uncertain. I highly doubt it leads to an automatic Democratic appointment, probably not before the next person is sworn in. And Democrats would be significant underdogs if there is a special election. Democrats are extraordinarily unlikely to win that. So I think that the best scenario is, of course, McConnell's constituents deserve answers about whether he's alive and whether he's ever coming back. As a matter of Senate power, Republicans are the ones who should be anxious about this absence rather than Democrats, because for Democrats, the politically advantageous outcome is McConnell remains a senator, continues recovering nicely. Do we believe that? Who knows? But stays very far from the Senate floor so that he is unable to cast any ballots. Now, there's one other element of this, which is this August 3rd, August 4th deadline we're coming up on. The best understanding that we have right now is that if Mitch McConnell were to resign or die before August 4th, meaning by August 3rd, Andy Beshear has to have a special election. Now, the law doesn't say when, and there are questions like, could he schedule it for the day before the new Congress takes over? There's all these questions. But if Mitch doesn't make it to August 3rd, there has to be a special election. If Mitch does make it to August 4th, there is no special election. So after everybody's talking about this August 4th deadline, after August 4th, the seat would remain with Mitch McConnell as the senator up until the new senator, whoever wins in November, is sworn in January. So that may leave Republicans down a seat for even longer. So it's important to understand what's going on. Do we need accountability and transparency from our elected officials? Of course we do. Do we have a problem with the gerontocracy, a government by the elderly in the United States, and people staying too long in positions of power? Of course we do. But expediting Mitch McConnell's resignation potentially gives Republicans a vote. I don't want Republicans having more votes, so just something to keep in mind here. Appreciate you watching. Stick around for this next video, and don't forget to hit subscribe so you actually see our uploads. You can also catch the full podcast on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. Republican Congressman Tom Emmer just accidentally explained why his party is in big, big trouble. Republicans need the midterms to be about anything other than Trump. They need it to be about how Democrats are terrible and all of that. But they can't afford for these midterms to be about Donald Trump. And Tom Emmer went on TV and decided to make Trump the centerpiece of the campaign. Tom Emmer says he's optimistic about the midterms.
I'm lowering my ask to just $1 today, and here's why. This Senate race in Texas is likely going to be the most...
It's coming down. You have painted, and because you have so many followers, so many Americans believe it, a kind of view that Europe and the UK are kind of, overrun with terrifying Muslim immigrants. There's rape on every corner. There's a sort of civilizational destruction.
I haven't said any of those things.
He gets a little pushback. Oh, I didn't even say it. Shut the fuck up. Everybody knows. Anybody could go look at your fucking Twitter feed. It looks deranged. It looks like fucking Andrews Breivik.
If you have a large and rapidly growing group of people whose beliefs are antithetical to Western beliefs.
Are they all the same? Every brown-skinned immigrant in the UK, everybody from a Muslim background in the UK, you don't know the fucking first thing of what you're talking about, you disgusting fuck.
At some point, there will be a reckoning. They will try to implement their views, and those who oppose it will oppose it, and that's what you call civil war.
I love, by the way, that Elon Musk just backed a far-right fascist government in the US, was part of this oligarchy and this kakistocracy and this fascism in the US. And the scary line they put out there about Muslims is that, they're going to bring their backwards, super conservative ideas to the enlightened West. You just backed those shitty far-right ideas, you fucking prick. So you can't fearmonger about, the far-right social beliefs of Muslims when you also believe in the far-right social beliefs. It's like they can't even be consistent in their fucking bigotry. I mean, this guy is just such a fucking idiot. It's astonishing that anybody ever thought this guy was an actual genius. He's a con artist. He's a scammer. That's what he is. He's the king of vaporware. He's the king of fraud. He took 38...
Be in shit right now if motherfuckers had listened instead of being fucking bigot supporters. Closet bigots. That's what the fuck y'all is. Because you voted for that shit, that means that you are the same fucking mindset. You know motherfucking well this motherfucker lied about everything. And you lying about every fucking thing right now to try to keep up with a lie. That's why you don't fuck with liars, because when you fuck with liars, you gotta keep fucking with liars. Unless you're leaving Maga. And that's where we going next. That's how I'm gonna end this motherfucking live stream. You fucking dummies.
He looks like a bloated corpse. I just wanted to say that. And it's obvious. Like, everybody's thinking it. I'm going to be the one to actually say it. He looks like a bloated corpse. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what drugs he's on. Is he still on ketamine? Maybe. We know that he was addicted to it for a while. Is he still on it? I don't know. You tell me. But he looks horrible. He looks terrible.
You absolutely do live in a cloistered existence. And if you'd like, we can go on a tour of Britain.
Sure.
And we
I'd
can go
be
on a
very
walking
happy
tour.
to come on a tour of Britain.
And you will see
You
for
come
yourself.
see my country that I live in all the time, and you haven't been
Yes,
to a few
I've
years
been
ago.
there literally 100 times.
But when was the last time?
Literally a few years ago.
You know
I know it better than you. I was there a few years ago when she lives there.
This exercises me because you have really shaped opinion about the UK, and so many Americans I come across and I have conversations with, and and I just had one the other day along the order of, oh, London's such a dangerous place. How can you know?
That motherfucker looked like a Lego character.
There are sort of grooming gangs everywhere.
By the way, these idiots do the same thing with blue cities in the U.S. Oh, you can't go to New York. New York is a crime-ridden hellhole. You can't go to L.A. L.A. sucks. Rogan does this all the time. Then you actually go to those cities, and you're like, oh, shit, this is nothing like what I was told. It's the classic meme of, like, conservative guys scared of cities, you know? And the bottom line is, when you actually objectively look at the data, you find out very quickly that these blue cities are so much better than the red states and the red areas. There's no doubt about it. Like, on every single metric that matters, the blue states do better, and the blue cities are doing better, and they're doing the heavy lifting for the country, right? They're net tax payers. The red areas are net tax receivers. The quality of life is better there. The educational systems are better there. The healthcare systems are better there. So it's all fucking cope. There's all cope to go after, you know, places that are actually better than, you know, Elon. Elon knows that we're like a hellscape right now in the U.S., but he's trying to pretend like, oh, actually, it's the U.K., and they're like socialist ideas that are leading to a Muslim takeover and the fall of civilization. Shut the fuck up.
This is a picture that people get from things that you post or that are posted on X. And for example, you're posting for, what was it, 48 Hours of Citizen Vigilante. That film...
by the way, a movie where it's just like a guy murdering Muslims because, like, oh, that's what we should do is murder Muslims. Not even kidding.
Yes.
You know, paints a dystopian... I've watched it.
Yes.
It was not fun. I watched it yesterday. It's not a very good movie. But it also paints a dystopian picture of Europe. And it glorifies vigilante violence. It glorifies the murdering of a Muslim immigrant family.
Yep.
I honestly think that...
Look at your boy over that bitch looking like a Lego man in this interview. He looked blocky than a motherfucker.
It is irresponsible for you to put that up on X.
I think that it's a movie, and it's worth watching.
Dumbest man on the planet. 0 fucking brain cells left. All right, the ketamine fucking ate it all. Notice that when she points out the obvious fact that cutting medical care to millions of people will cause some people to die, he immediately crashes out and says everyone is lying because he knows it's true. So here he's confronted about all the U.S. aid cuts, and he tells the most brazen lie I've ever heard. Here we go.
Oh, there, that could step in, because bear in mind this. It happened quickly. So and there are literally tens of thousands of NGOs.
Not everyone functions as fast as you do. If funding is cut off for antiretrovirals overnight, and it just stops, then people will die when they don't have access to them. And it just
only if they cannot get funding for that. But the Gates Foundation has $50 billion. What about them? What about any one of a number of organizations? What about
well, in lots of these countries, USAID...
Mackenzie, whatever her last name is, used to be Bezos, gave $50 billion. What about that?
But, you know, let's be practical. In many of these countries, USAID was the biggest funder. But I don't want to have an argument.
USAID was a political organization.
It may also have been that, but it was the biggest funder of healthcare systems. So I'm very
biggest
sure
funder
that
of regime change.
Oh, no. We're not doing this. We are not fucking doing this. Elon Musk has 0 problem with regime change. What was that post? I think it was about Bolivia, where he was like, you know, we'll change whatever regime we want. We'll overthrow whoever we want. We'll put in whoever we want. He supports regime change. He's using this to try to dodge accountability for the fact that he has blood directly on his hands. That when you cut off these, like, crucial last line of defense, aid funds for these places that desperately need it, yes, people die as a result of that.
And there may well be benefits from having changed
Also,
the system.
USAID funding was not stopped. It was moved to the State Department.
Absolutely was fucking gutted.
Huge numbers of things shut down in Africa that were
No, there were
health related.
claims of this. These claims are false.
He's such a liar. Oh my days. He literally expects you to not do any research, not look anything up, not read any specifics. He's relying on the ignorance and stupidity of his own audience to not question what he says and do a bare fucking minimum amount of research.
They're nonsense. And absolute nonsense. But
look at her face. She's like, are you really going to try to make this argument right now?
Obviously, just for when
spit it out, son.
When funding is stopped for...
He's on double speed.
fraudulent organizations or for something. Do you think they're going to say, well, please keep funding the fraud? Or do you think they're going to come up with a sad story that sounds sympathetic?
There is zero fucking evidence that you stopped any motherfucking fraud. By the way, where are the fraud cases? Where are the fraud cases? Who's being prosecuted? Who's being investigated? Who's being prosecuted? Nothing fucking came of it because you're lying. Because the whole point of Doge was to be a fucking wrecking ball because you don't believe in the government's capacity to do good things. So you stop them from doing good things. This man is responsible for cutting off funding to pediatric cancer research, Meals on Wheels, the National fucking Weather Service. They shut half of the Social Security offices, which led to tremendous wait times, for example. I can go on and on here. They destroyed the CFPB, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which is basically the part of the government that stops you from getting scammed. It prevents you from being scammed, or it helps you after you get scammed. This is what this guy did, and he's acting like he's some sort of fucking hero. Fuck him.
In order to get the funding restored. Obviously, it will be the latter, and that's exactly what they did. But zero died because of
that's
Doge.
what I would take issue with. I think
total fucking liar. Look at his face. He knows he's lying.
I actually have a lot of sympathy for the change of the aid regime that the U.S. under the Trump administration has precipitated. However, I think the pace and the suddenness with which it happened will almost certainly have caused unnecessary suffering and deaths. And I think both of those can be true.
I think that's totally false.
Because you're an idiot and you're a liar and you're just trying to save your ass from motherfucking prosecution. He thought he was cooked if Kamala won the election, saying they're going to come after me. I'm going to be in fucking prison. Now, after this motherfucking Doge illegal crime spree he went on, oh, you definitely should fear that, son.
Okay. Well,
and obviously false because there are the amount of funding we're talking about is far less than what can be done than what can be supported by a private by foundations like the Gates Foundation.
Literally the exact opposite is true. The exact fucking opposite is true. He's acting like, oh, private people could, charity, they could do more than what USA does. The opposite is true. You cannot make up for in private donations what you get from a public institution like that.
Or Mackenzie Bezos' foundation. She's given away tens of billions of dollars. The Gates Foundation has tens of billions of dollars. They are capable of acting very quickly.
So don't look at my crimes because there might be some nice billionaire somewhere that maybe fill in some of the gap. Fuck you, you're still a criminal.
And if they didn't, I would say they're equally responsible.
Oh no! So people doing a good thing with their own money, somehow they're equally responsible if they lower the amount or shift it to a different area. But you, when you go on a fucking gangster crusade and illegally hack into the back of the treasury and cut off whatever funding you want, that's perfectly acceptable. Fuck you.
All right, fair point.
Zero people.
I hear you loud and clear.
Zero.
Fucking liar. Fucking liar. By the way, let's do a little Google here. USA deaths, okay? Very first thing that comes up. USAID shutdown has led to hundreds of thousands of deaths. That was from November 20th of 2025 from Harvard. A Harvard study immediately on November 20th, 2025 said hundreds of thousands of deaths. There were stories of hospitals being shut down and people on ventilators dying because of Elon Musk's USAID cuts. That's what I read. That's what I covered. Okay? How about UCLA? Research finds more than 14 million preventable deaths will occur in due time because of the cutting of USAID. The Lancet, evaluating the impacts of 2 decades of USAID. And you can see here, USAID funding was associated with 65% reduction, blah, 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 in mortality of HIV/AIDS. And that would represent 25.5 million deaths. Okay? There's articles about, like, you don't have to look that far. Just look at the fucking AI overview, okay? Death toll estimates and models, immediate estimates, research groups, and academic trackers, including models from Boston University epidemiologists, estimate that over 700,000 to 800,000 people have died following the freezing and shutdown of aid programs, with roughly 2/3 of them, of the victims being children. The majority of the 700 to 800,000 dead are children. Long-term projections. Published studies in The Lancet warn that sustained defunding could result in over 14 million excess deaths globally by 2030, including 4.5 million deaths among children under 5. This man is a Hitler-level criminal. That's what he is. He needs to go to prison. He needs to go to prison for life. For life. Do you understand me? I'm not done yet, though. Now let's go to this one. Now he crashes out after he's presented with the reality that a lot of people fucking hate his ass. 21.9 million views on this, by the way. Ready? Here we go.
I mean, some people do loathe you.
Yes, some people do.
But do you understand why? Do you think what you're doing is helpful for Western democracy?
Maybe some people do loathe me. And that's probably true. I don't care.
I'm sure, buddy. I'm sure. You look like you don't care.
But the fact that, as you pointed out, a 250 million people follow me is that I think a lot more people actually like me than.
Oh yeah, I have a lot of followers on social media. Oh yeah? They don't care that I cut pediatric cancer research and Meals on Wheels and killed 800,000 people with my illegal cuts. They don't care about that. They don't care that I took $38 billion from them to blow up some rockets that don't fucking work. They don't care that I lied about getting to Mars. They don't care that I lied about
Welcome back, KCL.
a Tesla sports car. They don't care that I lied about a Tesla truck. They don't care. They actually like me, okay? They like me.
The fact that, as you pointed out, a 250 million people follow me is that I think a lot more people actually like me than don't. And I think a lot more people hate you and the media more than you realize. Do you realize the media is despised? Do you realize that journalists, the view of journalists is like, it's like a favorable view of journalists is like 15%.
Yeah, I do know that. In the United States,
so the shoe is
spit it out, bitch. Spit it out.
on the other foot. They hate you. They hate you far more than they hate me.
I think there is certainly a loss of trust in journalism. I think in part there have been mistakes by journalists and journalism. I totally acknowledge that. But I also think that the kind of polarized environment, particularly on social media, fostered by the kinds of things you are pushing on X, actually helps this, makes it worse.
I don't think so. I think you're the problem, the media. And speaking of loathing, you're loathed far more than I am.
He just makes the same point over and over and over.
Oh man, I wish I could see that shit. Damn, I wish I could see two fucking dummies arguing. Matter of fact, let's get into how dumb Trump supporters is. I'm glad you said that. We're gonna change the subject for a second. This is how you get Maga mad. Nick Fuentes. Oh shit. We gotta check this out. Hunter Biden and Nick Fuentes.
A full cart that's lighter on your wallet. That's a breath of fresh air. Download the Upside app and get a $15 bonus on your first purchase.
The question for Nick is, how did you not realize 6 years ago that Trump would be this sort of letdown?
Because he doesn't hold, there's no ideological core to Donald Trump.
No, I agree with you. Well, you got to realize in 2016 where Republicans were at. We had John McCain, we had Mitt Romney, and the perception on the right is that they were insufficiently conservative and that they were losers. All they do is lose because they don't fight. There was this perception that the Democrats are ruthless, fighters. Obama crushed in 2008, crushed when we thought he really should have lost in 2012. That was a Republican perception that Romney let us down. And so when Trump came on the scene in 2016, it was new, it was refreshing. He seemed like somebody that was really going to take on not just the Democrats, but also the media on our behalf. And what's more, you got to think about the mood of the moment in 16 as well and the message Trump was giving. Trump said in 16, it's just me and my son and my wife. We don't have any donors. We don't have any special interests.
More than $100 million put in of my money, meaning I'm not taking all of this big money from all of these different corporations like she's doing.
We're going to put America first, make the country great again. This is a very appealing message. And I talk all the time on my show about it and realizing now that it was obviously a scam and now obviously unfulfilled completely. And you're right, Trump is non-ideological. The message was brilliant because it said, one, the system is broken. America's not great anymore, but it used to be. We can make it great again, but in order to do it, we need to actually bypass the system. Why is it that we never have victories? Why is it that things don't change? Because of money. He said, and that's why I'm different. I'm rich. I'm a billionaire. If I self-fund my campaign and don't take super PAC money, then I won't have to listen to the lobbyists and the special interests. I could fire the people I need to fire, do the things I need to do. That was like a very powerful message in 2016. And after 4 years, I was one of the people even back then that said, look, it never materialized. He did wind up taking super PAC money. He took AIPAC money for that matter, Sheldon Adelson money at that time in 16. Even in the first term, bombed Iran. In the first term, didn't build the wall. In the first term, didn't even reduce illegal immigration until 2019. And I remember the timeline perfectly because I covered it every day. It was like in May and June 2019, 20-year illegal immigration high in terms of month over month. But why did I go for him in 2020? At the height of the pandemic, we all thought on the right that if anyone other than Trump was president, you were going to get a vaccine mandate, which we really didn't want to be forced to take the vaccine. We thought the lockdown might never end. We thought that censorship would kick into overdrive. And so we said, really, it's unacceptable that anyone other than Trump would just be a disaster. And then obviously Biden came in, and I don't think it was as bad as we thought it would be, to tell you the truth, honestly. But by 2024, I mean, I was out in 2024 because everything you're saying is totally true. And I was telling people on my side, I was saying he's not going to build the wall. And I know you're against that. He's not going to do the mass deportations, promising that. He's not going to start no new wars. I said in 24, he's going to take us to war in Iran. And the Ukraine war, I said, that's not going to end in one day. Too complicated. We're already in it. And so I didn't vote. I didn't vote in 2024. And I told my followers not to vote for Trump for that reason. And it was only until a year later, after all the exuberance died down and people saw the bearing of the Epstein files, the war in Iran, people said, you know what? You were right. You were right about Trump. Even Alex Jones told me you were right about Trump. I was all in on him. So, I mean, as far as him being vaporware is concerned and a scammer and fundamentally, you're 100% right. No ideological core. He's not an ideological guy. Yeah, it is. He's
literally all about him.
And I agree. He's a cruel narcissist.
Yeah.
And you said I like the cruelty. I do not like the cruelty.
No, by the way, no. I didn't say you like the cruelty. I said I'm listening to your thing, and you said one of the things that you liked about Levin was the cruelty. And not for the cruelty's sake, it didn't seem to me like this, is because it was raw.
Dazzling,
it was, yeah. And that's, so I'm not saying that.
No, but I agree. I think he is cruel. And even what he said on Easter. I mean, we're Catholic. On Easter Sunday, he says we're going to annihilate Iran. And then he made fun of Allah on Easter Sunday. So, you know, that kind of stuff, it just totally turned me off entirely.
And guys, don't forget about this post of Trump when he was comparing himself with Jesus. Do you still remember this? That's crazy, right? And that says it all almost. You have to be completely mentally retarded almost, or completely delusional if you do that. But that says it all. This is just how he is. He is the biggest narcissist ever. He is the worst president ever we elected. This guy betrayed all of us. He's almost like a scam artist, or almost, he literally scammed his own base for more than $1 billion. What is going on, guys? The guy who campaigned with no more wars, America first. He covered up the Epstein files. He started a war in favor of Israel. I can go on and on and on. This man is horrible. I think we can all confirm this by now. He should be impeached, and I'm done talking about Trump. I can't even live with the fact anymore that we have to live 2 more years with this clown in office. I don't like this man at all. Trump is the worst president ever, in my opinion.
Anything that you think Trump can do to like regain the support of the, I guess, Gen Z and millennial right?
No, it's over. People see what he's made of. And Hunter's right. He's a liar. He is a liar. He is a bullshit artist. And especially, you look at what he did with the Epstein files, with the war in Iran, what he did to Thomas Massie.
This guy named...
If you pick Yemen to take over the world, I mean, seriously, what are you thinking? Just look at how small it is. And whoever plays as Saudi Arabia is probably going to attack you right away just to gain an extra coastline. The only thing...
Thomas Massie. There's something wrong with them. They just vote no. They love voting no. They think it's good politically.
You realize that if you are America first, you have no place in this Republican Party, because he said it. He said our Republican Party, or rather, he said MAGA is Mark Levin, Laura Loomer, Randy Fine. He said, and who is not MAGA? Megyn Kelly, Tucker, Alex Jones, Candace. And I think most Republicans said, well, we're with those other people. We're not MAGA anymore. So
what do you think happens, Nick? I believe that we need radical change. And I'm not talking about violence or revolution or things like that. I'm talking about the only ways that you can have this kind of radical rethinking of the system. Like, there's so many questions. Like, what do you think about the Epstein files? What do you think about the accountability? Or do you think that he's broken the system to the degree that we now are basically in a dictatorship light?
No, I actually have a lot of confidence only because I think the Democrats are going to take the House in 26, which I support. I'm telling my people, vote Democrat. We want the Democrats in the House because what they're going to do is they're going to use the oversight powers to bring all the corruption to light. Because I know Republicans will watch this, and when you say, you know, we didn't commit crime, they're going to be skeptical. However, for the sake of argument, let's say the income you made during Biden was ill-gotten. For the sake of example, it's just doesn't hold a candle. It doesn't even come close, doesn't even touch Jared Kushner, Howard Lutnick, Steve Witkoff, Don Jr., Trump himself. It's just a different sport. It's a different game entirely. And I want all that corruption to be revealed. And I think the Democrats are going to do it. I hope they get impeached. I don't think they'll be removed from office, but I think it'll basically drag this administration to a halt. And then in 28, I think there's an opportunity for a clean reset with both sides, right and left. Yes.
What about J.D. Vance being in power scares you so much?
If Trump doesn't have an ideological core, then Vance really doesn't, because Vance is a chameleon. That's not his real name, for openers. Never had a real job. These are all sinecures given to him by Peter Thiel. 6 years ago, he's a never Trumper.
I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him.
I think that he's leading people in a very dark direction, and that's ultimately what worries me the most.
Terrible candidate. Idiot if you voted for him. Might be America's Hitler.
I was wrong about Donald Trump. I didn't think he was going to be a good president, Brett. He was a great president.
Now he's a national conservative, national populist. And so we don't even really know who he is. I mean, to me, this is basically a Manchurian candidate. This is a shell. And who is the power behind him? It's the oligarchs. It's the little tech oligarchs in bed with the CIA, you know, especially at this fever pitch with AI. I think that's really dangerous. So to me, him being president is just a worse scenario in my mind.
For the uninformed viewer, what is the Palantir J.D. Vance connection?
Well, Palantir was founded by Peter Thiel, and Peter Thiel's very close with David Sachs. J.D. Vance was given his first job in Silicon Valley by Thiel. Thiel hooked him up with it. You know, the CEO of that company said it was a personal favor to Thiel that I hired him. And then Thiel got him all his jobs at these various venture capital firms, including his own, and then funding J.D. Vance's venture capital firm. Peter Thiel gave $15 million to Vance when he ran for Senate in Ohio in 2022. Peter Thiel secured President Trump's endorsement for him in 22, which basically got him the nomination and the seat. So, I mean, as far as anybody's concerned, Vance owes his entire political career to Peter Thiel, who derives his fortune from Palantir.
And now he's a Catholic like you and me.
Well, he's a convert, so, you know.
Beware the convert.
Yeah. So do you think that Trump's unfulfillment of his campaign promises was a result of him being like compromised by somebody connected to that structure, or do you think he always just never cared?
I don't know that he never cared. I just think that, you know, me, I'm an idealist. So I think about the ideas and the concepts. Trump is a businessman. And so I think with him, everything's transactional. And I said this in 2024. Trump knew the voters would swallow anything. The voters would not walk away from the table because they were enamored with him.
I could stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody and I wouldn't lose any voters, okay? It's like incredible.
So he knew he could break every promise with them in order to fulfill promises for the donor class, which is little tech, the Israel lobby, and Wall Street. The bankers, Tim Mellon, you know, the big asset managers. So I think with him, everything.
Hey, Pitt, I'm getting ready to get up off here for a little bit, and I'll be back real soon. You already know I will notify you guys. So look for the notifications, man. Smash the like button and definitely subscribe to the channel. We're a couple away from being monetized. So let's push. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate all the mods. Appreciate all the MAGA for coming through and giving us some goddamn content to make off your delusional asses. And yeah, you helping the channel out more than you know. But keep doing what you're doing while we doing what we doing. We doing it. Pitt, I holler at you. Rock James, the whole gang. Everybody who helped out on this live stream. Did we get 100 stream? Did we get 100 likes though? Before I go, hold up. Did we get 100 likes, Pip? I gotta know before I go. Did I get 100 likes? I gotta know before I go. Did I get 100 likes? What we looking like? One short. Somebody hit that goddamn like button right now. I ain't getting off his live till I get 100. Come on, y'all. Out of these 8 people on here, we need one more. Come on, man. We need another like. One more, that's it. Don't do this. Whoever just came into the live stream, we need one more like to get 100. Hold me down. We need that 100th like, man. Just one more. We got it? Did we get it, Pitt? All right. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. We got it now. All right. That's what's up, man.